Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a specific...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker...
Come on out, you rapist!
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel Close Reading with me, Dr. Octavia Cox. To celebrate Alexander Pope's birthday today, he was born on the 21st of May 1688, I'm going to close read one of his very best passages. It's funny, it's biting, it's brilliant. If you like this video, do please subscribe to my channel and hit the thumbs up. An essay on criticism was published in 1711 when Pope was in his early 20s, and he hadn't really published very much before this. And in the poem, Pope announces himself to the public and is deliberately provocative. And you can tell this from the epigraph. So that translates, it's from Horace's epistles. And it translates as, if you can better these principles, tell me. If not, join me in following them. So Horace was a Roman poet, and remember that Pope was writing in the neoclassical period, the new classic. So that's harking back to the writing of the ancients and making those ancient poets new again. So making them fresh. And this quotation, you can tell, it's a bit like sort of jousting. You know, either better me or join me. And there's an element, I think, of competition here, and that filters in to the tone of the poem itself. And the poem had the desired effect. Pope achieved his ends in that it riled up debate about him and helped to launch him as a literary figure. Addison, for example, who was one of the premier literary critics of the time, in The Spectator, called the essay on criticism a masterpiece in its kind. Others, however, were not so pleased with Pope's poem, especially John Dennis. He was a contemporary dramatist and critic who Pope had roundly lambasted in the poem. And in response, Dennis wrote reflections critical and satirical upon a late rhapsody called An Essay on Criticism, in which he talked of Pope's absurdities. And decades later, the eminent 18th century literary critic Samuel Johnson observed that Pope seems to have attacked him, that's Dennis, wantonly. So he's kind of deliberately and in an unrestrained way gone out to attack one of the premier dramatists and most popular critics of the day. He's kind of deliberately causing a stir. The poem itself is an attack on literary critics who Pope thinks are unpoetical and judge by rule, and also poets who pander to this and so write dull and insipid poetry. And the extract that I'm going to be looking at mocks the formulaic and uninspired poets and critics of the time, whilst simultaneously setting himself, Pope, that is, apart from those other writers. And it beautifully shows within its own form what good poetry should be. So the extract opens, but most by numbers judge a poet's song, and smooth or rough with them is right or wrong. So we might think of numbers here as being like a musical score, as being like beats in a bar. So Pope is saying here that some people judge poetry only by whether or not it's kind of metrically regular, whether it has smooth numbers. And Pope's point is that the sound is not the be all and end all in poetry. And you can kind of see beautifully structurally how Pope has aligned smooth and right and rough and wrong. So you can sort of boil the sentence down to numbers smooth right, numbers rough wrong, as a kind of shorthand to Pope's point. We then have a 5-line section. In the bright muse, though thousand charms conspire, her voice is all these tuneful fools admire, who haunt Parnassus. So Parnassus is a mountain in Greece that's the home of the muses. So if you ever come across Parnassus in poetry or in literature, basically it's a synonym for poetry. So who haunt Parnassus, but to please their ear, not mend their minds as some to church repair, not for the doctrine, but the music there. So Pope's point here is that if all you're looking for in poetry is the way that it sounds, so that it sounds smooth, there's a kind of moral failing there almost by aligning it with people who go to church just to listen to the music. They don't go to church to listen to the doctrine, to listen to the kind of important bits, to listen to the meaning, to listen to the point. So it's this idea of sort of overlooking meaning for sound. And there's a repetition of similar sounds here, which undercuts the very notion that having smooth numbers is all that's required in poetry. So we can see this in the opening line, in the bright muse, though thousand charms conspire. Now it sounds great. It sounds very sort of full of music, you might say. In the bright muse, though thousand charms conspire. It rolls off the tongue very easily and it sounds very nice, but it doesn't really mean anything at all. It's just a nice sounding phrase without adding anything kind of material to the meaning of the lines. And another way we have this idea of the repetition of similar sounds undercutting the sort of meaning is in the repetition of the kind of half rhyme. So we've got conspire, admire, ear, repair, and then going on into the next lines, require, tire. So all these sounds sound very similar. So if all you're looking for is a sort of smoothness in poetry, then these ends kind of blend into each other and sound perfectly nice. But by the time that you sort of get to the final one, tire makes sense. You're tired of hearing that kind of repetition of the same sound without there really being any meaning to what's being said. These equal syllables alone require, though oft the ear, the open vowels tire. And this is sort of particularly onomatopoeic here in that the sound describes the sense, the content, because equal syllables are sort of meted out equally, equal syllables, and then the vowel sounds in the second line of the couplet do, by the time you get to the end, almost tire the ear. So going back to the idea of smoothness being all that's required in poetry, Pope is here counteracting that in this very line. So though oft the ear, the open vowels tire. So in the first three there, we've got the vowel sound ending and then beginning the next word. So o ending though and beginning oft. And when you've got two vowels sort of together like that at the end and then the beginning of another word, you have to overemphasize them. You have to kind of exaggerate them and make that pause clear, because you can't run them so easily together as you can do if you've got two hard consonants ending a word and beginning the next one. And that's true for all of those. So though oft, the ear, the open. You've really got to kind of enunciate and slow down your reading. And then you've got that too in open vowels tire. So vowels tire. That it's quite difficult to enunciate those vowel sounds because they're not broken up with any hard consonants. So the word tire there is really doing two different things. And you're tired in two ways by the time you get there. You're kind of tired by the half rhymes of conspire, admire, ear, repair, there, require, tire. But you're also tired by the open vowel sounds in that word. And what this kind of dual tiring does is expose very much how smooth numbers are absolutely not all that's required in poetry. If anything, it's going to tire you out. It's going to send you to sleep. While expletives, their feeble aid do join, and 10 low words oft creep in one dull line. So here, expletive doesn't mean a swear word. It's from the Latin ex, out, clear, fill. So it means kind of acting to fill out. So an expletive is a word that's just sort of padding, that's put into a sentence to pad it out, exactly as the word do is doing here. While expletives, their feeble aid do join. You don't need the word do at all. It's just an extra sound so that you're...
Good morning, everybody. I guess I won't make you suffer through this anymore, though I could watch the whole thing and be perfectly happy. I did kind of talk about Alexander Pope yesterday. This is going to be a week of Pope. And it's kind of pursuant, but not quite, to conversation SKC and I had the other day. And, it's kind of like I don't really get into some of the topics that kind of get repetitively talked about, yelled about, screamed about, like on some of the other similar channels. I don't really get into, the gender wars. I do get into the culture wars. I don't give a shit whether Diddy goes to jail or not. I don't think that Carmelo Anthony's troubles are reflective of Black culture. It is a local problem. Why would I worry about it? Other than, you wish everybody well, but it's not news. I mean, it's of interest, but not enough interest to do a whole damn show about. Kids do crazy things, and he went overboard. And who's the other? Shiloh Hendrix is a little more interesting from a culture war perspective. But even that, that you can make $1 million off of a racist comment. Shit, there are whole movies that have made more money, doing similar things. So I just don't get that fascinated by these sorts of things. History does rhyme. So anyway, everybody, welcome to Stanley versus the World. It is it Wednesday already? Time flies when you're having fun. And I answered Ghetto's point. This is one of my favorite authors, always has been. And, I get a lot of criticism. And I started thinking about this essay. Well, it's not really an essay, it's a poem. Thought about it this weekend, and you know what? I figured I'd just do something totally nerdy and just dedicate the week to Alexander Pope. Tomorrow we'll do something else with another set of quotes. However, it's astounding the number of quotes that just come from this essay on criticism, like common quotes, like a little knowledge is a dangerous thing. That's essay on criticism, I think. It's amazing how many quotes come from this one poem. So he is, I don't even know that they teach him in high school anymore, and they really should. This guy had a lot of influence. Anyway, I'll get off this topic. We do have plenty of news stories to go over. Some of them exciting, some of them not. I thought this was especially interesting, and I hadn't thought of it. Fox News. Look at Fox News finding a new angle to a horrible process. Social Security insolvency could speed up with illegal immigration crackdown, and that's basically a twofer. They might be able to put a big hole in Social Security or cause it a bunch of trouble and get rid of, xenophobia pays apparently, if you are a Republican and or MAGA. So you get to put put a hole in Social Security, and you get to exercise your white nationalism. Who knew? It is an elegant solution. And let's see. It says here a new report warns that a side effect of the Trump administration's push to crack down on illegal immigration could further weaken Social Security's finances and speed up its insolvency. Social Security's main trust funds, when considered together, are on pace to be depleted in 2034, according to a recent analysis by Social Security's trustees. Once the trust funds are tapped out, an automatic benefit cut of 19% could occur once the program's ability to augment payroll tax collections with trust funds is no longer viable. The Penn-Wharton budget model estimates that unauthorized immigrants paid about $24 billion into Social Security taxes just in 2024, though they're unable to receive benefits unless they obtain legal resident status. So, it's one of those side benefits. It wasn't all negative. While they were out raping and pillaging, apparently they were also paying into Social Security. So, but like I said, it's this side effect is more a benefit, more a feature, one would say, than a bug. So we go. But I do want to watch this video. This is something I hadn't heard about either. So let's listen to this. Something about gold card immigration plan. This sounds interesting.
Here to react is Committee to Unleash Prosperity co-founder Steve Moore. Steve, it's great to see you. When I saw this little clip by the president on the gold card, I actually thought of you because you seem like the kind of guy with a creative enough sensibility to maybe get into this a little bit. What's your first reaction to it?
Well, it's funny, Brian, because it is something I've gone back 30 years. So it's a very famous professor at the University of Ohio named Richard Vedder who put this idea out in the Wall Street Journal many, many, many years ago. And I like the idea. Now, I know what the opponents are going to say. They're going to say, oh, these rich people are buying their way past the Statue of Liberty and so on. But, we have Donald Trump has said this many times, Brian, and he's so right. The most valuable asset in the world is an American passport. I wouldn't give up mine for anything. I don't know about you. And so the idea is sell it to the highest bidder. And those people are going to come in and they're likely to have a lot of money to create jobs, to create businesses here. And incidentally, I still think we should have the legal immigration system that allows, people to come in and wait their turn. But this is a way for job creators to come in right away. And I think it's a fantastic. I don't know. What do you think, Brian?
Well, that's why I thought. I thought of Steve Moore, because it's like it's creative. It's not the same old stuff. And I love Richard Vedder. He was a fantastic professor. A great thing. I'm so glad you mentioned his name.
He's still teaching, believe it or not, after all these years. But you're right. He's fantastic guy.
No, I just went, no, because we're asking the questions.
That's true. You can't turn the tables.
I'm just joking.
Yeah, that's right.
Steve, what is at risk if Congress does not act quickly to pass the Trump extend or make permanent, which is being talked about in the Senate, make permanent the Trump tax cuts? It is the biggest tax increase in American history. But dig down at the damage it would do to the American family.
Well, dig in about half an hour or so, and it might have already started already, the House will have a huge debate on whether to pass that budget resolution that includes the tax cut. Now, my view on this is exactly parallel to what you just said, Dagan. Republicans shouldn't say this is this giant tax cut. No, what they're actually doing is heading off the biggest tax increase in the history of the United States. Right. We're talking about a $4.5 trillion tax increase on every American business, on every American family. The average family would pay $3,000 a year more in taxes. And I'll bet you, Dagan, that every single Democrat tonight, when they have that House vote, which is coming up very soon, I bet every single Democrat, except maybe one or two, is going to vote for the biggest tax increase ever. So they got to explain that one. How's that going to help the economy?
But, you know, and Dagan's the one who's been on this most about the permanency or lack thereof of, you know, extending the tax cuts. And I do just think that really matters, Steve. And I don't think that's part of what the House is contemplating here. I think the Senate maybe is. We just talked to Senator Johnson about that. How big of a deal is that to you?
Well, yeah, I'd love to see it made permanent. It's a great policy. It worked. That's the other thing. We've had this in place for, 5 or 6 years now. We have the evidence. Every indicator shows that it worked. It created jobs. It brought a lot of capital in the United States. Revenues actually are higher today than they predicted if we hadn't done the tax cut. So there's no rational argument against this. I did watch about a half an hour ago because the debate did start on the House floor. And every single Democrat, I must have listened to 12 of them in a row, said the same thing. Oh, you're cutting taxes for rich people and cutting Medicaid. Well, no, they're not cutting Medicaid. They're cutting Medicaid fraud, which is over $100 billion a year. And this is a tax cut for everybody. So it's not a tax cut for the rich. It's basically a tax plan that helped everyone, including we got like 40 million small businesses in this country, as you know, you guys know. Every one of them received a tax cut as well.
Yeah, it doubled the standard deduction. The biggest tax cut in percentage terms went to a middle-class family. They can lie all they want. I'm surprised they haven't, these left-wing nuts haven't spontaneously combusted. To get
Spontaneously combusted.
The New York Times, there was an opinion piece
I like her
by
accent,
7
though.
former IRS commissioners saying that
saw this.
Trump just fired 6,700 IRS workers in the middle of tax season. Big mistake, huge mistake. Why are they wrong?
Well, since when did the left turn in love with the IRS? I mean, come on, this is the most abusive agency. I mean, they make the FBI look mild in comparison. You know, I went through a 5-year audit from the IRS. They looked through every single document of my house. I mean, it was the most unbelievable. It's like having a proctology exam. And by the way, at the end of the day, they said, oh, whoops, we owe you money. You don't owe us money. But the point is, anybody who's been in tax court or been in an engagement with the IRS, you are in America. This never else happens. You are guilty, Dagan, until you prove yourself innocent when you're under an IRS exam. So we don't need another 50,000 IRS agents. What we need is a simple, flat tax that somebody could fill out in 10 minutes. So simple, we could cut the number of IRS agents by 90%. You got to get Steve Forbes on the show, and he can explain it to you better than I can.
Oh, he's a familiar face. I even know that on this show. Steve Moore, it was fun to interview you and be interviewed by you. You should come back again soon.
Well, Brian, you're one of the smartest economic minds at Fox Business News, and that's saying a lot. So come on. I mean,
I'm very susceptible to flattery.
Let's raise a lot of money. Let's raise a...
Jesus Christ. The only good thing about this interview was her accent. And you know what? While we're going to stay on the topic of Trump, because I forgot to show this yesterday. This is one of the best whitehouse.govs ever. Trump knows how to be a TV star. And so this is a walking tour of Alligator Alcatraz. I guess this is from yesterday or the day before. I think it was the day before. Interesting thing. I heard somebody actually call this Alligator Auschwitz, which I thought was hilarious. So here we have DeSantis, Trump, and Kristi Noem. God, Kristi Noem, man. You know what? She missed her chance to be a televangelist wife. She could be a good replacement for Tammy Faye Baker. Look at this outfit she's wearing. And just so probably everybody knows this by now, Jimmy Swaggart, by the way, recently died. And seeing her made me seeing her reminded me that we need to cover that today. So anyway, let's watch the president at Alligator Auschwitz and his little. By the way, I actually expect DeSantis to run in 2028. I just kind of thought about this, believe it or not, when I woke up yesterday. I'm like, you know what? This alligator Alcatraz thing is going to be a perfect vehicle to springboard DeSantis into the favor of MAGA. And I think he is a viable successor to Trump. Probably, definitely up there with JD Vance. JD Vance, vice president is like the worst job. And because you don't really get a whole lot of glory. And anyway, let's watch this lovely video here. This is your boy Trump. Oh, I was hoping there'd be audio. This is really interesting. You know, literally these people are in cages. Awesome. Why is Christy Nome dressed like that? She has big feet. I don't know if this has any audio. May have to switch back to when he comes to the airport. Why don't they open one of them up and walk inside? They need that is not sexy, Deacon Dave. She literally looks like a televangelist wife. Now she is an older woman. She's not a spring chicken, and her dress like this not doing her any favors in the sexy department. That dumbass hat is amazing.
It's an amazing job. You've all done a great job. Proud of you.
Mr. President, Mr. Governor, what's the message to Governor Gavin Newsom inside of this facility?
Well, the first thing you should do is come here and learn something. Because they don't do
Yeah, this is the new one that Florida's building. Good morning, Jawali. Yeah, it's the alligator Alcatraz or alligator Auschwitz, depending on which side of the aisle you're on.
His state is a disaster, and he doesn't do this.
Well, they have the original Alcatraz, so you guys can approve him being able to set one of these up over
Look at
there.
DeSantis.
I'm sure the secretary would be happy to do that and provide. So my sense is he's probably not going to bite on that, but I don't know that they'd be able to come in at cost because they tried to do this high-speed rail. They spent like $150 billion, no tracks. We've got a privately funded rail in Florida from Miami to Orlando, cost the taxpayer zero.
Yeah, Miami to Disney probably built it.
Between states.
We're not going to let him get anywhere near Alcatraz. It'll cost 100 times.
Actually, I heard that Trump is going to refurbish out the original Alcatraz.
Yes.
Tomorrow.
Hopefully tomorrow.
Yeah, well, Richard, don't get too close. They might
There's going to be a
they might
security
grab
sweep
you and
because
put you behind
there's been
these
civilians
cages.
here, so they will sweep this multiple times to make sure there's nothing can be used as weapons or any contraband. And then once that's cleared, then they'll do. So it's really up to Secretary. I know's got people in the queue, and so they'll be ready to
puppy
receive.
killer. I don't date puppy killers.
Yes, it is.
It feels good in here, to be honest.
Now, my
Biden
question, just one quick question
He wanted
here.
me. It didn't work out.
I don't know if you can see it. I don't know if you can see it clearly on your phone or if you're on watching this on a TV, you probably can. What's to stop these guys? Oh, I see. There is a top to the cage. I was about to say, what's to stop them from climbing out of the cage? This does not look that secure, to be honest, but I guess it doesn't have to be.
Wait, but he wanted me in here.
I'm still waiting for someone to open up the cage and ask Christine Nolan.
These people come in here, they want to go home.
Inside, Madam
And they want to
Secretary.
go home, so we immediately
Just
send them
slam
home.
it behind you.
Where it's appropriate. Now,
Gosh,
somebody's
you
a
can
real
be-
killer.
You can be alligator Alcatraz's first inmate.
Maximum security. Look, what we inherited from this guy, this incompetent man, and his administration, which wasn't incompetent, it was radical left, lunatic, communist, whatever you want to say. I know most of them. What we inherited should never, ever be forgotten. What they've made us do. This is all because of an open border policy where
Yeah.
25
Blame
million people
alligator
from all
Alcatraz
over the
on
world, from
Biden.
prisons,
That makes
all
sense.
over the world they floated.
And it wasn't
For
an
no
open
reason
border.
whatsoever. We had, when I left, we had a very powerful border. We had no problem.
When
We
I
opened
left,
it up
we had
day
a
one.
very
Just
powerful
opened the
border with
People
a
couldn't believe it.
half-done wall.
They were standing there. What are they doing? They said, go in.
This dude
That's it. If you look at
lies
the
like
first
as
day
soon as
tapes,
he gets up in the
They
morning.
opened it up and they said, go in. And that's where all of this began. But this is an amazing thing that they've done here.
But listen, people don't have to come here. If they self-deport and go home, they can come back legally. We will let them come back legally.
And there is a lot of
Yes.
self-deportation.
But if you
People
wait
wouldn't
and
believe
we bring you to this facility, you don't ever get to come back to America. You don't get the chance to come
You
back
don't
to
ever get to
America
leave the
again.
facility.
So-
They weren't with us when President and Secretary Kevin and I, we went through the intake. So right when you do the intake, they have the information about voluntary departure. They have the ability.
By the way, I don't know if you guys have seen a movie called Nickel Boys. I think it's on Amazon Prime. Florida, way back in the day during the Jim Crow days, had a kind of a reform school for black boys. And a few years ago, they discovered like unmarked graves on the school grounds. Florida has a horrible reputation for detaining victims and those victims, or I'm sorry, detaining quote criminals, or in this case, I guess they're detainees, deportees. They have a horrible record for people going into these types of facilities and they never come out. So I just don't know if it's going to be kind of like a Roach Motel. These deportees may not come out.
So you guys are funding that because it's a lot cheaper to do it that way. So even if they get brought to the front doorstep.
And I want to remind everybody that if you cross that border for the first time and are here without a status, it is not a crime. It is like it's an illegal act, but it's not a criminal act. So, there will be some of these people in here who either had like an illegal, a legal status, as well as people who may have crossed the border one time and they're not technically criminals. People who say that crossing the border is a crime, the first time it is not a crime. It is illegal. It is an illegal crossing, but it's more like an administrative an administrative issue. It's not a criminal issue. Now, the second time you do it, it is a type of felony. So, and this has been confirmed by Juan. So this is actually, and I may or may not rant on it today. This is, in my mind, things like Alligator, Alcatraz, and all these other detention facilities, eventually they will be used for American criminals. Otherwise, it's a waste of money. Number two, I literally think this is bad for the American soul. This type of cruelty, this sort of reveling in the cruelty, This is not good for a so-called Christian nation. This is bad. This is bad. You know, like I said, I don't have a problem with Trump, dealing with illegal immigration. I do have a problem with reveling in it, and I definitely have a problem with this type of method, setting quotas and stuff like that. You got a metrics for cruelty, not good for the American soul. But well, there is such a thing as karma.
Up here, they still have an opportunity to just go back voluntarily, and then this way they're not.
We can put them on a plane that day and take them home. We'll buy their plane ticket, go home, and then they get the chance to come back legally. If they wait,
if they do that, they can come back legally after a period.
Yeah.
Look at them struggling not to sound cool.
Yeah. We want to take care of our farmers and hotel workers and various other people, and we're working on it right now. And Ron's going to be involved, and you're involved already. So we have a lot of cases where ICE will go into a farm. And these guys working there for 10, 15 years, no problem. The farmers know them. We're going to put it's called farmer responsibility or owner responsibility, where they're going to be largely responsible for these people. And they know these people.
Yes, it is like an administrative issue, not a criminal issue. I don't even know that it's a misdemeanor. If Juan comes along, he's sure to ask him.
And we're going to give them responsibility for people. And we're going to have a system of signing them up.
So misdemeanors tend to be under criminal code.
They can pay taxes and everything. They're not getting citizenship.
Coming across the border illegally the first time, an administrative issue.
Without those people, you're
Not,
not going to be able to.
I don't even think it rises to the level of a misdemeanor.
I didn't notice.
They gotta go the way they're going. This alligator alley or whatever this is. Proves my point. It is cool.
Maybe 9-9, but it's
okay. They gotta go does not mean they gotta go through alligator Auschwitz. So you may, like I said, it is this is corrosive to the collective American soul. I don't give a fuck if you agree with me or not. It is obvious that it is. There are better ways to do this. There are more studied and measured ways to do this. If Trump is up your alligator alley, more power to you. I'll just sit back and watch your soul corrupt too.
I think a couple of little wounds. So maybe I think we have a 10. We get along great.
Well, the thing about it is, I endorsed him immediately.
No,
in
I don't
2024.
think
One of his PACs, millions and millions of dollars. And obviously, we saved him a lot of money in Florida because Florida was a deep red state. He didn't even have to do a rally in Florida, whereas 2016 and 20, this was like ground zero. And so we've been, really happy to do that. And then we worked very well on this and other issues.
If DeSantis actually does run against J.D. Vance, it's going to be the battle of the boring. This dude should not talk. He should talk as little as possible.
With Florida, you can call him at any time, and he wants to be helpful for governors. I mean, I can tell you that. We did Hurricane Helene last year. You didn't hear from the president at the time then. But with President Trump, we know immediately. You just make the phone call.
Very fun, but he wants it too. I will tell you. He's coming here next week. He wants to end it too. We had a tremendous success with Iran. They won't have me. Somebody said, when are you going to sign? I said, sign? They are so bombed out. Did you see the report issued this morning? The place was decimated. It'll be years before anybody even gets down there. So that's not a priority, but we'll have a report and we'll have whatever we want. We'll get whatever we want from Iran. And I think, and I hope they want to have a good country. They have massive sanctions right now, biting sanctions. It's going to be very hard for them to do anything with those sanctions. And I look forward to maybe there'll be a time when we get along with them and they can rebuild their country. Well, he wants to. I can tell you, he wants to. And
No, that's
I think we'll
untrue,
have a deal
Dave.
next week. That's what I think.
Do you intend to announce your pick for successor to Jay Powell earlier than say, or is early, say, summer or fall?
Will I do something about who it's going to be?
Yes.
I don't know. Hey, he'd be a good candidate.
There you go.
Like, she'd be a good candidate. Anybody would be better than Jay Powell. No, he's causing us a fortune because he keeps the rate way up. I think it's Trump derangement syndrome personally, but we have a very strong country. We're the strongest country. Look, our country
Trump
right now
has
is
Trump
at a
derangement
level that we
syndrome.
haven't seen for
He thinks he's a good
40, 50
president.
years. What we're doing now
Good
is
morning,
nobody's
humble
seen anything
presidents.
like it. I told you I was in the Middle East. The king of Saudi Arabia said to me very strongly, he said, you know what? A year ago you had a dead country. Now you have the hottest country in the world. We do. We have the hottest country in the world. Thank you very much, everybody. We'll be seeing it over the next couple of years. Also, those type of industries.
Will Kilmore or Brego Garcia be the first inmate here?
Well, folks, that's your daily dose of Trump. I may actually start going through it. He's got a lot of videos. This is really like the most media savvy whitehouse.gov that I've ever had experience with. So it is it is just chock full of all kinds of videos. There was another one I wanted to show, and then I ran across this one. But yeah, we'll start going through this treasure trove of Trump on a regular basis. And staying with Trump and what Trump says. Excuse me. Trump says Israel has agreed to ceasefire conditions in Gaza. No response from Hamas yet. So let's see. You know what? We'll just go ahead and let the auto reader do it. Let me get a sip of
President
water.
Donald Trump said Tuesday that Israel has agreed to the necessary conditions to finalize a ceasefire deal in the Israel-Hamas war. My representatives had a long and productive meeting with the Israelis today on Gaza. Israel has agreed to the necessary conditions to finalize the 60-day ceasefire, during which time we will work with all parties to end the war, Trump said on Truth Social. The Qataris and Egyptians, who have worked very hard to help bring peace, will deliver this final proposal, he added. I hope, for the good of the Middle East, that Hamas takes this deal because it will not get better, it will only get worse. Follow live politics coverage here. The Israeli embassy in Washington, D.C. did not immediately respond to a request for comment, and Hamas has yet to weigh in on Trump's announcement. The president's post comes ahead of Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's visit to the White House, scheduled for Monday. This article was originally published on NBCnews.com.
Okay, well, we'll see how that all works out. Could be that Hamas doesn't have phone lines to communicate their agreement or disagreement. So we will see. And I'll keep up with it. And then on to more Trump war news. Lucrative business deals help sustain Israel's campaign in Gaza, UN report says. So, Gaza's keeping the munitions manufacturers in business. UN Special Rapporteur Francesca Albanese published a report naming over 60 companies aiding Israel's military actions and settlements amid the war in Gaza, which has killed more than 56,000 people. Damn. I didn't know it was that many. The report addresses Israel's military response in Gaza that began in October 2023, following Hamas's assault on October 7th, which resulted in approximately 1,200 deaths and the capture of 251 hostages, raising serious concerns about the humanitarian consequences of the ongoing conflict. The report identifies contractors Lockheed Martin and Leonardo, heavy equipment providers, including Caterpillar and HD Hyundai, as well as major technology companies, Alphabet, Amazon, Microsoft, and IBM, for their involvement in facilitating Israel's surveillance operations and military activities. What? There are no Elon Musk companies involved. Interesting. The report urges companies to end their business relations with Israel. Not going to happen. And seeks to hold accountable executives suspected of involvement in breaches of international law. Yeah, okay. I don't think, they're in America. That's not going to happen. Israel and the U.S. disengaged from the UN Human Rights Council earlier this year, citing bias. While the report suggests corporate profit from the occupation fuels the ongoing conflict and destruction in Gaza. That's an interesting take. I don't know. Maybe Lockheed Martin's on the sideline, going, "Oh wait, you can't end it yet. You still owe us money." So I would read the report. I'm not looking up anything. Deacon Dave, I literally had an expert tell me this. So you keep looking up U.S. codes. I will keep talking to an expert who actually works in the field. You would be the first to tell me not everything can be looked up in a book. All right. So in capitulation to Trump news, Penn, University of Pennsylvania, agrees to limit participation of transgender athletes. This is a Title IX thing, I guess. So let's hear with how this goes. Basically, Penn, which by the way is Trump's alma mater. He was a University of Pennsylvania transfer. And I think maybe Don Jr. went to UPenn as well. And I'm pretty sure Ivanka, or whatever her name is, Ivanka went there as well.
Penn agrees to limit participation of transgender athletes. This article is by Alan Blinder and read by an automated voice. The University of Pennsylvania said on Tuesday that it had struck a deal with the federal government that will limit how transgender people may participate in its athletic programs, bowing to the Trump administration's new interpretation of the law that bans sex discrimination in education. The government also said the Ivy League school had pledged to, quote, adopt biology-based definitions for the words male and female that comply with the Trump administration's reading of Title IX and a pair of executive orders that the president issued this year. The agreement was tied to a civil rights investigation conducted by the Department of Education of a transgender woman's participation on Penn's women's swim team 3 years ago. In April, the Education Department said that Penn's support for the swimmer, Leah Thomas, had violated the law governing sex discrimination in most educational settings. Penn's president, J. Larry Jameson, noted in a statement on Tuesday that the university had been in compliance with the interpretation of federal law that was in effect when Ms. Thomas swam there. But he said that the Trump administration's inquiry had left Penn vulnerable to significant and lasting implications, a reference to the possibility of a loss of.
Yeah, basically what he's saying is, hey, we were following the regulations, and then Trump came in and reinterpreted them, and we're afraid of Trump. He could cause us lasting damage, so we will just roll over. Good job.
Of federal funding.
I mean, I'm not.
Penn remains committed to fostering a community that is welcoming, inclusive, and open to all students, faculty, and staff. Dr. Jameson said, I share this commitment, just as I remain dedicated to preserving and advancing the university's vital and enduring mission. Linda McMahon, the education secretary, said in a statement that the agreement was a great victory for women and girls not only at the University of Pennsylvania, but all across our nation. She praised the university for, quote, rectifying its past harms against women and girls. Ms. Thomas could not be reached for comment on Tuesday, and a lawyer who has represented her in the past did not respond to a message. But the Human Rights Campaign assailed the government for its approach. The American people deserve a White House that is laser-focused on making sure every student thrives. Brandon Wolf, the group's national press secretary, said in a statement. Instead, this administration is obsessed with making young people's lives harder and scapegoating transgender people so they can.
Well, I think that's accurate. Scapegoating is one way to put it. Dude, keep stacking up those Be Brave bucks. Be Brave wins every time too. So you and Be Brave keep stacking up those Be Brave bucks. It's like Monopoly money. So let's move on here. And continuing the Trump capitulation uh, parade, Paramount to pay $16 million to settle 60 Minutes lawsuit. President Trump had sued over an interview with former Vice President Kamala Harris. The company needs federal approval for a multi-billion-dollar sale. So once again, this is art of the deal. We will pay you $16 million and pray that this sale goes through. And a Trump blessing, I'm sure, would grease the skids. So let's listen to this capitulatory news.
Paramount to pay Trump $16 million to settle 60 Minutes lawsuit. This article is by Benjamin Mullen, Michael M. Grinbaum, Lauren Hirsch, and David Enrich, and read by an automated voice. Paramount said late Tuesday that it has agreed to pay President Trump $16 million to settle his lawsuit over the editing of an interview on the CBS News program 60 Minutes, an extraordinary concession to a sitting president by a major media organization. Paramount said its payment includes Mr. Trump's legal fees and costs, and that the money, minus the legal fees, will be paid to Mr. Trump's future presidential library. As part of the settlement, Paramount said that it had agreed to release written transcripts of future 60 Minutes interviews with President.
I'm pretty sure that future presidential library will have just one book. It'll be The Art of the Deal and all those classified records that he stole and put in the bathroom at Mar-a-Lago. That's going to be it. The Art of the Deal and a bunch of stolen classified documents.
Presidential candidates. The company said that the settlement did not include an apology. The deal is the clearest sign yet that Mr. Trump's ability to intimidate major American institutions extends to the media industry. Many lawyers had dismissed Mr. Trump's lawsuit as baseless and believed that CBS would have ultimately prevailed in court, in part because the network did not report anything factually inaccurate, and the First Amendment gives publishers wide leeway to determine how to present information. But Cherie Redstone, the chair and controlling shareholder of Paramount, told her board that she favored exploring a settlement with Mr. Trump. Some executives at the company viewed the president's lawsuit as a potential hurdle to completing a multi-billion-dollar sale of the company to the Hollywood studio Skydance, which requires the Trump administration's approval. After weeks of negotiations with a mediator, lawyers for Paramount and Mr. Trump worked through the weekend to reach a deal ahead of a court deadline that would have required both sides to begin producing internal documents for discovery, according to two people familiar with the negotiations. Another deadline loomed. Paramount was planning to make changes to its board of directors this week that could have complicated the settlement negotiations. A spokesman for Mr. Trump's legal team said in a statement that the settlement was another win for the American people, delivered by the president, who was holding, quote, the fake news media accountable. CBS and Paramount Global realized the strength of this historic case and had no choice but to settle, the spokesman said. The size of the settlement, $16 million, is the same sum that ABC News agreed to pay in December to settle a defamation case filed by Mr. Trump against the network and one of its anchors, George Stephanopoulos. Paramount's board was concerned that paying a higher amount to settle the case could increase the company's exposure to potential legal actions from shareholders accusing them of bribery. The sale of Paramount would end the Redstone family's decades-long control of CBS News and Paramount Pictures and put it in the hands of David Ellison, the son of Larry Ellison, a tech billionaire who has backed Mr. Trump. Brendan Carr, the chairman of the Federal Communications Commission, has said that the president's lawsuit against Paramount was not linked to the FCC's review of the company's merger with Skydance. Paramount has also said that the two issues were unrelated. Within the CBS newsroom, a prospective settlement was seen as a low moment in the near-century-long history of a network that once housed Walter Cronkite and Edward R. Murrow, whose famed rebuff of McCarthyism in the 1950s was recently depicted on the Broadway stage by George Clooney. 60 Minutes, which pioneered on-air investigative reporting, recently completed its 51st consecutive season as the country's most-watched news program. Mr. Trump sued Paramount for $10 billion last year, claiming that 60 Minutes deceptively edited an interview with former Vice President Kamala Harris in order to interfere with the election. The transcript of the interview showed that Ms. Harris gave a lengthy answer to a question about Benjamin Netanyahu, Israel's prime minister. About 21 seconds of that answer aired in a preview of the interview on Face the Nation, another CBS News show. A different 7-second part of the answer aired the next day in a primetime episode of 60 Minutes. Mr. Trump said in his lawsuit that CBS's actions amounted to news distortion that was aimed at tipping the scales in favor of the Democratic Party. Paramount disputed that characterization. Even before its resolution, Mr. Trump's lawsuit and Ms. Redstone's apparent willingness to entertain a settlement had engulfed CBS News in turmoil. Tensions within the network over how to handle the president's legal attacks contributed to the resignation of the 60 Minutes executive producer Bill Owens. The CBS News president, Wendy McMahon, was later forced out. Watching the case with Mr. Trump unfold, many CBS journalists believe the long-term credibility of 60 Minutes was at stake. Scott Pelley, the veteran 60 Minutes correspondent, said last month that any settlement would be, quote, very damaging to CBS, to Paramount, to the reputation of those companies. Executives at CBS and Paramount applied more scrutiny than usual to segments on 60 Minutes that could be construed as critical of the Trump administration. CBS News has not killed a story because of the pressure. But Mr. Owens, when he resigned in April, said he would not be allowed to make independent journalistic decisions. Ms. McMahon said when she left that it had, quote, become clear the company and I do not agree on the path forward. Ms. Redstone told the board she was recusing herself from its discussions of how to handle the Trump suit, given that her financial stake in the pending Skydance deal is so much greater than the stakes of other shareholders, whose interests the directors are expected to represent. This spring, she was diagnosed with thyroid cancer and has recently been receiving treatment. Even before her diagnosis, though, she told board members that she wanted the company to explore settlement with Mr. Trump. Ms. Redstone has said she wants to avoid a protracted legal war with the president that could cost hundreds of millions of dollars and jeopardize other divisions that have business with the government. Ms. Redstone has also told confidants that she harbors concerns about the editorial judgment of CBS News. She has acknowledged being troubled by some of her network's news coverage, and on occasion has raised those concerns publicly and spoken to corporate leadership. Senators like Elizabeth Warren of Massachusetts and Bernie Sanders of Vermont have warned that any payment by Paramount to Mr. Trump could be construed as a bribe, and they said they would consider holding a congressional hearing about it. The prospect of being accused of bribery, and perhaps facing legal action because of it, had vexed Paramount's directors, who had to weigh the corporate benefits of a settlement against the perception that they were greenlighting a deal to secure an unrelated merger. Freedom of the Press Foundation, a First Amendment group, has said it planned to file a lawsuit on behalf of shareholders against Ms. Redstone and the Paramount board in the event of a settlement. The group has retained the prominent litigator Abe Lowell for its effort. Paramount is planning to make changes to its board on Wednesday. Judith McHale, a long-serving director, is leaving, and the company is planning to add 3 new directors. Mary Boyes, counsel to the law firm Boyes Schiller Flexner, Charles E. Ryan, a co-founder of Almaz Capital, and Rowan Schragow-Licht, an adjunct professor at Boston University. Tyler Pager contributed reporting.
All right. Well, that library ought to be pretty fancy. In gold embossed, leather-bound editions of The Art of the Deal. So this is actually the only time that I can recall even dealt with this Diddy stuff. But this is pretty tantalizing, and I guess he is some sort of cultural figure in certain parts of Black culture that I tend not to reside in. It says here, jurors in Sean Combs' trial reach verdict on all but one count. And Freezy did a show on it last night, which, I caught a few minutes of, but, it wasn't, Diddy isn't something I'm that interested in. But apparently he broke down at trial or something like that. So I believe this is the latest news on this account. If anybody knows of, if anybody thinks or has a more recent update, just let me know.
Jurors in Sean Combs' trial reach verdict on all but one count. This article is by Julia Jacobs and Ben Cesario and read by an automated voice. A jury in Manhattan reached a partial verdict on Tuesday in the federal case against the music mogul Sean Combs. But it did not announce its decision because it was deadlocked on a final charge of racketeering conspiracy. The jury left for the night and will return to continue deliberating on Wednesday morning. The jury, comprising 8 men and 4 women, said there were members with unpersuadable opinions on both sides on the racketeering count. After deliberating for more than 12 hours, they reached a verdict on the 4 other counts in the case, 2 each of sex trafficking and transportation to engage in prostitution. Mr. Combs has pleaded not guilty to all charges, and his lawyers have denied that any of his sexual activities with the women in the trial were non-consensual. After the jurors alerted the court to the partial verdict at about 4:05 p.m. on Tuesday, Judge Arun Subramanian, who is presiding over the case, brought them into the courtroom and encouraged them to continue their discussions. "I ask at this time that you keep deliberating," Judge Subramanian said. He reread the panel an excerpt from the jury instructions that said no juror should surrender his or her conscientious beliefs for the purpose of returning a unanimous verdict. At that point, the jury decided to conclude its deliberations for the day and return on Wednesday at 9 a.m. When the jury first sent its note about its partial verdict, there was no sign in the courtroom of the seriousness of the message. Earlier notes from the jury over the previous day and a half had concerned legal details. But within minutes, Mr. Combs slumped in his chair. 8 of his lawyers huddled around him, all of them looking grim. Mr. Combs appeared somber, his head bowed and his hands folded in his lap. His lawyers passed the jury's note around, closely scrutinizing it. The racketeering conspiracy charge accuses Mr. Combs, the famed music producer, also known as Puff Daddy and Diddy, of running a criminal enterprise with his employees that was responsible for misdeeds over 2 decades. Once the note was delivered, lawyers for both sides told Judge Subramanian they were in favor of continuing deliberations. Maureen Comey, the lead prosecutor, suggested employing an Allen charge, a set of instructions given to a hung jury urging it to come to a verdict. Mark Agnifilo, the lead defense lawyer, asked the judge not to press jurors toward a verdict, considering they had been deliberating only for a day and change. "I don't think we need to do anything to move them along. They're moving along fine," Mr. Agnifilo said. The judge took the more conservative approach, reading back parts of legal instructions that he had already delivered. Mr. Combs, 55, was arrested in September on the charges and has remained in detention since then. He faces a sentence that could extend to life in prison if convicted of the most serious charges. To convict Mr. Combs on the racketeering charge, jurors must find that he knowingly joined an unlawful conspiracy and that Mr. Combs agreed that he or a co-conspirator would commit at least 2 criminal acts to further the enterprise. Prosecutors have said that he and a loyal inner circle of Mr. Combs's employees carried out various crimes over more than a decade, including drug distribution, kidnapping, arson, bribery, sex trafficking, interstate transportation for prostitution, and forced labor. Under the sex trafficking charges, prosecutors have argued that Mr. Combs used violence, financial control, and threats to manipulate his girlfriends into physically taxing sex sessions with hired men, called freak-offs, or hotel nights. The 2 women at the center of the case, Cassandra Ventura and a woman known by the pseudonym Jane, testified for a combined 10 days. The defense asserted throughout the trial that the women were willing participants in the sex marathons. After the jury left for the day on Tuesday, Mr. Combs turned to face members of his family who were seated near the front of the public gallery. He blew them a kiss and put a hand on his heart. His mother rose and whispered something to him. "I'll be all right," he said to her. "Love you." Olivia Bensimon and Anusha Baya contributed reporting.
All right. Well, I don't have any comments. Anybody in the chat have comments? Well, we will move on. Trump withholds nearly $7 billion for schools with little explanation. The money which was allocated by Congress helps pay for after-school programs, support for students learning English, and other services. So definitely a pro-education move.
Trump withholds nearly $7 billion for schools with little explanation. This article is by Sarah Mervosh and Michael C. Bender and read by an automated voice. The Trump administration has declined to release nearly $7 billion in federal funding that helps pay for after-school and summer programs, support for students learning English, teacher training, and other services. The money was expected to be released by Tuesday. But in an email on Monday, the Education Department notified state education agencies that the money would not be available. The administration offered little explanation, saying only that the funds were under review. It gave no timeline for when or if the money would be released, saying instead that it was committed to ensuring taxpayer resources are spent in accordance with the president's priorities. The frozen funds are unrelated to the millions of dollars in cuts included in the domestic policy bill that squeaked through the Senate on Tuesday. "It's catastrophic," said Jody Grant, executive director of the After School Alliance, a group that works to expand after-school services for students. She estimated that the federal dollars for after-school and summer school programs, about $1.3 billion annually, support 1.4 million students, mostly lower income, representing about 20% of all students in after-school programs nationally. The move is likely to be challenged in court and has already been criticized as illegal by Democrats and teachers' unions, who emphasized that the money had been appropriated by Congress and was approved by President Trump in March as part of a broader funding bill. "This is lawless," said Rondi Weingarten, president of the American Federation of Teachers. "The administration has taken an aggressive approach to cutting back the federal government's role in education, including plans to eliminate the Education Department entirely. Though only Congress can abolish the department, the Trump administration has taken an axe to education staffing and funding more broadly as it seeks to whittle down the department. The administration has suggested that it may seek to eliminate the nearly $7 billion in frozen funding." Russell Vought, the director of the White House Office of Management and Budget, said during a Senate Appropriations Committee hearing last week that the administration was considering ways to claw back the funding through a process known as rescission. The administration would formally ask lawmakers to claw back a set of funds it has targeted for cuts. Even if Congress fails to vote on the request, the president's timing would trigger a law that freezes the money until it ultimately expires. "No decision has been made," Mr. Vought said. The withholding of dollars on Tuesday threw school district budgets into uncertainty, with only weeks to go before the start of school in many parts of the country. Heidi Sipe, the superintendent in Umatilla, or a low-income rural district, said her district's after-school program has traditionally gone until 4:45 or 5:30 p.m. and was fully funded through federal dollars. She recently sent a note to...
Yeah, I'll go ahead and stop that there. I think we get the gist. Interesting that if federal government gets out of the education business at all, doesn't seem smart. You know, having a hand in education seems like, you know, I mean, I would consider educating kids almost a national security issue. You know, you got to have smart citizens. And I would think anything at the federal level you could do to encourage that would be money well spent. But, you know, this is not, MAGA doesn't value expertise. And populists, you know, populist movements tend to not value education. I think if they had their way, only the smartest people would go to universities and everybody else would just go become a plumber. We would have a nation of American mans. So this is interesting news. Musk vows to start a third party. And I thought I had a story somewhere where Trump is threatening to deport Elon Musk. So this is Musk vows to start a third party. Funding's no issue, but there are other issues. So here we go. Let the games begin.
You're listening to Musk vows to start a third party. Funding's no issue, but there are others. A news story written by Faiz Siddiqui, Beth Reinhardt, and Julian Mark, and read by an AI-generated voice. If money talks in American politics, Elon Musk is bellowing. Having spent $288 million last year to spur Trump and his allies into office, Musk has a new message as the president's massive tax and immigration bill appears headed for passage. Get in line with the cost-cutting agenda you campaigned on or get out of office. There's no doubt that the richest man in the world could make a sizable impact at a time of widespread distrust of the political system and other democratic institutions. But his threat this week to start a third major political party has been met with widespread skepticism, as critics pointed to numerous failed bids over decades, including by lesser business titans, to disrupt America's two-party system. Musk's challenges go far beyond the fraught history of third-party attempts. His business empire is struggling in the wake of his aggressive foray into politics. His clash with Trump and his costly and unsuccessful effort to elect a Wisconsin Supreme Court judge have eroded his political capital. And his popularity plummeted as the U.S. Doge service, the cost-cutting effort he oversaw, upended the federal government, further exposing Americans to his polarizing persona and ideas. Even some of Musk's own supporters have expressed doubts about the direction he now plans to take, preferring that he stay focused on the business ideas that fueled his net worth of roughly $400 billion. But as his improbable bid to buy Twitter and front and center role in the 2024 election showed, Musk has defied expectations before. If nothing else, he could make life difficult for lawmakers he says have reneged on their promise to cut spending. Every member of Congress who campaigned on reducing government spending and then immediately voted for the biggest debt increase in history should hang their head in shame, Musk wrote on X, the social media platform he bought when it was still named Twitter this week. And they will lose their primary next year if it is the last thing I do on this earth. Musk, who didn't respond to a request for comment, has already identified his next target. The re-election campaign of Representative Thomas Massie, Republican Kentucky, who opposes Trump's signature legislative package. Urged to support Massie by former GOP Congressman Justin Amash, a Trump foe who declared himself an independent in a 2019 op-ed decrying the two-party system as an existential threat, Musk replied, "I will." Massie did not respond to a request for comment Tuesday about Musk starting a third party, but he posted a Fox News story about the chief executive's plans to donate to his campaign. An interesting thing just happened, Massie wrote on X. With Trump already working to defeat Massie next year, the race in northern Kentucky appears to be the first to pit the two billionaires against each other. On Capitol Hill, where the Senate passed the massive tax and spending bill Tuesday afternoon, there were few signs of alarm about Musk. Senator Markwayne Mullin, Republican Oklahoma, when asked by reporters Monday evening about Musk's threats to punish Republicans who vote for Trump's plan, said the billionaire is not top of mind at the Capitol. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter at all. No. It's not even been a conversation of ours, he said. I mean, if we ran every time someone said something about our election, we'd live in fear the whole time. Unless that someone is Trump. Two Republican lawmakers who have been at odds with Trump both said in rapid succession this week that they would not seek re-election. Representative Don Bacon, Nebraska, who has taken issue with Trump's tariffs and policy toward Russia, announced his retirement Monday. The day before, Senator Tom Tillis, North Carolina, said he would not seek a third term after Trump vowed to punish him for opposing his legislative package. That leaves Massie as one of the only points of Republican resistance in Congress to Trump's agenda. Musk's decision to cast himself as a potential third-party leader raises questions about his political vision. It has just been in the last few years that he has evolved from Democratic-leaning Trump critic to staunchly Republican Trump acolyte. Trump allies mocked his latest incarnation. "I think it's the ketamine talking in the middle of the night," said Trump pollster Jim McLaughlin, referring to media reports about Musk's drug use that he has denied. Trump is the Republican Party right now. He is the conservative movement. There's not a hankering for a third party with Elon Musk. A Gallup poll last year found that 58% of U.S. adults agree that a third party is needed in the U.S. because the Republican and Democratic parties do such a poor job of representing the American people. Support for a third party has averaged 56% since 2003, according to Gallup. History shows that third-party candidates are rarely victorious. Ross Perot, one of the most successful independent candidates for president in American history, received about 19% of the popular vote and no electoral college votes. Third parties are traditionally spoilers or wasted votes, said Lee Drutman, senior fellow at the New America think tank. But if Musk's goal is to cause chaos and make a point and disrupt, it gets a lot easier. Ralph Nader's presidential bid in 2000 was a classic example of a disruptive campaign, Drutman said, contributing to an outcome so close that Republican George W. Bush prevailed over Democrat Al Gore only after the Supreme Court weighed in. The trend in the U.S. toward increased political polarization also makes it more difficult for third-party candidates, Drutman said. When Perot ran in 1992, Bill Clinton and George H.W. Bush were both running as centrists, allowing Perot to argue that there wasn't much daylight between the two major parties. By contrast, the differences between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump in the 2024 election were much more stark. America's political diversity also complicates matters, Drutman said. If there clearly was a party in the center that was more popular than the Democrats or the Republicans, then someone would have organized it by now, he said. It's not like we've just been waiting for Elon Musk to show up. Musk entered politics in earnest during the 2024 presidential election. Beyond his massive financial investment, Musk frequently appeared alongside Trump at rallies and cheered him on over X. But since Trump's win, Musk's experience in politics has been turbulent. Earlier this year, the billionaire and groups affiliated with him donated more than $20 million in a bid to help conservatives take control of the Wisconsin Supreme Court. In the final stretch of the campaign, Musk drew derision for wearing a foam cheesehead at a town hall and for directing his America PAC to pay registered voters for signing petitions. A couple of voters won $1 million prizes. But even with the race flooded with Musk's cash, the conservative judicial candidate, whom Trump also endorsed, lost by a wide margin in April. Musk's personal presence in the race did his candidate harm, said Barry Burden, director of the University of Wisconsin's Elections Research Center. Conservative voters appreciated Musk's money, but that wasn't enough to overcome negative perceptions of an ultra-wealthy outsider injecting himself into the state's politics, Burden said, adding that Musk's presence galvanized greater liberal turnout. A new party is going to benefit most from Musk if they can draw on his resources but keep him in the background, Burden said. And if he can portray himself as an innovator and a tech entrepreneur, and somebody who is really contributing to the American economy and funding this new operation without being its front person, I think that's probably going to lead to the most success. Musk floated his idea of a new party nearly 1 month ago on June 5th, after days of criticizing the massive GOP tax bill as a measure that would burden the country with crushingly unsustainable debt. Is it time to create a new political party in America that actually represents the 80% in the middle? Musk wrote, along with a poll. Since then, Musk has regularly posted about starting a new party and going after lawmakers who vote for the spending bill. If this insane spending bill passes, the America Party will be formed the next day, Musk wrote Monday. A person who has served as a sounding board for Musk, speaking on the condition of anonymity to discuss a sensitive matter, questioned Musk's ultimate strategy in undermining a party he had hoisted to victory beyond wanting to be in the driver's seat. I agree our government is broken, but it's a tougher problem to fix than landing a rocket, the person said. Paul Kane contributed to this report.
Yeah, well, anyone who considers Elon Musk a centrist definitely has Trump derangement syndrome, and not the good version. Elon Musk, there's no way he could start a party without being, front and center. Part of the problem, I think, is that Trump does not like competition, in front of the camera. Elon Musk was that. It was bound to happen that they would not get along over the long haul. And let's face it, Elon Musk does not have the charisma, nor does he have the dude. If you ever listen to him speak, he does not sound like a bedrock kind of guy that you could base a political party on. The dude is flighty, and maybe you want your tech your tech titans to be a little bit unstable, but politics is not his game. If he started a party and kind of stayed in the background with the occasional, you know, poke from behind the lab door, that might work. But I think Wisconsin, that Wisconsin Supreme Court campaign said it all. He's not all that, and people don't like him that much. So anyway, speaking of the Trump Musk war or conflict, we'll call it a conflict. Trump threatened subsidy cuts and audit of Musk's companies. Oh boy. Two little boys. On Tuesday, Trump suggested that Doge should review Musk's subsidies to reduce federal spending, escalating their public feud over the bill. So Doge is going to investigate its founder. So Musk's opposition to the big beautiful bill, which the CBO estimates would add $3.3 trillion to the deficit, ignited the feud with Trump over subsidies and spending. The Washington Post reports Musk's companies received at least $38 billion in federal support, with Trump warning he may get more subsidies than anyone in history. Tesla shares fell 5% pre-market as Musk called supporting Republicans enabling debt slavery, and threatened to launch a new party, escalating political tensions. Beyond these clashes, Trump and Musk threatened primary challenges before the 2026 midterms amid GOP split over the bill's debt impact. And somewhere in there, I read a story about Trump says he's going to explore deporting Musk. So, as the billionaire world turns. And one thing I wanted to point out about ground news, which I find interesting, the total news sources they went in, and I'm assuming they did this via AI. They have like 512 different news sources. That's pretty impressive. So let's see, what else have we got here? Let's see, do we want to do this next? Sure, why not? We'll take a video break. Apparently, Peter Thiel talked to Ross Douthat, and Peter Thiel is what Elon Musk wishes he could be. This dude has a lot of political influence. JD Vance would not be where he is had it not been for Peter Thiel. Peter Thiel is actually smart, though diabolical. But hey, you know what? I don't particularly agree with his politics or
Silicon Valley,
what he does in general. You cannot deny that he has more political influence than Musk wishes he could have. So let's have a look at this. This is an hour long, but Peter Thiel is a fascinating character, and I think it's worth watching this. And Ross Douthat, if you don't know, he's a Catholic conservative columnist for the New York Times and one of the better interviewers of conservative / MAGA type folks. He started out years ago, like back in Trump's first term, as kind of a never Trumper. And I guess he is kind of, on board the Trump train, though, he's hanging on by fingernails. That would be my assessment. But who knows? He may be conducting the Trump train with all these big names he's interviewing. You could say Musk takes welfare. Corporate welfare is a term. So let's have a look at this. And again, let me also remind everybody while I'm thinking about it, make sure that you hit the like buttons. They are free. If you're new to the channel and like pretty much hard news and, with a little bit of shenanigans towards the end of these shows. Make sure you subscribe to the John Gall Urban Landlord channel. Make sure you subscribe to the Stanley Cross channel, Stanley Cross 6000, which reminds me, I have a video clip I need to upload. So maybe I'll premiere it today, at the latest tomorrow, I guess. And if you need a safe space from Stanley versus the world, subscribe to Urban Landlord clips. That's where all these clips come from. What's up, Kelvin? That's where all these clips come from. It's Portia and John clip John's show, and maybe occasionally mine. I have no clue. I usually do clips on my channel, but in any case, I don't stream there. And very rarely, and if at all, when they're doing a show, I'm generally not in that chat. I'm in the John Gall Urban Landlord chat. So if I hurt your feelings, or, you just, need a safe space from my trolling, the Urban Landlord clips is where you want to be. Why would I be watching John's interview with a lesbian? I have a show to do. So this is Ross Douthat interviewing Peter Thiel.
Is Silicon Valley recklessly ambitious? What should we fear more, Armageddon or stagnation? Why is one of the world's most successful investors worrying about the Antichrist? My guest today is the co-founder of PayPal and Palantir, and an early investor in the political careers of Donald Trump and J.D. Vance. Peter Thiel is the original tech-right power player, well known for funding a range of conservative and simply contrarian ideas. But we're going to talk about his own ideas, because despite the slight handicap of being a billionaire, there's a good case that he's the most influential right-wing intellectual of the last 20 years. Peter Thiel, welcome to Interesting Times.
Thanks for having me.
You're very welcome. Thanks for being here. So I want to start by taking you back in time about 13 or 14 years. You wrote an essay for National Review, the conservative magazine, called The End of the Future. And basically the argument in that essay was that the dynamic, fast-paced, ever-changing modern world was just not nearly as dynamic as people thought. And that actually we entered a period of technological stagnation, that sort of digital life was a breakthrough, but not as big a breakthrough as people had hoped, and that sort of the world was kind of stuck.
You make an interesting comment here. Yeah, that's why I'm saying that, this dude is actually smart. I don't necessarily, find him, an appealing character, but this dude, J.D. Vance, he employed J.D. Vance, in his venture capital firm. He has had much more, and he's co-founded Palantir, which is a major contractor to the military and the intelligence agencies. This dude has way more influence than Elon Musk. The only person that I know of that there was, I forget the dude's name who ran for Senate and lost in Arizona. Can't remember his name now, but that's really the only loss that I'm aware of that, and everybody's going to lose if you get into politics at some point. Anyway, this dude is way more influential, and Elon Musk should really be taking notes from this guy.
Basically. Yes. And you weren't the only person to make arguments like this, but it had a special potency coming from you because you were a Silicon Valley insider who had gotten rich in the digital revolution. So I'm curious, in 2025, right? Do you think that diagnosis still holds?
Yes, I still broadly believe in the stagnation thesis. It was never an absolute thesis. So the claim was not that we were absolutely completely stuck. It was in some ways a claim about the velocity had slowed. It wasn't, zero, but that we were, I don't know, from 1750 to 1970, 200 plus years were periods of accelerating change where we're, we're moving faster. The ships were faster, the railroads were faster, the cars were faster, the planes were faster. It culminates in the Concorde and the Apollo missions, and then that in all sorts of dimensions, things had slowed. There was, I always made an exception for the world of bits. So we had, computers and software and internet and mobile internet. And then, the last 10, 15 years, you had crypto and the AI revolution, which I think is in some sense pretty big. But the question is, is it enough to really get out of this generalized sense of stagnation? And there's an epistemological question you can start with on the Back to the Future essays. How do we even know whether we're in stagnation or acceleration? Because one of the features of late modernity is that people are hyper specialized. And so, can you say that we're not making progress in physics unless you've devoted half your life to studying string theory? Or what about quantum computers? Or what about cancer research and biotech and the sort of all these verticals? And then how much does progress in cancer count versus string theory? And so you have to give weightings to all these things. So it's in theory, it's an extremely difficult question to get a handle of, because the fact that it's so hard to answer, that we have ever narrower groups of guardians guarding themselves, is itself cause for skepticism. And so yes, I think broadly we're in this world that's still pretty stuck. It's not absolutely stuck.
Yeah, you mentioned Back to the Future, and we just showed our kids the original Back to the Future, the first one with Michael J. Fox, and of course,
it was like 1955 to 1985,
right.
30 years back, and then the Back to the Future 2 was, I think, 1985 to 2015, which is now a decade in the past, and that's where you had flying cars, and the 2015 future is wildly divergent from
the 2015 future did have Biff Tannen as a Donald Trump-like figure in some kind of power, so it had some kind of prescience. But yeah,
well, see, how wholesome can you get talking about Back to the Future? This dude, Ross Douthat, you gotta love him, but he sometimes make wholesome dad guy into I don't know, somehow unsavory. I just don't know.
The big noticeable thing is just how different the built environment looks. And so one of the strongest cases for stagnation that I've heard is that, if you put someone in a time machine from various points, they would recognize themselves to be in a completely different world if they left 1860.
And I hate to keep stopping this, but Uncle Fatty keeps making interesting comments. Good morning, Uncle Fatty. The thing is if this guy is, in my opinion, miles above Elon Musk. Elon Musk has beclowned himself. Peter Thiel, he's always in the background. He's not an out front guy, but just being a co-founder of Palantir makes him way more influential, at least in, like the defense and intelligence sector, than Elon Musk could ever hope to be. So, I wonder if they ever asked Peter Thiel to head Doge. He would be scary in a Doge capacity, but I doubt he'd ever want to do anything that public.
60
or 1890 to 1970, if you live, those are the 80 years of your lifetime,
right.
Something like that.
But the world, just to my kids, even, as children of 2025, looking at 1985, it's like the cars were a little different and no one has phones. But the world seems fairly similar. So that's a kind of non-statistical, but
that's
I think
the common sense.
That's
intuition.
a common sense understanding. But are there, like, what would convince you that we were living through a period of takeoff? Is it just economic growth? Is it productivity growth? Like, what are there numbers for stagnation?
I think you just know it when you see it.
Sure, it would be well, the economic number would just be how, what are your living standards compared to your parents? If you're a 30-year-old millennial, or how are you doing versus when your boomer parents were 30 years old? How did they do at the time? There are intellectual questions. How much, how many breakthroughs are we having? How do we quantify these things?
See, he used the word
what
intellectual.
Are the returns of going into research? There certainly are diminishing returns to going into science or going into academia generally. And then maybe this is why so much of it feels like this sociopathic Malthusian kind of an institution, because you have to throw more and more and more at something to get the same returns. And at some point, people give up and the thing collapses.
Well, right. So let's pick up on that. Why should we want growth and dynamism? Because as you've pointed out in some of your arguments on the subject, right, there is a kind of cultural change that happens in the Western world in the 1970s, around the time you think things slow down, start to stagnate, where people become very anxious about the costs of growth, the environmental costs above all.
Yes.
And the idea being, you end up with a widely shared perspective that we're sort of rich enough, and if we try too hard to get that much richer, the planet won't be able to support us. We'll have, degradation of various kinds, and we should be content with where we are. So what's wrong with that argument?
Well, I think there are deep reasons the stagnation happens. So, there are always three questions you ask about history. What actually happened? And there's a question you get to, what should be done about it? But there's also this intermediate question, why did it happen? People ran out of ideas. I think to some extent, the institutions degraded and became risk averse, and sort of these cultural transformations we can describe. But then I think to some extent also people had some very legitimate worries about the future, where if we continue to have accelerated.
I want to interject something here. There's a book by a guy named Jacques Barzun called From Dawn to Decadence. And he kind of makes the point, or reinforces the point, that, over the millennia, say between, let's just go the last millennia, there are stops and starts, essentially, from one age to the other, you will have a couple hundred years where, there's just everything's moving fast, culturally, technology wise, just across the board. So you have the dawning of an age, and then it just peters itself out in decadence. And this is a pattern that's, just kind of repeated. And we may be, the stagnation, it may be inevitable. Sure, it's a problem, but you know what? There will be a dawn of a new age at some point. Now, whether America is part of it, as we are now, and in the forefront, or whether it's another, something else happens in another country, takes over. It's unpredictable. Though maybe we have enough technology to make it predictable. I think that's why we're so worried about China. But it seems inevitable. I don't think you can slow or reverse the move towards decadence. And again, maybe one of these days I'll get deeper into Barzun. Fascinating guy. He was a Columbia professor. I think he taught mostly English and stuff like that. He's got a fascinating origin story, a fascinating career, and then he lived to be 100, and died a few years ago in San Antonio. But even up until into his 90s, the guy is like one of these icons that nobody knows about, and I didn't until Somehow or another, I came across him and read From Dawn to Decadence. Dawn to Decadence is like 1,000 pages long. It is a slog. But in any case, Peter Thiel and all this talk about, stagnation reminded me of that book.
Being progress, were you accelerating towards environmental apocalypse or nuclear apocalypse or things like that? But I think, if we don't find a way back to the future, I do think the society, I don't know, it unravels. It doesn't work. The way the middle class, I would define the middle class as the people who expect their kids to do better than themselves. And when that expectation collapses, we no longer have a middle class society.
Well, see, that's fascinating. Is he assuming that people who are below middle class don't want their kids to do better? That's an odd statement.
There's some way you can have a feudal society in which things are always static and stuck, or maybe there's some way you can shift to some radically different society, but it's not the way the Western world, it's not the way the United States has functioned for, the first 200 years of its existence.
So you think that ordinary people won't accept stagnation in the end?
It's
that they will rebel and sort of pull things down around them in the course of that rebellion.
They may rebel, or our institutions don't work. All of our institutions are predicated on growth.
Right. Our budgets are certainly predicated on growth.
Yeah. Yes. If you say, I don't know, Reagan
or take it with you to Mars.
Reagan was sort of consumer capitalism, which is oxymoronic. It was, you borrow, you don't save money as a capitalist, you borrow money. And Obama was low tax socialism, just as oxymoronic as, the consumerist capitalism of Reagan. And I like low tax socialism way better than high tax socialism, but I worry that it's not sustainable. At some point, the taxes go up or the socialism ends. So it's deeply, deeply unstable, and that's why people they're not optimistic. They don't think we've hit some stable, the Greta future. Maybe it can work.
This
but
is
we're
the
not yet
Greta
there.
Thunberg. Just to be clear, that's a reference to Greta Thunberg, the activist best known for anti-climate change protests, who, to you, I would say represents a kind of symbol of a anti-growth, effectively authoritarian, environmentalist-dominated future.
Sure, but we're not there yet. We're not there yet. It'd be like a very, very different society if you really
actually lived in a kind of degrowth, small Scandinavian villages.
I'm not sure it'd be North Korea, but it would be super oppressive.
One thing that's always struck me is that when you have this sense of stagnation, a sense of decadence, right? To use a word that I like to use for it in a society.
Kelvin,
you then also have people who end up being kind of eager for a crisis, right? Eager for a moment to come along where they can radically redirect society from the path it's on. Because I tend to think that in rich societies, you hit a certain level of wealth, people become very comfortable, they become risk averse, and it's just hard. It's hard to get out of decadence into something new without a crisis. So the original example for me was after September 11th. There was this whole mentality among foreign policy conservatives that we had been decadent and stagnant, and now is our time to, wake up and launch a new crusade and remake the world. And obviously that ended very badly. But something similar.
But it was Bush 43 just told people to go shopping right away.
So it wasn't anti-decadent enough.
For the most part. So there was some neocon foreign policy enclave in which people were LARPing as a way to get out of decadence, but the dominant thing was Bush 43 people telling people just to go shopping.
So what risks should you be willing to take to escape decadence? It does seem like there's a danger here where,
like I said,
the people who want to be anti-decadent have to take on a lot of risk. They have to say, look, you've got this nice, stable, comfortable society, but guess what? We'd like to have a war or a crisis or a total reorganization of government and so on. They have to lean into danger, right?
Well, I don't know if I have to answer. I don't know if I have to give you a precise answer, but my directional answer is a lot more.
Yeah.
We should take a lot more risk. We should be doing a lot more. And I don't know, I can go through all these different verticals. It's, if we look at biotech, something like dementia, Alzheimer's, we've made zero progress in 40 to 50 years. People are completely stuck on beta amyloids. It's obviously not working. It's just some kind of a stupid racket where the people are just reinforcing themselves. And so, yes, we need to take way more risk in that department.
Well, I want to ask, to keep us in the concrete, I want to stay with that example for a minute and ask, okay, what does that mean, saying we need to take more risks in anti-aging research? Does it mean that the FDA has to step back and say anyone who has a new treatment for Alzheimer's can, go ahead and sell it on the open market? Like, what is risk in the medical space look like?
Yeah, you would take a lot more risk. If you have some fatal disease, there probably are a lot more risks you can take. There are a lot more risks the researchers can take. Culturally, what I imagine it looks like is early modernity, where people, they thought we would cure diseases. They thought we would have radical life extension. Immortality was part of the project of early modernity. It was Francis Bacon, Condorcet. It was, and maybe it was anti-Christian. Maybe it was downstream of Christianity. It was competitive. If Christianity promised you a physical resurrection, science was not going to succeed unless it promised you the exact same thing. And then, but I don't know. I remember 1999, 2000, when we were running PayPal. One of my co-founders, Luke Nosek, he was into Alcor and cryonics, and people should freeze themselves. And we had one day where we took the whole company to a freezing party. A Tupperware party. People sell Tupperware policies at a freezing party.
They sell their. Was it just your heads? What was going to be frozen?
You could get a full body or just a head.
The head was cheaper.
It was disturbing when the dot matrix printer didn't quite work, and so the freezing policies couldn't be printed out. But in retrospect, this was still
technological stagnation once again, right?
But it was but it's also a symptom of the decline, because in 1999, this was not a mainstream view, but there was still a fringe boomer view, where they still believed they could live forever. And that was the last generation. And so I'm always anti-boomer, but maybe there's something we've lost even in this fringe boomer narcissism, where there were at least a few boomers who still, believed science would cure all their diseases. No one who's a millennial believes that anymore.
I think there are some people who believe in a different kind of immortality, though, right now. I think part of the fascination with AI is connected to a specific vision of transcending limits. And I'm going to ask you about that after I ask you about politics. Because one of the striking things I thought about your original argument on stagnation, which was mostly about technology and the economy, was that it could be applied to a pretty wide range of things. And at the time you were writing that essay, you were interested in seasteading, this ideas of essentially building new polities independent of the sclerotic Western world. But then you made a pivot in the 2010s. So you were, one of the few prominent, maybe the only prominent Silicon Valley supporter of Donald Trump. In 2016, you supported a few sort of carefully selected Republican Senate candidates. One of them is now the vice president of the United States. And my view as an observer of what you were doing was that you were basically being a kind of venture capitalist for politics, right? You were saying, here are some disruptive agents who might change the political status quo, and it's worth a certain kind of risk here. Is that how you thought about that?
Sure. There were all sorts of levels. I mean, one level was these hopes that we could redirect the Titanic from the iceberg was headed to, or whatever the metaphor is, really change courses of society.
through political
maybe
change.
much narrower aspiration was that we could maybe at least have a conversation about this. When someone like Trump said, "Make America Great Again," okay, is that a positive, optimistic, ambitious agenda, or is it merely, a very pessimistic assessment of where we are, that we are no longer a great country? And I didn't have great expectations about what Trump would do in a positive way, but I thought at least for the first time in 100 years, we had a Republican who was not giving us this syrupy Bush nonsense.
That actually reminds me, Uncle Fatty, I came across a story yesterday that I didn't talk about some process concerning blood chemistry or something like that, that it would take like 2 days for humans to do it, and AI could do it in like, I don't know, 10 hours or something like that. It was some process that was kind of cumbersome. I guess you got to go in, with microscopes or something. And it literally blew my mind how much quicker, the AI is a tool. I kind of get your point. I think that people like Peter Thiel, people like, what's his name, who runs Palantir, the other co-founder, Elon Musk, they're basically looking to, utilize that innovation, get in on the ground floor, and basically he who controls AI will control civilization. And Ryan, this thing that you're talking about, the only thing that tax incentives seem to fuel is new yachts for the billionaire class. I don't know why these Reaganomics holdouts continue to think that giving tax incentives to the private sector does anything other than benefit the individuals who control the private sector. Trickle down economics, this tax incentives to fuel innovation. Peter Thiel literally has said that we are in a stagnation period. So 2017, what benefit did we get out of tax incentives? I'm sure there must be some benefit. I'm sure there must be some truth to tax incentives fueling innovation, but I can't think of any. Maybe you can help me out there. Maybe the AI, maybe AI is the result of tax incentives, but I think we made more progress buying new yachts, in appearing at the Cannes Festival, and spending money on politics. That's seems to be, the tangibles. But then I'm not deep into finance and stuff like that, like you are.
And that was not the same as progress, but we could at least have a conversation. In retrospect, this was a preposterous fantasy. I had these two thoughts, and in 2016, and you often have these ideas that are just below the level of your sort of consciousness. But the two thoughts I had that I wasn't able to combine was, number one, nobody would be mad at me for supporting Trump if he lost. And number two, I thought he had a 50-50 chance of winning. And then I had this implicit.
Why would nobody be mad at you if he lost?
It would just be such a weird thing, and it wouldn't really matter.
Okay.
But then I thought, I thought he had a 50-50 chance because the problems were deep and the stagnation was frustrating. And then the fantasy I had was, if he won, we could have this conversation. And the reality was people weren't ready for it. And then maybe we've progressed to the point where we can have this conversation at this point in 2025, a decade after Trump. And of course, you're not sort of a zombie left-wing person, Ross, but But this is.
I've been called many things.
I'll take whatever progress I can get.
So from your perspective of, so let's say there's two layers, right? There's sort of a basic sense of, this society needs disruption. It needs risk. Trump is disruption. Trump is risk. And Trump is, and the second level is Trump is actually willing to say things that are true about American decline. Right?
I was waiting for this to come up where Trump is the risk. Oh, he's a risk, all right. But is he a risk? I mean, we all know or knew what he was going to do. Is he really a risk? And why is he the only risk to take? Why can't Zohran Mamdani be a risk in New York City? Which MAGA is doing everything it can to, hurt him in the election. The only approved risks seem to be ones that are MAGA / Republican related. Anything on the left is demonized. Even the left is willing to take a MAGA risk. There are people like, say, Aramiose Frimpong is an example of the left. The farther reaches. He's not a normie Democrat. He is willing to kind of go along with what MAGA's doing as far as risk. But it's not a two-way street is my point.
Right. So do you feel like you, as an investor, as a venture capitalist, got anything out of the first Trump term? Like what did Trump do in his first term that you felt was anti-decadent or anti-stagnation? If anything, maybe the answer is nothing.
Well, I think it took longer and it was slower than I would have liked, but we have gotten to the place where a lot of people think something's gone wrong. And that was not the conversation I was having in 2012, 2013, 2014. I had a debate with Eric Schmidt in 2012 and Mark Andreessen in 2013 and Bezos in 2014. I was on there's a stagnation problem, and all three of them were versions of, everything's going great. And I think at least those three people have, to varying degrees, updated and adjusted. Silicon Valley's adjusted.
And Silicon Valley, though, has more than adjusted. A big part of Silicon Valley
on the stagnation,
right?
Question.
On the stagnation,
on the stagnation
but then
question.
a big part of Silicon Valley ended up going in for Trump in 2024, including, obviously, most famously, Elon Musk.
Yeah, and this is deeply linked to the stagnation issue in my telling. I mean, and these things are always super complicated, but my telling is, I don't, and again, I'm so hesitant to speak for all these people, but, someone like Mark Zuckerberg or Facebook Meta, and, in some ways, I don't think he's very ideological. He didn't think this stuff necessarily through that much. It was the default was to be liberal, and it was always what if the liberalism isn't working, what do you do? And for year after year after year, it was you do more. If something doesn't work, you just need to do more of it, and you up the dose and you up the dose, and you spend hundreds of millions of dollars, and you go completely woke, and everybody hates you, and at some point, it's like, okay, maybe this isn't working.
So they pivot.
Yeah,
right?
So it's not a pro-Trump thing.
It's not a pro-Trump thing, but it is, just both in public and private conversations, it is a kind of sense that Trumpism and populism in 2024, maybe not in 2016, when, Peter was out there as the lone supporter, but now in 2024, they can be a vehicle for technological innovation, economic dynamism, and so on.
You're framing it really, really optimistically here. So I
know you're pessimistic.
When you frame it this optimistically, you're just saying these people are going to be disappointed and they're just set up for failure, and things like this.
People expressed a lot of optimism. That's all I'm saying. Elon Musk expressed a lot of. He expressed some apocalyptic anxieties about how budget deficits were going to kill us all. But he came into government, and people around him came into government basically saying, we have a partnership with the Trump administration, and we're pursuing technological greatness. I think they were optimistic.
Yes.
And so you're coming from a place of greater pessimism or realism. So what I'm asking for is your assessment of where we are, not their assessment, but like, does populism in Trump 2.0 look like a vehicle for technological dynamism to you?
It's still by far the best option we have.
Okay, obviously you don't understand that one of the tenets of populism is distrust of expertise. So populism as a vehicle for MAGA, number one, isn't a purely populist movement. It's oligarchs dressed in populist clothing, basically being the shepherds for the sheep, that are the MAGA voters. Okay, the MAGA voters are the sheep and the oligarchs are the shepherds. It is not a actual populist movement. So it's basically the oligarchs who intend to drive innovation. The sheep are just going to go, out there clapping and oohing and eyeing and going to Trump rallies. Populism is not a vehicle for innovation. And I think left populism is pretty much in the same boat. Look at the Soviet Union. Innovation killed, or the attempt to keep up with the innovation killed the Soviet Union. They just could not afford it. So populism in and of itself, not a vehicle for innovation. And it definitely can't sustain it in the case of the Soviet Union.
I don't know, is Harvard going to cure dementia by just puttering along, doing the same thing that hasn't worked for 50 years? So
that's just a case for it can't get worse. Let's do disruption, right? But the critique of populism right now would be Silicon Valley made an alliance with the populists, but in the end, the populists don't care about science. They don't want to spend money on science. They want to kill funding to Harvard just because they don't like Harvard, right? And in the end, you're not going to get the kind of investments in the future that Silicon Valley wanted. Is that wrong?
Yeah, but we have to go back to this question of how well is the science working in the background? This is where the New Dealers, whatever was wrong with them, they pushed science hard, and you funded it, you gave money to people, and you scaled it, and whereas today, if there was an equivalent of Einstein and he wrote a letter to the White House, it would get lost in the mailroom, and the Manhattan Project is unthinkable. If we call something a moonshot, the way Biden talked about, let's say, cancer research, a moonshot in the 60s still meant that you went to the moon. A moonshot now means something completely fictional that's never going to happen. Oh, you need a moonshot for that. It's not like we need an Apollo program. It means it's never, ever going to happen. And so,
but it seems like then you're still in the mode of, for you, as opposed to maybe for some other people in Silicon Valley, the value of populism is in tearing away the veils and illusions. And we're not necessarily in the stage where you're looking to.
Populism tears down one veil and builds another veil. It deludes itself into thinking you don't need experts. And you need the experts for innovation. So I don't know what he's talking about. Yeah, it tears up shit, but it doesn't build shit. Populism does not build shit. Never has. And in the end, right-wing populism needs an other. Okay, it is one step down. Well, I won't get into fascism because that's a more complicated argument. However, I think having an oligarchy and a populist movement is close to fascism. You're getting in that territory, and we're seeing it now. The cruelty is the point sort of thing that the oligarchs, who Donald Trump represents. Donald Trump is kind of like somewhere between an oligarch and kind of, he's an oligarch with a populist flair, People like Thiel, people like Elon Musk actually need Trump. Okay, but do not get the idea that Trump is that much of a populist. He's going to make sure his boys, his billionaire boys, are taken care of. And leaving innovation to the people like Thiel, who in my mind do not have a moral core, at least one that's recognizable in a classic Western tradition. Same with Elon Musk. These guys have no moral core. That's my assessment. And to be honest, I don't think Trump has a moral core. These guys are more dangerous, and the populist sheep are just they're just going along, doing what the shepherds want them to do. And what Trump is doing, I mentioned it during the alligator Auschwitz tour that he did. It's unnecessary. You can do what needs to be done as far as immigration without, building alligator Auschwitzes. Cruelty is the point is not something that's going to be sustainable, and the polls are reflecting it. Donald Trump is not that popular. It's just that the people who find him not repulsive are louder than the ones who do. There is a silent majority that is not. They find what he's doing unsavory, and the excuse that Donald Trump is willing to do the unsavory stuff while the rest of us look away, that is going to come back. There is such a thing as karma. So anyway, let's get back to the festivities.
The Trump administration to do the Manhattan Project, to do the moonshot. It's more like populism helps us see that it was all fake.
You need to try to do both, and they're very entangled with each other. And I don't know. There's a deregulation of nuclear power, and at some point we'll get back to building, new nuclear power plants or better designed ones, or maybe even fusion reactors. And so yes, there's a deregulatory, deconstructive part, and then at some point you actually get to construction, and it's all things like that. So yeah, in some ways you're clearing the field, and then
but you've personally stopped funding politicians.
I'm schizophrenic on this stuff. I think it's incredibly important, and it's incredibly toxic. And so I go back and forth on
incredibly toxic for you personally,
for everybody who gets involved. It's zero sum. It's crazy. And then in some ways,
because everyone hates you and associates you with Trump. Like how is it toxic for you personally?
It's toxic because it's in a zero sum world. The stakes in it feel really, really high, and
you end up having enemies you didn't have before.
It's toxic for all the people who get involved in different ways. There is a political dimension of getting back to the future. You can't, I don't know. This is a conversation I had with Elon back in 2024, and we had all these conversations. I had the seasteading version with Elon where I said,
yeah, seasteading, that was an innovation.
If Trump doesn't win, I want to just leave the country. And then Elon said, there's nowhere to go. There's nowhere to go. This is the only place. And then, you always think of the right arguments to make later. And it was about 2 hours after we had dinner and I was home that I thought of, wow, Elon, you don't believe in going to Mars anymore. 2024 is the year where Elon stopped believing in Mars, not as a silly science tech project, but as a political project. Mars was supposed to be a political project. It was building an alternative. And in 2024,
yeah, Mars is an alternative, a viable alternative. So let's not improve shit on Earth. Let's go to Mars. Yeah, these guys are real bright.
Where Elon came to believe that if you went to Mars, the socialist U.S. government, the woke AI, it would follow you to Mars. It was the Demis meeting with Elon that we sort of brokered. He was doing deep mind.
This is an AI company.
Yeah, this was the rough conversation was, Demis tells Elon, I'm working on the most important project in the world. I'm building a superhuman AI. And Elon responds to Demis, well, I'm working on the most important project in the world. I am turning us into interplanetary species. And then Demis said, well, my AI will be able to follow you to Mars. And then Elon sort of went quiet. But in my telling of the history, it took years for that to really hit Elon. It took him till 2024 to process it.
But that doesn't mean he doesn't believe in Mars. It just means that he decided he had to win some kind of battle over budget deficits or wokeness to get to Mars.
What does Mars mean? Is it and again, it's.
What does Mars mean?
Well, is it just a scientific project, or is it, I don't know, is it like Heinlein,
a vision of a new society?
Yeah, Heinlein,
populated by
many libertarian
people
paradise
descended
or something like
from
this.
Elon Musk.
Well,
right,
I don't know if it was concretized that specifically, but if you concretize things, then maybe you realize that Mars is supposed to be more than a science project. It's supposed to be a political project, and then when you concretize it, you have to start thinking through, well, the woke AI will follow you, the socialist government will follow you, and then maybe you have to do something other than just going to Mars.
Project?
Okay, so the woke AI. Artificial intelligence seems like one, if we're still stagnant, it's the biggest exception to stagnation.
Yes.
It's the place where there's been
yes.
remarkable progress, surprising to many people progress. It's also the place, we were just talking about politics, it's the place where the Trump administration is, I think, to a large degree, giving AI investors a lot of what they wanted in terms of both stepping back and doing public-private partnerships. So it's a zone of progress and governmental engagement. And you are an investor in AI. What do you think you're investing in?
Well, I don't know. There's sort of a lot of layers to this. So I do think.
Speaking of investing, hopefully Mr. Teal hears this. Folks, make sure you support your host. This is actually one of the, I guess, products that comes with having a New York Times subscription. So, I do have a lot of subscriptions, and any help towards maintaining, all these news and Substack subscriptions would be appreciated. So make sure you support the host and support the show. Also, make sure that, it is hump day. It will be getting towards the weekend. So, I'm starting to think of that Bud Light. Because after a week of having to deal with the Solid Snakes and the 12th Men and others, I do need a little bit of relaxation on the weekends. And I swear as of now, I will not be doing a show set this Saturday or Sunday, but you never know. So let's see. Some cultures are too stagnant to utilize AI in beneficial ways. Okay. So anyway, also make sure you hit the like button. Make sure you subscribe to the John Gall Urban Landlord channel if you are new. Subscribe to the Stanley Cross channel if you are new. I do have something I think will be premiering today or tomorrow. It's already clipped out. Sometimes I forget to even upload these things. Again, it'll be a brief conversation that Juan and I had on, I don't even remember what it was about, but those Juan conversations tend to be pretty productive, if not informative. Well, probably informative, if not productive. And make sure you subscribe to the Urban Landlord clips, especially if you need a safe space away from that mean, horrible, leftist zombie Stanley. If Stanley hurts your feelings, you can be insulated from him, especially when John's or Portia's show goes on and I'm trolling in the chat. You can miss me there. your whoopee will be waiting for you in a warm bottle. Will be waiting there. Breezy versus Theo. I don't know that I understand that take. So and by the way, this may be boring, it's not going to draw in, John Galt level crowds, but this is where it's happening, folks. Not P. Diddy, the P. Diddy trial, not, talking about Shiloh making $1,000, not in the Carmelo Anthony drama. This is where these are people who are actually shaping an American future, for good or for bad. And this is what fascinates me. It's boring. It's drawn out. There's not a lot of drama in this interview, but I don't think anybody could say it's not important to know what a Peter Thiel is thinking. And quite frankly, Ross Douthat, at least in the actual conservative movement, has quite a bit of influence. So, he may be boring and stodgy and all that, but he is influential. That's why Peter Thiel is agreeing to sit down and do an interview. He's already done Elon Musk. The guy gets big names in the MAGA / conservative arena. So I appreciate that, Brian. I know, but you tend to be fairly serious. I just don't do Diddy. I just don't do that, pseudo cultural drama. Diddy will not be remembered as long as, or at least is influential on American culture than someone like Peter Thiel will be.
I know there's, one question we can frame is just how big a thing do I think AI is? And it's, I don't know, my stupid answers, it's more than a nothing burger, and it's less than the total transformation of our society. So my placeholder is that it's roughly on the scale of the internet in the late 90s, which is, I'm not sure it's enough to really end the stagnation. It might be enough to create some great companies. And, the internet added maybe a few percentage points to the GDP, maybe 1% to GDP growth every year for 10, 15 years. It added some to productivity. And so that's sort of roughly my placeholder for AI. It's the only thing we have. It's a little bit unhealthy that it's so unbalanced. This is the only thing we have. I'd like to have more multidimensional progress. I'd like us to be going to Mars. I'd like us to be having cures for dementia. If all we have is AI, I will take it. There are risks with it. There are, obviously there are dangers with this technology.
So you're a skeptic. But then you are a skeptic of what you might call the sort of superintelligence cascade theory, which basically says that if AI succeeds, it gets so smart that it gives us the progress in the world of atoms, that it's like, all right, we can't cure dementia. We can't, figure out how to build the perfect factory that builds the rockets that go to Mars, but the AI can. And at a certain point, you pass a certain threshold and it gives us not just more digital progress, but 64 other forms of progress. It sounds like you don't believe that, or you think that's less likely.
Yeah, I somehow don't know if that's been really the gating factor.
What does that mean, the gating factor?
It's probably a Silicon Valley ideology, and maybe in a weird way, it's more liberal than a conservative thing, but people are really fixated on IQ in Silicon Valley, and that it's all about smart people.
Right.
And if you have more smart people, they'll do great things. And then the economics. And
this is the most populist. Well, I'm going to say this is probably, because a lot of populists believe in IQ, but are anti-education, oddly enough. But this is probably the only thing that I wholeheartedly agree with Peter Thiel on, this fixation with IQ is part of our problem as well. How can you be into IQ, which fuels a lot of this? IQ fuels a lot of eugenics / race science, which feeds into racism. And I think Peter Thiel might be onto something, and I kind of stopped him. So who knows? He may say something that I disagree with, but we do have a fixation with IQ, and we need to stop that. IQ, the general intelligence measurement called IQ is not the end all and be all.
IQ argument is that people actually do worse. The smarter they are, the worse they do. And it's just they don't know how to apply it, or our society doesn't know what to do with them, and they don't fit in. And so that suggests that the gating factor isn't IQ, but something that's deeply wrong with our society. So
is that a limit on intelligence, or a problem of the sort of personality types that human superintelligence creates? I mean, I'm very sympathetic to the idea, and I made this case when I did an episode of this podcast with a sort of AI accelerationist, that that certain problems can just be solved if you ramp up intelligence. It's like we ramp up intelligence and boom, Alzheimer's is solved. We ramp up intelligence and the AI can, figure out the automation process that builds you 1 billion robots overnight. I'm an intelligent skeptic in the sense I don't think. Yeah, I think you probably have limits.
It's hard to prove one way. It's always hard to prove these things, but
until we have the superintelligence.
I share your intuition, because I think we've had a lot of smart people and things have been stuck for other reasons. And so maybe the problems are unsolvable, which is the pessimistic view. Maybe there is no cure for dementia at all, and it's a deeply unsolvable problem. There's no cure for mortality. Maybe it's an unsolvable problem. Or maybe it's these cultural things. So it's not the individually smart person, but it's how this fits into our society. Do we tolerate heterodox smart people? Maybe you need heterodox smart people to do crazy experiments, and if the AI is just conventionally smart, if we define wokeness again, wokeness is too ideological, but if you just define it as conformist, maybe that's not the kind of smartness that's going to make a difference.
So do you fear then a plausible future where AI in a way becomes itself stagnationist, that it's like highly intelligent, creative in a conformist way? It's like, the Netflix algorithm. It makes infinite okay movies that people watch. It generates infinite okay ideas. It puts a bunch of people out of work and makes them obsolete, but it doesn't.
Really good analogy.
It like deepens stagnation in some way. Is that a fear?
No, Brian Nichols disagree.
It's
like people just outsource.
It's quite possible that's certainly a risk, but I guess where I end up is I still think we should be trying AI, and that the alternative is just total stagnation. So there's sort of all sorts of interesting things going to happen with maybe drones in a military context are combined with AI, and this is kind of scary or dangerous or dystopian, or it's going to change things. But if you don't have AI, wow, there's just nothing going on. And I don't know, there's like a version of this discussion on the internet where did the internet lead to more conformity and more wokeness? And there are all sorts of ways where it didn't lead to quite the cornucopian.
Let me stop right here to address Renato Manioni here. I didn't say that I didn't say IQ is eugenics. I said a fixation on IQ leads to eugenics and race science. I said the fixation on IQ, not IQ itself. Please listen closer, sir.
Diverse explosion of ideas that libertarians fantasized about in 1999. But counterfactually, I would argue that it was still better than the alternative, that if we hadn't had the internet, maybe it would have been worse. AI is better. It's better than the alternative, and the alternative is nothing at all. Because here's one place where the stagnationist arguments are still reinforced. The fact that we're only talking about AI, I feel, is always an implicit acknowledgement that, but for AI, we are like in almost total stagnation.
But the world of AI is clearly filled with people who, at the very least, seem to have a more utopian, transformative, whatever word you want to call it, view of the technology than you're expressing here, right? And you were mentioned earlier the idea that the modern world used to promise radical life extension and doesn't anymore. It seems very clear to me that a number of people deeply involved in artificial intelligence see it as a kind of mechanism for transhumanism, for transcendence of our mortal flesh, and either some kind of creation of a successor species or some kind of merger of mind and machine. And do you think that's just all kind of irrelevant fantasy? Think it's just hype? Do you think people are trying to raise money by pretending that we're going to build a machine god, right? Is it hype? Is it delusion? Is it something you worry about? I think you would prefer the human race to endure, right? You're hesitating.
Yeah, well,
yes?
I don't know. I would
this is a long hesitation. This is a long hesitation.
There's so many questions implicit in this.
Should the human race survive?
Yes.
Okay.
But I also would I also would like us to radically solve these problems.
Right.
And so, it's always, I don't know, transhumanism is this, the ideal was this radical transformation where your human natural body gets transformed into an immortal body. And there's a critique of, let's say, the trans people in a sexual context, or a transvestite is someone who changes their clothes and cross dresses. And a transsexual is someone where you change your, penis into a vagina. And we can then debate how well those surgeries work. But we want more transformation than that. The critique is not that it's weird and unnatural. It's so pathetically little. And we want more than cross-dressing or changing your sex organs. We want you to be able to change your heart and change your mind and change your whole body. And then Orthodox Christianity, by the way, the critique Orthodox Christianity has of this is these things don't go far enough. Like that transhumanism is just changing your body, but you also need to transform your soul, and you need to transform your whole self. And so,
right. But the other, wait. I generally agree with what I think is your belief that religion should be a friend to science and ideas of scientific progress. I think any idea of divine providence has to encompass the fact that we have progressed and achieved and done things that would have been unimaginable to our ancestors. But it still also seems like, the promise of Christianity in the end is you get the perfected body and the perfected soul through God's grace. And the person who tries to do it on their own with a bunch of machines is likely to end up as a dystopian character.
Well, it's... Let's articulate this.
And you can have a heretical form of Christianity, that says something else.
I don't know. I think the word nature does not occur once in the Old Testament, and so if you and there is a word in which a sense in which the way I understand the Judeo-Christian inspiration is it is about transcending nature. It is about overcoming things. And the closest thing you can say to nature is that people are fallen, and that's the natural thing in a Christian sense, is that you're messed up. And that's true. But there's some ways that, with God's help, you are supposed to transcend that and overcome that. And,
right. But
and
the people,
if you just
present company accepted, most of the people working to build the hypothetical machine god don't think that they're cooperating with Yahweh, Jehovah, the Lord of hosts. They think that they're building immortality
Ross,
on their own.
Yeah,
right?
We're jumping around a lot of things. So
Yes.
again, the critique I was saying is they're not ambitious enough.
Right.
From a Christian point of view, these people are not ambitious enough. Now, then we get into this question. Well, are they
but they're not morally and spiritually ambitious enough.
And are they still physically ambitious enough? And are they even still really transhumanists? And this is where, the cryonics thing, that seems like a retro thing from 1999. There isn't that much of that going on. So they're not transhumanists on a physical body. And then, maybe it's not about cryonics. Maybe it's about uploading, which, that's not quite, I'd rather have my body. I don't want just a computer program that simulates me. So that uploading seemed like a step down from cryonics. But then even that's, it's part of the conversation, and this is where it gets very hard to score. And I don't want to say they're all making it up and it's all fake, but I don't think
you think some of it's fake.
I don't think it's fake. Implies people are lying, but it's I want to say it's not the center of gravity.
Yeah,
and so there is there is a cornucopian language. There's an optimistic language. A conversation I had with Elon, a few weeks ago about this was he said, we're going to have 1 billion humanoid robots in the U.S. in 10 years. And I said, well, if that's true, you don't need to worry about the budget deficits because we're going to have so much growth. The growth will take care of this. And then, he's still worried about the budget deficits. And then this doesn't prove that he doesn't believe in the 1 billion robots, but it suggests that maybe he hasn't thought it through, or that he doesn't think it's going to be as transformative economically,
right,
or that there are big error bars around it. But yeah, there's some way in which these things are not quite thought through. If I had to give a critique of Silicon Valley, it's always bad at what the meaning of tech is, and the conversations, they tend to go into this microscopic thing where it's like, what are the IQ ELO scores of the AI, and exactly how do you define AGI, and we get into all these endless technical debates. And there are a lot of questions that are at an intermediate level of meaning that seem to me to be very important, which is like, what does it mean for the budget deficit? What does it mean for the economy? What does it mean for geopolitics? One of the conversations we had a few recently was you and I had was does it change the calculus for China invading Taiwan, where, if we have an accelerating AI revolution in the military, is China falling behind? And will this, and maybe on the optimistic side, it deters China because they've effectively lost. And on the pessimistic side, it accelerates them because they know it's now or never. If they don't grab Taiwan now, they will fall behind. And either way, this is a pretty important thing. It's not thought through. We don't think about what AI means for geopolitics. We don't think about what it means for the macro economy. And those are the kinds of questions I'd want us to push more.
There's also a very macroscopic question that you're interested in that, we'll pull on the religion thread a little bit here. You have been giving talks recently about the concept of the Antichrist, which is a Christian concept, an apocalyptic concept. What does that mean to you? What is the Antichrist?
How much time do we have?
We've got as much time.
Hey, badass. It's funny you say that sort of stuff. Ross Douthat is a conservative columnist for the New York Times, and very religious, very Catholic. And he is hardly a liberal, though he is kind of a liberal arts type of guy. Peter Thiel being a liberal, I never heard of that one. But Peter Thiel, believe me, Trump would not be where he is, and JD Vance would not be vice president if it weren't for Peter Thiel. So he is basically, he's pulling some strings in this country. So he is extremely okay. That guy just finished. Okay, they were not talking about trans surgeries. He was using it as an example of a failed attempt at transformation. Dude, the conversation is not about trans issues.
As you have to talk about the Antichrist.
All right. Well, I could talk about it for a long time. I think there's always a question. How do we articulate, some of these existential risks, some of the challenges we have, and they're all framed in this sort of runaway dystopian science text. There's a risk of nuclear war. There's a risk of environmental disaster, maybe something specific like climate change, although there are lots of other ones we could come up with. There's a risk of, bioweapons. You have all the different sci-fi scenarios. Obviously, there are certain types of risks with AI. But I always think that if we're going to have this frame of talking about existential risks, perhaps we should also talk about the risk of another type of a bad singularity, which I would describe as the one world totalitarian state. Because I would say the political solution, the default political solution people have for all these existential risks is one world governance. What do you do about nuclear weapons? You have a United Nations with real teeth that controls them, and they're controlled by an international political order. And then something like this, is also what do we do about AI? And we need global compute governance. We need a one world government to control all the computers, log every single keystroke to make sure people don't program a dangerous AI. And I've been wondering whether that's sort of a going from the frying pan into the fire. And so the atheist philosophical framing is one world or none. That was a short film that was put out by the Federation of American Scientists in the late 40s. Starts with a nuclear bomb blowing up the world, and obviously you need a one world government to stop it. One world or none. And the Christian framing, which in some ways is the same question, is Antichrist or Armageddon. You have the one world state of the Antichrist, or we're sleepwalking towards Armageddon. One world or none, Antichrist or Armageddon, on one level are the same question. Now, I have a lot of thoughts on this topic, but sort of one question is, and this was a plot hole in all these Antichrist books people wrote. How does the Antichrist take over the world? He gives these demonic, hypnotic speeches, and people just fall for it. And so it's this plot hole. It's this daemonium.
Right. It's implausible.
It's a very implausible plot hole.
Right.
But I think we have an answer to this plot hole. The way the Antichrist would take over the world is you talk about Armageddon nonstop. You talk about existential risk nonstop. And this is what you need to regulate. It's the opposite of the picture of Baconian science from the 17th, 18th century, where, the Antichrist is like some evil tech genius, evil scientist who invents this machine to take over the world. People are way too scared for that. In our world, the thing that has political resonance is the opposite. It is the thing that has political resonance is we need to stop science. We need to just say stop to this. And this is where, I don't know, in the 17th century, I can imagine a Dr. Strangelove, Edward Teller type person taking over the world. In our world, it's far more likely to be Greta Thunberg.
Okay, I want to suggest a middle ground between those two options. It used to be that the reasonable fear of the Antichrist was a kind of wizard of technology.
Greta Thunberg as the Antichrist? Oh, that's a little over the top. Damn.
Technology. And now the reasonable fear is someone who promises to control technology, make it safe, and sort of usher in what, from your point of view, would be a kind of universal stagnation, right?
Well, it's more, that's more my description of how it would happen.
Right.
So I think people still have a fear of a 17th century Antichrist.
Yes.
We're still scared of Dr. Strangelove.
Right, but you're saying the real Antichrist would play on that fear and say, you must come with me to avoid Skynet, to avoid the Terminator, to avoid nuclear Armageddon.
Yes.
And I guess my view would be, looking at the world right now, that you would need a certain kind of novel technological progress to make that fear concrete, right? So I can buy that the world could turn to someone who promised peace and regulation if the world became convinced that AI was about to destroy everybody, right? But I think to get to that point, you need one of the accelerationist apocalyptic scenarios to start to play out, right? To get your peace and safety Antichrist, you need more technological progress. Like, one of the key failures of totalitarianism in the 20th century was it had a problem of knowledge. It couldn't know what was going on all over in the world, right? So you need the AI or whatever else to be capable of helping the peace and safety totalitarian rule. So don't you think you need your worst case scenario to involve some burst of progress that is then tamed and used
I frankly
to
think
impose
they're not discussing a
stagnant
worst-case
totalitarianism.
scenario.
You can't just get there from where we are right now.
They're discussing Plan A.
Like Greta Thunberg's on a boat in the Mediterranean, right? Like protesting Israel. Like I just don't see the promise of safety from AI, safety from tech, even safety from climate change right now as a powerful universal rallying cry, absent accelerating change and real fear of total catastrophe.
I mean, these things are so hard to score, but I think environmentalism is pretty powerful. I don't know if it's absolutely powerful enough to create a one world totalitarian state, but man, it is.
I think it is not.
It is
in its current form.
It is. I want to say it's the only thing people still believe in Europe. Like, they believe in the green thing more than Islamic Sharia law, or more than in, the Chinese communist totalitarian takeover. And the future is an idea of a future that looks different from the present. The only three on offer in Europe are green, Sharia, and, the totalitarian communist state. And the green one is by far the strongest. In
a decaying Europe that is not a dominant player in the world.
It's always in a context.
Right.
And then I would, I don't know, we had this really complicated history with the way nuclear technology worked. And, we didn't really get to, a totalitarian one world state. But, by the 1970s, one account of the stagnation is that the runaway progress of technology had gotten very scary, and that, Baconian science, it ended at Los Alamos, and then it was, okay, it ended there, and we didn't want to have any more. And, when Charles Manson took LSD in, the late 60s and started murdering people, what he saw on LSD, what he learned was that you could be like Dostoevsky, an anti-hero in Dostoevsky, and everything was permitted. And of course, not everyone became Charles Manson, but in
Charles
my
Manson,
my telling of the history, everyone became as deranged as Charles Manson.
But Charles Manson did not become the Antichrist and take over the world, right? We're ending in the apocalyptic.
No, but my telling of the history of the 1970s is the hippies did win, and we landed on the moon in July of 1969. Woodstock started 3 weeks later, and with the benefit of hindsight, that's when progress stopped and the hippies won. And it was not literally Charles Manson.
Okay, but I want to stay with the Antichrist just to end, right? And you're retreating. You're saying, okay, environmentalism is already pro-stagnation and so on. Okay, let's agree with all that. But we're not living under. We're not living under the Antichrist right now. We're just stagnant, right? And you're positing that something worse could be on the horizon that would make stagnation permanent, that would be driven by fear. And I'm suggesting that for that to happen, there would have to be some burst of technological progress that was akin to Los Alamos that people are afraid of. And I guess this is my very specific question for you, right? Is that you're an investor in AI. You're deeply invested in Palantir, in military technology, in technologies of surveillance, in technologies of warfare, and so on, right? And it just seems to me that when you tell me a story about the Antichrist coming to power and using the fear of technological change to sort of impose order on the world, I feel like that Antichrist would maybe be using the tools that you were building, right? Like, wouldn't the Antichrist be like, great, we're not going to have any more technological progress, but I really like what Palantir has done so far, right?
Yeah,
isn't that a concern? Wouldn't that be the irony of history would be that the man publicly worrying about the Antichrist accidentally hastens his or her arrival?
There are all these different scenarios. I obviously don't think that that's what I'm doing. To be clear, I don't think that's what you're doing either. I'm just interested in how you get to a world willing to submit to permanent authoritarian rule.
Well, but my question is, why is he dwelling on this point?
There are these different gradations of this we can describe, but is this so preposterous, what I've just told you, as a broad account of the stagnation that the entire world has submitted for 50 years to peace and safetyism? This is 1 Thessalonians 5:3. The slogan of the Antichrist is peace and safety, and we've submitted to the FDA regulates not just drugs in the US, but de facto in the whole world, because the rest of the world defers to the FDA. The Nuclear Regulatory Commission effectively regulates nuclear power plants all over the world. People, you can't design a modular nuclear reactor and just build it in Argentina. They won't trust the Argentinian regulators. They're going to defer to the US. And so it's at least a question about why we've had 50 years of stagnation. And one answer is we ran out of ideas. The other answer is that something happened culturally where it wasn't allowed. And then the cultural answer can be sort of a bottom-up answer, that it was just some transformation of humanity into this sort of more docile kind of a species, or it can be at least partially top-down, that there's this, this machinery of government that got changed into this stagnations thing. I think something like this. Nuclear power was supposed to be the power of the 21st century, and it somehow has gotten off-ramped all over the world on a worldwide basis.
Called 3 Mile Island.
So in a sense, we're already living under a moderate rule of the Antichrist in that telling. Do you think God is in control of history?
This is again like I think that there's always room for human freedom and human choice. These things are, or at least where we are today, these things are, they're not absolutely predetermined one way or another.
Right. But God wouldn't leave us forever under the rule of a mild, moderate, stagnationist Antichrist, right? That can't be how the story ends, right?
It's attributing too much causation to God
as
is always a problem.
There's
different Bible verses I can give you, but I'll give you John 15:25, where Christ says, "They hated me without cause." And so it's all these people that are persecuting Christ have no reason, no cause for why they're persecuting Christ. And if we interpret this as a ultimate causation verse, They want to say I'm persecuting because God caused me to do this. God is causing everything, and the Christian view is anti-Calvinist. God is not behind history. God is not causing everything. If you say God's causing everything,
but God is. But wait, but God is.
You're scapegoating God.
But God is
You're
behind. Oh,
scapegoating
okay,
God.
but God is behind Jesus Christ
Scapegoating
entering
God,
history
not-
because God was not going to leave us in a stagnationist, decadent Roman Empire, right? So at some point, God is going to step in.
I am not.
Right?
I am not that Calvinist, and
That's not Calvinism, though. That's just Christianity. God will not leave us eternally, staring into screens and being lectured by Greta Thunberg. Right? He will not abandon us to that fate.
It is.
You know what? Hearing these two grown-ass men bearing a little girl is fascinating. This is hilarious.
There is a great, I don't know, for better and for worse, I think there's a great deal of scope for human action, for human freedom. If I thought these things were deterministic, you might as well, maybe just accept it. The lions are coming. You should just have some yoga and prayerful meditation and wait while the lions eat you up. And I don't think that's what you're supposed to do.
I agree with that. And I think on that note, I'm just trying to be hopeful and suggesting that, in trying to resist the Antichrist, using your human freedom, you should have hope that you'll succeed, right?
We can agree on that.
Good. Peter Thiel, thank you for joining me.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's bringing religion into it at the very end is not unexpected with Ross Douthat. By the way, I think a lot of people, found this a little bit too dry. I found it fascinating. I think Brian Nichols agrees. I think SKC likes it. This is some of the stuff I want to do. These sorts of interviews don't come down that often, maybe every other week, but I'll look into finding more content like this. The whole show doesn't have to revolve around this, but I think one good long form interview of this sort is something that, should be done 2 or 3 times a week. Because this is serious stuff. Peter Thiel has a lot of political influence, and hearing him, exposure to him may, who knows, may influence, how you spend your money, etc., how you invest, etc. So, that being said, I have dropped the links if anybody wants to come up and talk specifically about the interview. I do have several more news stories and, maybe 1 or 2 videos, but you know what? Again, this isn't, a lot of loud talking. It isn't a lot of, 9-person panel shouts or screamathons. This is stuff that I'm actually interested in. And, to the Nas 415s of the world, you know what? I'm not going to have, the numbers that, some of the bigger shows have. And I'm willing to deal with that. My particular channel, I think I'm right at 149 or 150 subscribers. In 10 years, I'll be monetized. However, it is what it is, and I'm not going to change what I do or how I feel or what I like just to bring in a shitload of numbers and super chats. I leave that to the actual showman. I tend to be a little bit more serious in my thinking. And my God, those Diddy and Carmelo and, shows, incessantly just get so damn repetitive. SKC pointed out the gender wars, shit gets boring. So, on we go. We will talk a little bit about apparently the U.S. halts some missile shipments to Ukraine over low stockpiles. If it's my understanding that we were shipping a lot of stuff we don't necessarily use a lot, And so the stockpiles are low, and Ukraine is going to suffer because of it. It says here, the Pentagon halted some shipments of air defense missiles and munitions to Ukraine due to low U.S. stockpiles, as reported by Politico. The decision was driven by Elbridge Colby, who urges the U.S. to focus on strengthening forces in the Asia Pacific region. A review found dwindling stocks of artillery shells, air defense missiles, and precision munitions at the Pentagon. The halt affects shipments previously pledged to Ukraine under the Biden administration through two aid mechanisms. So, surprise, surprise, something that Biden had planned for goes awry. Who knows, but it makes sense that, this is some stuff we don't use a lot. I don't think we pledged bunker busters to Ukraine, so that we're probably not running low of those. So that is the Ukraine news. And let's see, you know what? I'm going to skip this next one. It's more about the Supreme Court. I may use it today. I may save it for tomorrow. This is that newsletter that I get once a week from Ground News. It's called the Blind Spot Report. And there was something interesting and apropos somewhat to the next story that's coming up. This caught my attention. Apparently, some poll, it's a Gallup poll, and the topic is American pride. What's up, SKC? American pride falls sharply among Democrats and Gen Z, Gallup poll finds. What do you think of that, SKC?
I just thought that would be inevitable.
Really?
I mean, yeah. I mean, you have a bunch of people that continue to decry that their nation of origin is, crap. So obviously, if you continue to teach that, the younger generations would believe it.
Interesting. You don't think people are coming to that conclusion on their own?
Well, look at the.
You think that has to be taught?
Well, look at the generation that it spoke about. It's like on that side of the political persuasion, and then of course a younger generation that's being taught that from
really
that side of the political persuasion, which has invaded the education arena. Of course, they're going to have those views.
Okay, well, let me ask you a question. What drove the quote, "Make America Great Again"? I argue that actually it's MAGA specifically who thinks the country is crap and you need Trump to make it great again. I would argue the opposite.
Oh, no.
How do you address that? How do you address that conundrum?
Well, I just think that that's just a political.
So they don't mean "Make America Great Again."
No, I'm not saying that. I think they believe it, but what I'm saying is that a political slogan pales in comparison to what people are taught every day in classrooms and in their homes.
And I argue that electing a president and forming a movement around the country went to crap under Biden, that is way more powerful than what some second grader learns in his Montessori class. I argue that it is the MAGA right that thinks America is crap, and it is why they elected Trump.
I mean, it's you can place it in like the second grade Montessori type of thing, but what I'm saying is,
I was making a joke.
Yeah, but
because I don't think the second grade Montessori class, even if I believe, and I don't, that kids are being taught to hate America. I think MAGA hates America as it was, and they are trying to reshape it in a Trumpian / populist slash oligarchical model. You know, they want to overturn the crappy Constitution. they think the Article 3 of the 14th Amendment is crappy. That's why they want to change it. They think having all these immigrants here, legal or not, is crappy. That's why they want to get rid of the trash, etc. I argue that it is the MAGA right that thinks America is crap, and they want to make it not crap. They want to make it great again.
Yeah. Well, if with the addition of the A there, when you say again, that means that you believe that it once was great.
And it hasn't been great in quite some time. They think it's crap. Okay, see, we're not talking about the past. We're talking about why they think America isn't great. MAGA thinks that. I argue that a political movement such as MAGA is actually the preeminent force behind thinking the place is crap, because Trump keeps telling you under Biden it was crap.
I mean,
That's
you can use that as an
Absolutely,
argument.
Brian Nichols. MAGA hates current American culture. It's crap. They think it's crap. They want to change it. They want to change the ideological pendulum swing into the other direction. They think America's crap.
Right. I think
But worth saving.
I think it can segue actually back into the Peter Thiel conversation, because I think a lot of those people who were making that political assertion believe that America has become stagnant, and that stagnation has come from various cultural mores that feed into the idea that all things are wrong in the way that America formed itself and progressed through time. That's why you have so many groups that are primarily, as Peter Thiel stated, of the zombie left, that want to do all of this corrective action on the past and so forth, because they generally do not like the way that America was formed. They don't like that it was written primarily by white men. They don't like that it had religious tenets baked into it. They don't like that the way that it handled certain things like slavery and so forth. They're always talking about correcting those things and changing the way that America was birthed.
Right. Well, two things in response to that. That is kind of kind of conformist in a right-wing sort of way. I find it fascinating that a big bad billionaire like Peter Thiel is afraid of a little girl. a little girl who has autism and speaks about trees frightens and gets compared to the Antichrist. That was fascinating. And the other thing, you know what? There's enough people who, you know, if you're saying the quote zombie left hates the past of America, I will argue that MAGA hates the present of America and seeks to roll it back. So I think there's enough of this we don't like America stuff to spread across, you know, the right side and the left side of the white bread. you can butter your bread on both sides of that, you know, with that people finding America lacking. It is fascinating that someone as influential as Peter Thiel thinks his major nemesis is Greta Thunberg. I could make jokes about that for days.
Yeah, maybe we weren't watching the same.
We were watching the same thing
because
Greta Thunberg comes up in a conversation about the Antichrist.
Yes,
we watched the same video.
Yes, as an avatar.
Exactly. And you know what? She came up in a conversation about the Antichrist. And if she is an avatar of an Antichrist or a potential one world dictatorship, I think they're afraid of her. That's why her name came up.
Yeah, I think Actually, I agree with him on that, because if you can basically have a little girl that gets that much backing, and I mean, even before turning into an adult, that I mean, anyone with any basis of any sense would understand that a little girl cannot accomplish that, that there's obvious a bunch of people in the background that is
Mhm.
puppeteering this person around and pulling on heartstrings and causing
You don't
people
think she
and
has free will?
you say what?
You don't think she has free will?
No, I don't think that a little, what, 14, 15, 16-year-old girl, when she started doing whatever she was doing, has
Mm,
the money, has the political pull, has
mm.
the connections in order to pull all that together and to accomplish that. I think that it's obvious that you would have to have much older, wiser people behind the curtain, as it were, that is directing things and using this as a way to manipulate people by pulling their heartstrings instead of using their minds. And if you don't find that as dangerous, that someone could basically put together a puppet that can control masses of people by pulling their heartstrings, well, I'm like, what are we doing here?
Yeah, I'm one of those people. I find it a tempest in a teacup. I think people like Thiel are much more. I'm not going to say he's dangerous. I am going to say that he is much more influential than a Greta Thunberg. You know what? Um, that's a Europe thing. People that think like
That's
her
the
are dangerous. Dangerous to whom?
well, when you
I
said that
think I think I think what people that are MAGA like adjacent are fascinating character studies. What they fear is rather interesting.
well, when you say that's a Europe thing, the long goal that I see in that chess piece play is that instead of having here in America, people look at Western tradition, which was birthed from Europe, you would have them looking at a puppet, a little girl puppet being pushed all over the world as this is the way you should think. So no, so you're basically moving a chess piece across the board that could a pawn that could possibly at one point be turned into a queen, instead of looking at the history of Western thought and how it has progressed America to the point that it is now.
Okay, well
That is
let me
dangerous.
help you out here. Um, you use the apt term. She is a pawn. She is small potatoes in the tide. Or you know what? Let me use a better nautical term. She is a small piece of flotsam and or jetsam in the tide of Western culture. I don't see Greta Thunberg as anything other than an interesting side note
Right.
to today's politics.
Right. Because you're just looking at just the girl. You're not looking at
Okay,
the
Deacon Dave, I know. Let me address your acolyte here. Uh, SKC explaining it. Yeah, he explained it, but not. It's an explanation that a Deacon Dave would seek to clap at. To me, it is absolutely wrong. Greta Thunberg is like she is a cork at the end of somebody's like fishing rod or bamboo pole. She's not making waves.
well, what I'm saying is you keep focusing in on the individual. I'm focusing in on
Yes, I
what
focus on individuals, but I'm also focusing in on the movement. I don't think the environmental movement is the mover and shaker that Peter Thiel thinks it is. And I think if it's being moved and shaken, it's not in the United States. Trump just released like millions of acres to oil exploration in Alaska and other places. The environmentalists are not winning. Black lung disease is back. They're not shutting down coal mines to a point to where black lung disease is eradicated. I don't think inside the United States Greta Thunberg is not a mover and shaker. She's not a thought leader. Peter Thiel is more a thought leader in the United States than Greta Thunberg could ever hope to be.
Right. But their conversation was not solely about the United States. It was
No,
about
I watched the conversation. I'm focusing on a part of the conversation that involved Greta Thunberg. And the larger point I'm trying to make is the MAGA folks, the folks that, the Palantir, the Elon Musks, all those people are the ones who are dissatisfied with America. That's why they seek to change it. That's why they, are giving the Ivies hell. They are not satisfied. They think America's crap. And there's, the left thinks it's crap for different reasons, but both sides think it's crap. That's my point.
Yeah, I don't agree. I don't think that the MAGA people believe that America is crap. I think that
I do. That's why they're changing it.
I think that the
Now,
people
I
on the
don't know
left
which
believe that
MAGA
it's crap.
movement. Apparently, you see a different MAGA movement than I do, but I saw an executive order trying to countermand part of the Constitution, and several others that are, kind of doing the same thing. That can't be satisfaction with the status quo.
Right. The satisfaction with the status quo doesn't mean that you believe that the country is crap.
I'm sorry, dissatisfaction with the status quo means
yes.
that you think the country is crap. That is what's behind Make America Great Again. They don't think it's great. And you know what? I bet if I searched hard enough, I could probably, find Donald Trump saying as much. So you and I just see it differently. And I will agree that the left thinks America is crap. The Nicole Hannah Joneses of the world think it's crap. However, I argue that MAGA thinks it's crap. That's why they elected Donald Trump. It seems to be, it seems MAGA in America, the American electorate elected a hammer instead of a scalpel into office because they want to tear it down. You hear these people talking about tearing it down all the time. I think that you and I see MAGA very differently.
Yeah, and that's fine. I don't think that people who are pretty much basing their national ideology on old Americana and its more influential points throughout the world. I don't think that they would view the country as crap. Now, on the opposite side, I think that people who hate old Americana believe that old Americana was basically a piss poor product, and that had it not been for their thought patterns, that it would just be some sort of white supremacist country. I think those are the people who actually believe.
Well, I would be one of those.
Crap.
America, every time I hear, and you've kind of alluded to it, I don't think you've ever said it, but America is a white country, and the whites in America, whether they're intentional or not, they are white supremacists. Or better yet, because I've actually touched on this topic before, America is very tolerant of white supremacists, very tolerant of white supremacy. You don't have to be an active participant. Sometimes doing nothing is doing something. So I'm one of those leftists who think America is inherently racist. However, I think that MAGA thinks America is crap because too many people for too long have had a voice like mine saying these things. America is crap because it has free speech to this degree, and conservatives and conservatives, but MAGA in particular, think that they are not getting a fair shake at places like Harvard, etc. And by the way, this anti-Semitism thing is a load of crap. They are basically making a mountain out of a molehill, and they're using it as the excuse to go in and punish Harvard and some of the other elite colleges. And you know what? It's a pretext. an effective pretext. And, Trump is here to make sure that people who are not like me get a quote fair shake like they never had before. I have no idea why he thinks that. For every Stanley Cross, and I'm not making the comparison because I'm not as educated or in the same league, but it's going to be a rough analogy. For every Stanley Cross, there is an Amy Wax. And Amy Wax, at least used to teach at UPenn. So, I mean, she literally had her say. She just kept taking it too far. So I think there's enough hating America for different reasons on both sides. I do not find MAGA as pro-America as MAGA thinks it is.
Yeah, I would say the differentiator between the two when you just throw it under the mantra of, both sides believe that America is crap. I think the MAGA people believe that America is being ruined. I think that the left believes that America has always been ruined unless it fundamentally changes.
I agree with all of the above. I think, but I mean, no country's perfect. I mean, we are the best of the worst. And you know
I don't
what?
think that a lot of the leftists feel that way.
Some days America is great. I think when it comes down to brass tacks, America can be great, but it can only be great when there's some existential crisis or something akin to it. The best of America happens, believe this or not, recovering from Hurricane Katrina. For all of its faults, New Orleans is up and running again. Maybe not is this in the same way, but it is up and running again and viable. And that's like people. Sometimes people are at their best under pressure and when they have to be. I think that America has flaws. It was started with a compromise that probably shouldn't have been. And anybody who disagrees with that, you know what? You have read the history as much as I have. We just come out on opposite sides of the table.
Yeah, I think that
I think that MAGA tends to be very presentist. It doesn't know American history, and if it
I
does
think
know
it
American
does.
history, if it does know American history, it warps it. Um, so MAGA being pro-America, it's a name only. They think America is crap.
Yeah.
That's why they want to change it.
I think it's like the glass half empty or half full type of viewpoint. I think I think MAGA is more of the America has fallen from its glory, and the left is more or less the almost biblical and original sin type of thing. And that it's odd that they take on that connotation because there is no country or no government that begins on a perfect slate. It's almost like they want a Garden of Eden type of
Right,
beginning,
and you know
and
what?
like that's not going to happen from mankind.
You are emblematic. In a way, you are emblematic of white America. And I don't mean this as an insult. You are very level-headed in your acceptance in the inevitability of white supremacy in America. I think people like you and Shelby Steele and the other Soul Brothers are able to deal with that dichotomy. Some people like me, you know what? I've done well. I have no huge complaints, but it is there, and pointing it out is not a sin.
Yeah. Well, like I said, it just two different viewpoints on that. The
Definitely.
thought about the I was kind of interested in when you stated the idea about wanting to change the Constitution. I've been reading
Well,
a bunch of
that
briefs.
executive order ending birthright citizenship, that is
Yeah.
literally a countermanding or an attempt to countermand something that is stated very plainly in the Constitution. And by the way, speaking of that, I haven't had a chance and may not get a chance till this weekend, but I went. You've probably been there, but the Library of Congress has all this debates and stuff like that.
Yeah.
that around the 14th Amendment. The other thing that I've learned is that citizenship, because there was a time when Chinese couldn't be, even if they were born here, couldn't be American citizens. So I think it covered that as well. But like I said, I haven't had a chance to delve deep into it. But everyone should know about this. The Library of Congress, research guides, their digital collections. This is going to start May 7, 1866, debated in the House of Representatives. It's got all the debates surrounding it. And, if anybody ever gets curious, start with the Library of Congress. It is an underutilized resource, in my opinion.
Well, if you have people that are more interested in eating, sleeping, fighting, and having their sexual proclivities oversatisfied, then something like the LOC is not going to be on the top of their daily or.
Are you calling me old?
No.
You know what? Now I do realize that a lot of people don't have time to do this sort of stuff.
Oh, that's
You're
a lie.
self-employed, so you can make the time, but not
No,
everybody's as lucky as you and I.
no, I don't believe that.
Really?
If people have the time to scroll through P Diddy videos and scroll through which chick has the biggest BBL, they have time 15-20 minutes to go look over at the Library of Congress and look at some things.
Well, you know what? To that, I'm going to say amen. We are in agreement on that.
So
Let me
there's a choice.
address AAE right quick. I haven't been to New Orleans in probably 25 years. Maybe it's been that long. I'm from Savannah, Georgia, though. These old ancient towns have a smell. If you go down to downtown Savannah, now it may be more salt air than anything, but these historic districts. Now, granted, New Orleans has been through hell, so it might have a smell. But I think all these old cities have a smell at certain times.
And this is just me. I'm not a fan of. I should say Southern Louisiana. I'm a make a demarcation. I like Northern Louisiana. It's pretty beautiful, but Southern Louisiana, man, it's just.
Well, it smells like marshes. Have you ever been out on the marshes in Savannah, for
Yeah,
instance? Summer evenings out on the marshes, there is definitely a marsh smell, which I like, by the way. I'm a saltwater guy.
it just doesn't do it for me. I'll leave it like.
Well, I can understand. Well, you don't recall an odor in Savannah? Well, I'm literally from Savannah, born and raised. So take my word for it. You just weren't there on the right day. In this case, Solid Snake wants you to repost the link to your channel.
Oh, on Rumble, I haven't did a show or anything in a long
Well,
time.
apparently,
I've been writing a lot, so.
okay. Well, apparently, Solid Snake is done with me. He needs a new mentor, and you
I don't think Solid Snake
you are
needs a
his
mentor
pick.
at all.
He's saying he wants to be your pick me.
No, I don't think Solid Snake needs a mentor at all. I think
Oh, I do.
I you know he's a very he's
Go ahead, Sid. He's
he's a
very
passionate
articulate.
speaker.
Passionate? I was
Yes,
going to say articulate.
he's a passionate speaker, and I think that a lot of there's a lot of common sense
Mother
ideas
wet?
that he
Would you
brings.
say mother wet?
Well, no, just common sense ideas that he brings up that um I would choose different words for, but there's a lot of ideas that he brings up that I agree with.
Good
It
for
may not be
you.
for the same reason, but yeah, but we have arrived at some similar conclusions.
Interesting. So this all started because American pride falls sharply. It says on Monday, Gallup reported that only 58% of U.S. adults are extremely or very proud to be American, a record low. So it's still a good majority, according to the polling organization. I wonder if they polled any illegal immigrants. Gallup data show a steady decline in national pride since 2001. Yeah, that was 9/11, with Democrats' pride dropping sharply during Trump's presidency. No surprise there. Gallup finds 92% of Republicans proud to be American, compared with 36% of Democrats, creating a 56-point pride gap. Now, let's plan a parade around that pride. Gallup data shows declining pride linked to political polarization, economic discontent, and partisan rancor. I should have said rancor for for the truisms of the world, highlighting risks to national unity and future governance. July 4 celebrations will occur despite record low patriotism, while future political shifts may influence whether national pride rebounds. Any thoughts on that?
We'll see. I think that I think that I have a prediction to make. And I've actually talked about this with my little inner circle, but in our different cities that we live in, we saw a marked reduction in a lot of the pride stuff last month. I think that there's probably going to be a larger July 4th crowd than what was.
Interesting. Well, we'll shed. It's a couple days away, so maybe we can reconvene next week and compare notes.
Yeah.
Just as a mention here, because I hadn't thought about Glenn Beck in a while. Apparently, there is a full episode here, and it's called "Ignore Leftist Lies. America's History is Good." That's hour one today. That was yesterday. So if anybody wants that link, I can drop it for you, or you can just Google Glenn Beck program. I'm sure it'll come up. And that's fine. There's good and bad in everyone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
Ebony and Ivory.
I don't know, man. There's especially I would say amongst black politica. I don't understand a lot. I don't understand a lot of their viewpoints because a lot of times they seem like they seem very angry and or
You mean the Free Diddy crowd?
dissatisfied with America as a whole. But whenever you ask them the question,
Well, why wouldn't they be?
where else would you want to go? And they really don't have answers.
Oh, funny you should mention that. And you know what? I didn't mean to go away from this just yet. I have a story. I don't know if it's ground news about the Jamaican prime minister welcoming people back to his country. So let's see. Nearly 12 million estimated to lose health coverage under Trump budget bill. You think they might have a cause to be a little bit more concerned about whether America's great or not?
Yeah, I think so. I actually think that that's a good thing.
See, this is from June 28. Hamas leader and October 7 mastermind Hakam Mohammed Al Issa killed in IDF airstrike. Let's see. Trump organization scraps Made in USA tag for its gold T1 smartphone. Trump Mobile removed references to Made in America from its website and changed screen size specs from 6.78 to 6.25 inches. Spokesperson initially claimed that T1 phones are manufactured in the United States, but Eric Trump later clarified that producing phones domestically is a future objective rather than the current situation. Zoran Mamdani proposes shifting the tax burden in New York City to richer and whiter neighborhoods. Love it. Love it. Well, any comment on that?
I mean, yeah, I actually want Mamdani to win. I really do. I want him to win. I want him to go as far as he wants to go with his proposals in NYC as its mayor. I hope he gets unlimited power in what he wants to do there in NYC. So
You know
yeah,
what? You and I actually agree on this, and it's something going back to that Peter Thiel interview where he talks about taking risks, but only the risks that he and people of his political persuasion want to take. Things like Zoran Mamdani, MAGA is doing everything it can to make that not happen. And you know what? Experimentation, taking a risk, the risk that the people seem to be willing to take, electing Mamdani, why not? He either succeeds or he fails. I think it was a risk electing Eric Adams. And when Eric Adams was first elected, I literally thought, you know what, this dude, if he does well, could be a presidential contender. And, it turns out he did not do well. But at the beginning, I'm thinking, I kind of like the cut of this guy's jib, but it didn't pan out. But you take the risk.
it sounds like you had the same ideas towards Adams that a lot of people in NYC are having towards socialism. The only difference is that
Well, I don't think he's
you
going to
do have
turn. I don't
you
think.
have a
I don't think
history
he's
to
going
look
to.
at, but I mean history, mystery.
I don't think Mamdani. Yeah, well, you know what? Bringing up the Soviet Union, that doesn't ring a bell with me. There's
Oh, I didn't bring
Sweden
it up.
and other. Well, not you specifically, but the if history is any guide, and I'm not sure that it is, because socialism doesn't have to be communism. Communism is a type.
Oh no, he literally stated we need to take the means of production.
Okay, and what
Yeah,
do
I
they
mean
produce in New York City?
that's directly out of the Communist Manifesto,
Okay,
word
again,
for word.
communism is a type of socialism. There are, shifting the means of production doesn't necessarily mean New York has a central planning committee for production. So
No, he didn't say
again,
shift the means of
okay,
production.
look, I heard you don't need to repeat yourself. I'm just saying that history may be a guide, it may not. I don't think he's going to turn New York City's, machine into, I don't think he's going to institute a pilot bureau in New York
Okay.
City.
Well, then you haven't listened to him, then, huh?
I have not in detail, but I think even if he wants to, I don't think he can.
Well, I mean, I'm not saying that he can. I'm not saying that.
That is
All I'm
not
saying is
okay. Once again, morons will speak before they know what they're talking about. Look at Norway, look at Sweden, look at some other Scandinavian countries. They are socialist, not totally communist, but they are social democracies, which is what Zoran Mamdani is. They are very successful.
no,
Now,
not
people, okay, please, let me finish. They may have some advantages because they are not as heterogeneous as the United States is. So making the comparison, and I don't like making these sorts of comparisons, to be honest. However, that socialism hasn't been successful. Seems to be the degree of socialism that really, you got to balance it out, I guess. But you're actually incorrect, is my point, Ryan.
What I was saying is I would like for you to just take a look at what his what he has said from his mouth.
You got a
In
link?
fact,
Or
in
should I
fact,
research?
yeah, no, I'll give you a link if you want, but
Okay, but let me also tell you, I'll make an excuse. Maybe it's not a good reason. I don't live in New York City. Who winds up being mayor? I think having a socialist mayor would be interesting to see if it's a springboard for the Democratic Socialists in the Democratic Party. That's it's kind of a political science thing, science project. Um, that's why I'm even interested in Mamdani, because New York, does have national implications since it's the biggest city in the country. However, I'm not a voter there. I would really have no reason to get, knee deep in what he said. But I'm if you got something that caught your attention, I'm more than willing to look there. No, I don't wish I lived in New York City. As a matter of fact, I'm glad I don't. I'm a small town guy these days.
no, I was just interested overall in how people would kind of form behind someone, regardless of what state or they were in and all of that. But I mean, it's national news, and when you delve a little bit deeper into it, when you have a guy that came out of his mouth and stated, "Yeah, this democratic socialism is basically the tip in, and we have to lead people further to where we're really trying to go.
Mhm.
We need to ultimately seize means of production, and there should be no billionaires." Yeah, I think that's basically telling you that he's not just a quote unquote democratic socialist out of his mouth.
You know what? I hear people like Sam Cedar say there shouldn't be billionaires all the time. I don't think he's. Um, I mean, the social democrats think companies should be owned by its employees. So, owning the means of production doesn't necessarily mean that the government owns it. It could be that the employees own it. That's why, I draw the distinction between, say, being a democratic socialist and, a communist where, the state actually does the economic planning. You can be a socialist and not a communist is my point, which nobody seems to be able to comprehend. By the way, Marxism is not necessarily communism, by the way. Marx was long dead by the time, you know, the Bolshevik Revolution happened. So you got that link? We can have a look at it.
Yeah, I'm trying to get the short of it because I'm not trying to get you through a bunch of commentary.
No, whatever you got. I got time. And by the way, Blue Jay, you asked me an intriguing question earlier. What would I do if I were a white man? What would I do different? I would simply, you know what? I think you don't necessarily have to do anything different as like, a broad movement. It's just when you come across a problem, recognize that, it is what it is instead of ignoring it. People like Be Brave is a good example. He wants to basically say that black crime uh, is a thing. And I'm saying the reason these things don't get solved is because we racialize crime. Okay, if it's black crime, then it's de facto a black problem. White people need not worry about it. And I think that is why crime doesn't get solved. I'm sorry, the levels of violent crime, for instance, don't get solved and continue to be problematic. I think it's literally racializing it. If you think of inner city crime as black crime, that is racism. That is a systemic thing. And I think Be Brave is emblematic of America in that regard. So what I would do if I were a white man, I would not be Brave. I would struggle not to be Brave. I think that in and of itself would be a problem solver.
Yeah, I put the link in the back, but it basically is him, and he's talking about.
Okay. Hold on one second. How old is this, by the way? Do you know?
I don't know.
Because
But
you know these crafty politicians, they will change their tune at some point.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
he speaks about basically that obviously that he's a socialist. He says that
Mhm.
there needs to be that more socialists needs to be voted in, and then he says that people aren't ready for the real goal, which is the ultimate aim of seizing the means of production.
Mhm. Well, that's a very interesting take, and let's see what he has to say. But I have a point that I actually agree with you. The only way um, MAGA and people, to the right of MAGA and the Democratic Socialists and the socialists who are to the left of them, the only way they're going to get the people to go along with them is by violence. So I think both sides, if ultimately they're not going to have 50% of the country, they'll have 50% of the country on their side. The other 50% they would seek to force. So the left isn't going to get what it wants without force. That part I agree with. And I am anti-force. I'm more let people vote on it and decide, pick their poison. So we agree the left isn't going to get what it wants. If the ultimate goal is what Mamdani says is exactly that,
Seizing the means
then
of
he's seizing it means there's got to be violence. We both agree on that. However, I think the opposite, they're opposite on the right side of things. Same diagnosis. To get what MAGA ultimately wants, to basically fundamentally make this into a Christian nationalist type country, they will have to do it by force or authoritarian rule, whichever comes first.
What the purpose is about this entire project, it's not simply to raise class consciousness, but to win socialism. And obviously raising class consciousness is a critical part of that. But making sure that we have candidates that both understand that and are willing to put that forward at every which moment that they have, at every which opportunity that they're given. We have to continue to elect more socialists. And we have to ensure that we are unapologetic about our socialism. There are also other issues that we firmly believe in, whether it's BDS, right, or whether it's the end goal of seizing the means of production, where we do not have the same level of support at this very moment. And what I want to say is that it is critical that in the way that we organize, in the way that we set up our work and our priorities, that we do not leave any one issue for the other, that we do not meet a moment and only look at what people are ready for, but that we are doing both of these things in tandem, because it is critical for us to both meet people where they're at and to also organize for what is correct and for what is right,
He's going to
and to ensure that over time we can bring people to that issue. The ramifications of victory here is the difference between life and death for so many of our brothers, sisters, and family beyond the binary across this borough of Queens. It's the difference between having cash bail anymore or not. It's the difference between having sex work be decriminalized and not. And with every battle that we fight as socialists, we need to remember what the stakes are and ground ourselves in them and why those stakes are important and critical to us as individuals.
It's like I'm looking at someone who has never read The Life of Upton Sinclair.
Bottom line is I don't see anything particularly threatening in this statement. I don't see what you see, but I'm probably more immune. And by the way, I'm not a socialist, at least not to that degree. I think there are some things that would be better socialized, but that's why I just want to see. Every political movement wants power. So him saying we need to elect more socialists, I don't find that is the coming of the Antichrist. Not like MAGA or Peter Thiel would.
It's funny to me how the take for instance like the media in general, and I would say sometimes the left in general. I believe at the beginning of Trump's run, there was like some words that he stated that people said were in connection to Mein Kampf, and everybody blew their top. There were stories about it in the whole nine. People were quoting, stating, "Oh man, that's straight out of the Mein Kampf and such." He just stated something that is directly out of the Communist Manifesto, word for word, and everybody.
Okay, I'm not sure what your point is. Is whataboutism? Is whataboutism your point?
No, it's just a comparison. Two political candidates stated something that were from places that people would state are dangerous propositions. One gets national attention, the other one people are just comfortable with. That's an A to A, apple to apple comparison.
And your point would be what?
And
other than saying, hey, you know what? The left reacted the same
with
way.
Communism.
Let me finish what I'm saying, please. The left reacting or overreacting to something out of Mein Kampf. I think that's overreacting too. So I'm not sure. Other than saying the left does it too, what is your point?
My point is that the left is comfortable with communistic statings.
Okay, and the right is comfortable with quotes out of Mein Kampf. Okay, and
all right, and there should just be an admission of that.
The right is definitely comfortable with white supremacy.
Right, and there should just definitely be an admission of both.
Oh, okay, that's your point. Okay,
yeah.
Well, I admit that the DSA folks are literally Marxists because they want to emphasize class consciousness over race consciousness. Okay, and
yeah, so it's not far off for people when people say, okay, blah blah blah, Mein Kampf, blah blah blah, Hitler, such and such. Then it should be equally okay for people to say, oh, okay,
so you want
Communist Manifesto, Mao's Red Book, Lenin, Stalin. There you go.
Your point is that there should be equal outcomes.
No, what I'm stating is there should be an equal understanding of if we're making those leaps and jumps.
There should be equal outcomes in understanding. Gotcha.
Not equal outcomes. I've never stated that. And never would. Actually, I think that's some sort of mental sickness.
Well, no, I think that's a good one-liner. So, but there's a grain of truth in it. I do not. Let's see, Lou. Welcome, Lou. How you doing? I don't agree with MAGA, but it's really funny that Stanley sees MAGA as a threat. The propaganda is real.
Yeah.
No, Lou, you might have missed my point. I think MAGA currently is a threat to America's soul. We at the beginning of the show, we looked at Trump's tour of Alligator. Well, I heard it called Alligator Auschwitz, but Alligator Alcatraz. And I just, it didn't quite make me shudder. However, I think that if cruelty is the point, in the end, it is going to corrupt the soul of America. I think training kids to hate the other and seek to get rid of the other is a move towards, the type of, well, quite frankly, the stagnation that Peter Thiel describes, though I'm sure he didn't mean that as an example. And I will point to a story that I did earlier about how getting rid of, a lot of these illegals or people who are actually here legally, but for some reason or another, Trump wants to get rid of them. That's going to wind up affecting Social Security insolvency. I'm sorry, it's going to contribute to Social Security insolvency. I don't now. This may have been, an intended thing. I think to me, MAGA would see this as a twofer. You get rid of Social Security by, getting rid of the illegals. That's a very elegant solution to two problems, at least as MAGA sees them. So, I mean, it's an elegant solution. I'm assuming it was intended. Maybe it's not intended, but there are consequences to othering people. One that, I have not heard anywhere. And it was Fox News who pointed this out, by the way. So kudos to Fox News. So I don't see MAGA as necessarily a physical threat, but I do see it as a threat to, the zeitgeist of America. And quite frankly, just to do a SKC here and talk about equal outcomes, I think that having a DSA America is going to, could be a threat as well. There's a reason these democratic socialists don't make it into high office, because America just, isn't into socialism because they've been trained to vilify it. I saw, as a matter of fact, Trump did that in the second part of his tour of Alligator Alcatraz. He literally talked about Mamdani being a communist. So, okay, no. SKC, I'm making a joke. If it's a straw man, it's a straw man. But in essence, you are basically saying it was, it's an obvious joke. So whatever. Let's see. What is AAC? Socialism does not work in the United States. Disagree with that. You obviously don't know your history very well, AAE. We're not talking about a socialist takeover of the government. So y'all need to relax. So anyway, on to this Mamdani story. Did I read this already?
I think the issue is that Mamdani, whether socialism works or not works and not other stuff, that's not what I'm arguing. What I'm arguing is that
No. I was talking to AAE, not you.
Oh yeah. But Mamdani, I think the bigger issue is that he does want communism.
Okay, yeah, they all want communism. They're not going to get it. The only way they're going to get it is by force, and I'm not for force. I keep trying to say this, and you keep going back to it. I personally, and you know what? He can want it all he wants. Okay. You know what? There are people on the right, like Imperius, who you may or may not be familiar with, want a monarchy. They want like a Catholic monarchy. They can want a lot of things, but they're not going to get it without force. And most Americans are not up to those sorts of fights. Okay. There's a lot of things people want but aren't going to get. That's my point. So they can want it all they want.
Yeah. And all I'm saying is I'm not saying that you want that or anything. And
well, no, I don't think they're gonna get it. I'm not personalizing it. I'm actually making a larger point. They want more democratic socialists in office. They have for years. They wanted to control Nancy Pelosi. They couldn't do it. Democratic socialism is to be taken in small doses in these American states because people just have a bias against it. And people like Donald Trump, demonize something probably farther than they should. But, people like AAE here see it as a slippery slope to communism. I simply don't.
Yeah. All I see is a guy that is openly stating. All I see is a guy that is openly stating that this that he is the slippery slope. He's openly stating that.
I think you are creating the straw man that you think that you fear. It's a straw man argument.
Okay, so
we literally just watched the clip. We literally just watched the clip. Did he even say communism?
Yes, he literally stated it.
I didn't hear him say communism. Let me go back and you want to listen to this?
You need to hear the actual word communism. He stated the theory of it.
Yes.
He stated the theory of it. He said we do not
no.
these things. We need to
embrace them. He didn't.
Then we need
so
to
are
move
you
to the
agreeing with
ultimate
me?
goal.
Are you agreeing with me that he did not use the word communist?
Yes, I'm agreeing with you.
Okay, that's all I need.
He just
I
used
don't
the
need.
definition.
I don't need any more because I didn't recall
Right. He
him.
used the
saying it.
definition of it. He didn't use the word.
I don't think he used the definition of it at all.
Okay, sees the means to production.
Communism has government doing the economic. It's central planning. I don't think he meant central planning.
Okay, sees the means
You
of
can
production
have
is
a
central
socialist.
planning.
You can have a democratic socialist form of government without central planning.
Seizing the means of production isn't central planning.
Seizing the means of production, that it does not mean communism. It's one of the tenets of communism. Dude, you know this as well as I do. I know you want to straw man this, but the bottom line. Well, hold on. Let me finish. The bottom line is that communism is socialism, but it's not the other way around. That's all I need to know. Now, I let you make bogeymen or straw men or whatever you want to call them out of people like Mom Donnie. I don't have the same sense of disgust.
So just answer just the question.
Okay,
Can you have
well, hold on. Let me deal with this young lady. And blacks, I disagree with you too, naturally. AAE, you know what? Blacks Who Defy Stanley and his lack of memory. This, you know what? I'm not going to even take you up on this. AAE, you don't know enough to tell me about my memory and what I remember.
So then my question, can you have any form of communism without seizing the means of production?
Okay, that's a dumb question.
Can you?
That's a dumb question.
Well, then give me a dumb answer.
Well, the dumb answer is no. And
all right.
My addendum or my caveat to my saying this is that not all socialism is communism. I've already covered this.
I'm not talking about socialism.
Okay, no, what you're talking about is nonsense, and you're belaboring a point. You are beating a dead horse. I thought we were moving on. You cannot have communism without some form of central economic planning, which implies a seizure of the means of production. If you have a company that is owned by its employees, that is a form of owning the means of production. Doesn't mean the government has to own it. I thought I pointed this out.
And yet the guy that is speaking,
yet you want to keep beating this dead horse. Why do you like horse flesh this much?
I'm not.
You want to tenderize the horse so you can roast it?
No, all I'm saying is the obvious. I'm using his quotes. I'm not strawmanning him.
Yeah. Thank you for using his quotes for the 10th time. Let's move on to this article about Mr. Mamdani, or future Mayor Mamdani. Does it have a nice ring?
Yeah, I hope it does, NYC. We need to see something destroyed.
Well, you're not a fan of New York City, so I don't think you would have a problem with it being destroyed.
I certainly wouldn't.
Zoran Mamdani, a New York City mayoral candidate, proposes to raise property taxes in richer and whiter neighborhoods to address tax disparities. His plan aims to lower taxes for homeowners in lower income areas while raising rates for expensive properties, addressing skewed property assessments. Critics, including Assistant Attorney General for Civil Rights Harmeet Dillon, I thought she was actually the Assistant Attorney General, she's the head of the Civil Rights Division, Harmeet Dillon, have described Mamdani's proposals as illegal and discriminatory. Mamdani emphasizes that his tax strategy addresses inequitable taxation, but acknowledges he lacks the authority to raise taxes without Albany's approval. Well, good for him. He wants something, but likely not to get it. Who said that a few minutes ago? Was it me? And let me drop this link while I'm thinking about it in case our mentor, Blacks Who Defy, wants to come up. Let's see. And I know you might be busy, Black, so if you can't, that's fine too. Let's see, what else do we have here? Yeah, I don't know why we're still talking about DEI departments and ESG scores. I thought they were on the way out, but you know, these people who are right of center and MAGA adjacent just love beating dead horses. Let's talk about affirmative action next, shall we? So this is somewhat related to the story I did about America, pride in America, kind of going down in Gen Z and Democratic spaces. And if it doesn't quite fit, I'm just going to force it to fit. A town tried to heal racial divides. It energized Confederate supporters instead. And of course, it'll touch upon, you know, my point about the right in particular being very tolerant of white supremacy and white supremacists, and quite frankly, lost causes. The lost cause is something that MAGA endorses. So we won't. This is a longish story, and unless it's really good, I probably excuse me, I probably won't want to listen to the whole thing. And at first I thought they were talking about Edenton, Georgia, but I think it's spelled differently. This is Edenton, North Carolina. So let's have a look at it. And feel free to stop me.
You're listening to A Town Tried to Heal Racial Divides. It energized Confederate supporters instead. A news story written by Gregory S. Schneider and read by an AI-generated voice. Edenton, North Carolina. Confederate supporters arrived first, establishing a Saturday morning base near the town waterfront with Save Our
Republic Tea Room. It is an issue for Black people or anyone. I have a copy of it's a facsimile of an old 1950-something Georgia history textbook. Yes, if Black people are learning that the Confederacy was great for Black people, that is a concern for Black people.
We're still talking about the Confederacy. Lou brought up DEI stuff. You said, "Oh, that's all been pushed back. Why are you beating on a dead horse?" The Confederacy's been dead since 1865.
It's not a dead horse. If a town is trying to fight racial healing with Confederate support, it's not a dead horse. And yeah, I know you want to laugh, but the Confederacy keeps rearing its ugly head in a very timely fashion, such as Donald Trump wanting to revert back to renaming, you know, some of these army bases after Confederate generals. And I have to admit, Pete Hegseth is very clever in, you know, finding historical figures who share the last names of some of these Confederate generals.
The South shall rise again.
Well, you know what? It has risen again, and I approve of it. Hey, I live in the South and love every minute of it. I would never want to live in the North. So I let it rise. It doesn't have to rise the same way.
You didn't tell me that you were a Ghostbuster.
A what?
A Ghostbuster.
Yeah, okay. Well, I don't live in Edenton, Georgia, so I don't have to bust ghosts here. But I want to listen to a little bit.
Confederacy? Holy crap.
Well, yeah. Well, for people like you who actually approve of the Confederacy, it's not a problem. So I get you.
Our history signs and Civil War
best.
information sheets. Some
At what?
sported red MAGA hats and shirts that proclaimed America first. Or, in one case, if you don't like Trump, then you probably won't like me, and I'm okay with that. The opposition showed up about 2 hours later carrying stark white signs with black letters. Remove this statue. For the next 2 hours, as they've done nearly every Saturday for the past 3 years, the groups mingled with confused tourists in a seemingly unending fight over a Confederate monument at the
Well,
heart
let
of
me
this
man,
historic
this
town,
one,
which
you know,
is nearly
the women
60%
have
black.
taken over
What
this
started
chat.
as an effort to promote racial unity and
Boomers, my dear, have more money than just about any other demographic group right now. Their vote counts. Your premise that boomers' opinions and feedback mean nothing. Oh my God, that is so like ignoring reality that it's stunning. This is why I don't take people like you seriously, AAE. You tend to ignore reality, and I appreciate that you live a life of the mind. I'm just hoping that you will make your mind a more fertile ground, to grow good thinking.
Edenton, by reconsidering its most prominent downtown symbol, has done the opposite. A chapter of the Sons of Confederate Veterans, long extinct locally, sprang to life. The forgotten Confederate Memorial Day was resurrected and commemorated again last month with a wreath-laying and roll call of the rebel dead. And the town council, which had formed a Human Relations Commission in 2020 to consider steps for racial reconciliation, last fall came up with a novel way to handle the statue of a generic Confederate soldier, take it down from the waterfront, add it to the courthouse. Facing north, the green patina figure of the soldier, one of many that were once found throughout the South, stands atop a stone column on a grassy traffic median where the town market once stood. Enslaved people were bought, sold, or offered for hire on that spot. The Civil War is a small part of the long heritage of Edenton, a town of about 4,500 located in Chowan County, near the western end of Albemarle Sound. Today, the town thrives on tourism. Its streets an Americana confection of pre-revolution colonial homes, next to Victorian fantasies, next to 1920s cottages. Broad Street is lined with shops and restaurants, a promenade of quaintness leading straight down to the water and the Confederate monument. Now mired in legal challenges, moving the monument would be the first time in a decade that any locality in the United States has added a Confederate statue on courthouse grounds, according to a study published last month by the Southern Poverty Law Center, a legal advocacy organization specializing in civil rights and public interest litigation. At a moment when the Trump administration is scrubbing prominent Black historic figures from U.S. government websites and condemning Smithsonian exhibits on race as divisive ideology, the Edenton statue drama, community activism, followed by a resurgence of the old order, seems to embody the nation's pivot from the reckonings of 2020 that were prompted by the murder of George Floyd by Minneapolis police. States and localities removed or renamed 169 Confederate memorials in 2020, according to the recent SPLC study, the fourth update of a survey originally conducted in 2016. Removals have declined every year since, plummeting last year to 2, the study found through an analysis of federal, state, and local data. Head researcher Rivka Maislish said the slowdown is at least partly attributable to the revival of lost cause sentiment by President Donald Trump, who has called for reinstating Confederate names on military bases and has issued an executive order that could restore Confederate monuments to federal property. The tone from the White House gives an extra sense of empowerment to those who have come out to defend the Edenton Monument every weekend for the past 3 years. On a recent sunny Saturday, Ron Toppin, 80, and 2 helpers set up a canopy over tables neatly lined with trays of Confederate information sheets and hit the sidewalk 2 hours before their opponents arrived. Trump's election made the country a whole lot better, said Toppin, whose late wife used to organize the informational materials for the group and who said his great-great-grandfather was a rebel soldier captured by the Union in 1863. We've got America back. Mike Dean, commander of the Edenton Bell Battery of the Sons of Confederate Veterans, roared up on his Harley, dubbed Traveler after Confederate General Robert E. Lee's horse,
Oh,
and took
Jesus
command of
Christ.
the
Hopefully the
outpost.
Harley is
When a
white.
few protesters began marching up the sidewalk, Dean gestured to a woman walking
Fiery
by with a
white.
sign that read, "Remove this statue." "Understand," Dean said, "these are Marxists. Marxists want to destroy history." He was referring to Deborah Miller, 66, a retired human resources specialist who grew up in Edenton. Miller is white but remembers protesting as a teenager when officials fired her high school's black band teacher. She recalls white people saying the Confederate statue, completed in 1909 but to its current spot in 1961, would remind black people to stay in their place.
I have a question for you, and then I have a video after this that I want your reaction to, SKC.
Sure.
A lot of these Confederate statues were relocated. What are your
Mhm.
thoughts on that? You know, they didn't melt them down; they just put them somewhere, somewhere that was not a place of prominence. Did you have a problem with that?
Yeah, I think that they have their deserved places. Those were Americans, and it's like it was a part of a civil war. It's a part of history. It needs to be um, remembered and recounted for what it was.
Well, you say remembered and recounted? Would you agree that black people should celebrate them?
Celebrate them?
Yeah.
Okay, I don't understand why having a statue means that a certain
Well, they're
segment of the
having a
population.
whole festival or parade or something around this
Yeah,
statue. My
yeah.
question to you, you rightly state that these Confederate heroes via statuary should be, what is it? Uh, re, damn it,
Yeah,
what were your words?
it's part of American history.
Okay, my question to you, they should be, remembered and
Recounted. Yes.
recounted. How about celebrated? Should black people, say in Edenton, Georgia, should we expect them to celebrate?
I don't think anybody ever did.
And I think you live in the South, and I live in a South that is like places like Savannah that are definitely, pro-American heritage.
Uh-huh.
I have stood under the Confederate flag on the Georgia campus of the SAE house, which
Okay.
had that big ass battle flag. You're probably familiar with the fraternity. They were definitely celebrating.
Yeah.
So
But
my question
what's
to
wrong with that?
you is, should black people celebrate as well as recall and recount?
I think that black people have free will to do what they want to do.
I think you are a born politician.
No, I think it's the same. I think it's the same argument of when people say all this stuff about pride. It's like, hey, if you want to go to the pride parade and you want to celebrate people that are doing that, you have the free will to do that. But why are you so angry if these other
It
people
was just
they
a
want to
question. Don't get
no, I'm not
wrapped
saying
around that.
you. I'm just saying other people. I don't understand how people can exist in a world where they say people can go out and celebrate their sexuality before the world, but other people can't celebrate history.
Can I ask you a question? I don't know. You probably don't know AAE. She's one of B Brave's. Actually, I saw you up on Bob's panel last night. AAE. I figured you'd be in bed with Bob right now. Why are you so ageist? And I'm not a boomer, by the way. Though I am, if been born a year later, I guess I could be considered one. Why are you so ageist? What do you have against? How did we septuagenarians harm you? Apparently, you got too many whippings by your grandmother or something as a child. So, see, I like a man of conviction, like the blacks who defy. Yes, they have been lauded and they have the right to do so. However, I disagree and would never celebrate them. Thank you. Thank you for that answer.
Yeah, but he has
Excellent.
free will.
I can always look to blacks who defy as a man of the right to have a very well crafted and thoughtful answer. Thank
No,
you, Black Superfly.
one of the odd things about and I don't understand this. Maybe you can help me with this, Stanley. One
I
thing that
will endeavor to do so.
one thing that I find odd about a lot of people on the left, if you don't have a certain feeling towards things that they find off-putting, it's almost as if they say like something's wrong with you. Like take for instance this instance of this these Confederate figurines and so forth, statues and whatever else standards that people want to fly and so forth. If you
I
as
think
a
that
as
word,
a
hey, just a
person
quick
have,
question. Septuagenarian is 60s, right? Or is it 70s? Maybe I'm getting the word wrong.
I'm not sure, but
Let me look it up right quick because if I got it wrong, I'll apologize.
but
Go ahead.
why
I'm sorry for interrupting.
but why if a black person is just indifferent towards it, why is that a problem?
Say that again.
Why if a black person is indifferent towards the Confederacy and all of the standards that they fly and the people wanting to have their celebrations and so forth, why is that a problem? Why do you have to have a hatred for it and want to fight against it, and instead of just, hey, these are people that just want to be in their historical being? What's the problem?
I don't have a problem other than I tend to find people like that odd. But I'm an odd person myself. So yeah, I'm sorry, Lou. I meant sextagenarian.
Yeah,
Sorry, I just turned 60, so I have to get all those old man terminologies right. My bad.
Sextagenarian. Huh. Okay.
Sextagenarian. I looked it up.
I'll add
I
that to the into the lexicon.
Well, good. I had to add it because I got it wrong. So I don't find it. I just find it an oddity. To be honest, I find it odd that yeah, I took college Latin as well as a year of high school Latin. Why I didn't know that, but it's been a few years since I've taken Latin.
Good thing to take.
Oh, dude, I took it in college. I took like a year of it. I loved Latin.
Yeah.
If I in my secret heart of hearts, and I never even brought it up because I didn't want my parents to laugh me out of the house. I would have loved to have been a classics major.
See that beautiful Western tradition.
Yeah, I have no problem with Western culture.
Yeah.
I mean, but I think if you are in love with Western culture, much like your wife, you have to know that she has her flaws.
Yeah, like anything, but I mean, I would rather my wife be able to speak and write rather than not.
I agree. So let's, if I can get this video to play. What do you think about this young lady? This just dropped, or I just noticed it. So
Classic.
let's see what she has to say.
Without black and
Mhm.
brown communities, there is no America. Okay.
Yeah, I just wanted to hear because she's kind of young and she's kind of like she's not. She is the classic young person. Maybe that's what she means by classic gal. She has a lot of youthful notions about America. She hasn't lived life long enough to know, to have a tempered take. Now, I don't think, I like her youthful passion. I think she's very articulate, and I don't know her background other than, she might be Native American. But anyway, this is her youthful take. Because I think black and brown, this black brown coalition never, it was always a loose association, and it definitely doesn't exist now. So let's hear what she has to say. She wants to be the youthful, what would the word be? She wants a coalition.
Where I seemed very tired, especially during the beginning. I am very tired, but I think It's not that I'm very tired, but I got a mean headache as I was sitting out in the sun, soaking up some sun. I love sun, but I have noticed that if I sit in very hot weather and on a sunny day, naturally, I do get a pretty intense headache. So there's that. Just wanted to give a heads up. if you see my other video and then you're looking at this one, you're like, huh, she look kind of like tired. I am. I feel tired. I feel like a lot of the energy was or left the building. Yeah, so I want to talk about more or less globalization, internationalism, because I feel like that has been one of the one of the key factors into why people even like the USA. It's highly globalized. It has many groups of people from just about everywhere around the world. And as you guys know, I'm from New York City, so I feel like I've experienced that very heavily in New York City. Can I say that the same
Yeah, that's
applies
why I
for
say
all
she's
of the
kind of
states?
youthful.
Heck no. But I can say that the USA has seemed to be the home for many people, right? And with this ethnic cleansing, which I just spoke about, occurring in the US, because it seems like that's it, right? And also it ties back to what I said in the beginning of the video, where I was watching, the Malcolm X movie, and that very image of the family, their home being burned down by the KKK, right? The Klansmen, whatever you want to call them, that was like a depiction of, I feel like, how white America is, especially to communities of color, where they'll take everything from you, right? And then they expect you to leave,
Well,
when
like my
they
father used to
find
say,
it's no longer,
they can't take your
for
education.
them, or whatever, however they envision it. I think it's more hinged on hate and racism nowadays, but it's almost as if this country has always tried to benefit, right? Always take from the Black and brown communities, right? Through free labor, through cheap labor. And that continues to occur today. And once they don't care or need or have a need for you, they toss you to the side, which is, interesting given the fact that although white Americans, right, those that align with white supremacy believe in their delusional minds
Republic, you're not having
that
a seizure, are you?
well, I guess it's honestly, I always call this America, right, with the K's, with the double K, with the triple K's, because it's like it's always upheld the white community, the white people, right, those that are closest to the colonizer, to an extent, although I feel like there's xenophobia as well, and I've spoken about that. But I'm always tickled by the simple fact the community would ever claim such, that they built this country, and that being the white community, as we know.
Let me make a quick point, because this is actually something that came up in a Be Brave had the misconception that everything that I show on this on this particular show I agree with. No, I mean, I think she makes some points here, but I think it's a very youthful take on how America is. First off, thinking that there's going to be a black brown coalition anytime soon. The Asians, the Asians and the Cubans made sure that's not going to happen. And when I say that's a broad generalization, I realize, but no, I don't really relate. But I think it's worth showing in light of some stories that I did about, Americans, young Americans, not really having, the patriotic love of America. So it's related to some stories that I did. That's why I'm showing it. I don't necessarily have to agree with something to think it's interesting to listen to, even if it's only to mock it. Which there's some mocking here I could do, but she's such a pretty little girl that I will spare her, the worst of it.
They enslaved the Black community. They made them work. And they do that now in a different way where they're paying individuals, immigrant individuals, that just so happen to be communities of color, meager wages, unlivable wages, right? So we see this happen still.
Take a pause real quick, Stanley.
Okay.
And they're delusional enough to believe.
And maybe this is the misogynist in me. I don't know.
Prefacing with that, now you definitely got my attention.
Yes. Beauty has no currency in the field of intellectual value.
Agree.
I don't care how beautiful you are. If you open your mouth and you begin to pontificate about subjects that you really they're not well thought out, no, you're going to get the full brunt of an intellectual lashing, and your beauty is not going to spare you from that. I think that's a fatal flaw within, I would say, particularly what I've seen in Black YouTubia. It's like, hey, I don't care that you got boobies and your face looks good and all that other stuff. If you wanted to get on the microphone and you wanted to share thoughts that come not from your boobs and your behind, but from your brain, your gray matter, then I am going to criticize that gray matter with all vigor.
With all due vigor. Well, good for you. However, I like to take into account her youth. So she's got some learning to do. That's really why I'm showing this, in support of that Gen Z, not appreciating America, etc. And yes, Deacon Dave, you are absolutely right. I am not a misogynist, and it's a matter of my upbringing. I was raised by a Black Southern version of a Southern belle. And you know what? You should always be courteous. And I'm sorry, I'm a little deferential to the fairer sex. I'm old fashioned that way. Now there are some, like if you want to come up on the panel and go head to head, as AAE will testify. Oh yeah, we can duke it out, in the mental in the mental boxing ring. However, I do not know her. I have not talked with her personally, and because she is a young lady, I will not give her, a bunch of. I'm not going to beat her up bad. Now she came on the panel and started talking like this. Who knows? Depends on the day.
Yeah,
but I'm not one to just go out and be full on misogynist just because she's a woman expressing ideas that I may or may not agree with. I'm not that guy. That's why I don't have 40 people in this audience right now, because I don't, the gratuitous, sexism just isn't my style.
Yeah. Now I agree with you.
Not that you were. I don't think you were gratuitous, to be honest.
No, I agree with you with a bit, with the, Southern hospitality and the gentleman and the lady thing. I like all of that, but there's a trade-off, because I recall those ladies of old, and some that even preserve that today. They have that Gentile way of stating things such as, "Oh, woe is me. I don't want to get into the discussion of y'all manly things over there. Y'all, Let
No, my
me go in
mother,
here and
you
bring
don't
y'all some cookies and
you should
drinks.
know the Southern Bells. Have you ever seen Steel Magnolias? You know what? Now that was probably the opposite, where the guy that Tom Skerritt plays is a little absent-minded, blowing pigeons out of trees, before a wedding party. You remember that scene? So it was a little too, pro Southern Belle, but most Southern Belles like the one I was raised by, you know what? They are sweet and syrupy until they're not. And when you push them too far, they stop being sweet and syrupy and become very sticky, like flypaper.
Right. But you have to push to get to that point.
Exactly.
But the trade-off is like mainly when it comes to things that they're not primarily concerned with. They're not going to just be heavily opinionated about such things. They may have more important things of their world to deal with.
I guess that's. But let me. Yes, Free Zone Lou. You remember that day, don't you? She came in hot. I don't know if you all know Charisse. I can't remember the name of her show. Maybe somebody can drop it into the chat. But she has a big audience. But anyway, one day she came in hot, and I was not having it, and I started calling her a gum popper. Told her, don't be coming up here popping your gum, like who the hell I am, and what the hell you're talking about. And I just kept pounding her with that gum popper. Gum popper and rolling your neck. I just hung that stereotype around her. I did not know her, but she came in hot and she got what she got. And you know what? When I go into her chat, she's just as cordial. We've talked. She had a real family tragedy that was an honest to God tragedy. So, I definitely, expressed my condolences. And you know what? I wouldn't go on her panel and be all combative, and I don't think she would come back up here. And she hasn't been back, by the way, all combative. But on that day, she picked the right day to come up, and I just told her about herself, or at least the way she appeared to me. So it's not that I can't go toe to toe with a gum popper. It's just that I don't know this girl. I can only, go by what she's saying. And I think that she has some things to learn. She's got that youthful, the youthful exuberance and optimism hasn't been beat out of her by life. Oh yeah, well, that may or may not be. Lou says she grew to respect me after she was conquered. Yeah, you're not going to come up on my panel with that kind of foolishness and not be, there is not a woman who's going to come up here and or a man. No, you want to take over the panel, you better be ready. You better take it by force. So let's see, what have we? I think we've had enough of this young lady. We probably had enough of this Confederate, the lost cause news. This is a total change of topic, and this is some stuff that I had left over from yesterday that I did not get to. There's a race to power the future, and China is pulling away, which I think is more important than Diddy news. So I know it's saying here, in China, more wind turbines and solar panels were installed last year than in the rest of the world combined. And China's clean energy boom is going global. Chinese companies are building electric vehicles and battery factories in Brazil, Thailand, Morocco, Hungary, and beyond. At the same time, in the United States, President Trump is pressing Japan and South Korea to invest trillions of dollars in a project to ship natural gas to Asia. General Motors just killed plans to make electric motors at a factory near Buffalo, New York. Instead, we'll put $888 million into building V8 gasoline engines there. What do you think about this? Knowing that a lot of the tax credits and benefits and what have you is going to be phased out, if not outright taken away, in this big beautiful bill that the Senate, by the way, passed, and it's heading back to the House. Any thoughts on that? I'm afraid that we will not be where we need to be as far as the research and the innovation into clean energy, and China might wind up being a leader. Any thoughts on that?
I tend to agree with Black Suit Fire, and not only agree with that, I hear from
Oh
firsthand
shit.
accounts from family. So a lot of things that are stated in China by have to go through the CCP in order to be printed and reported for the majority, and there's a lot that is just not stated. So um, trusting things that just come out of China, or people who report on China who don't really have true access
Okay,
to
I
it.
have no idea what you're saying, and I have no idea why you agree with blacks. The article isn't about China being a wasteland. It's about China becoming a leader in clean energy. I don't know where you. Of course, China is a wasteland. That's probably why they want clean energy. Also, they're very dependent on oil. They probably want to move away from that. So, my question is, what do you think about China becoming a leader in clean energy? As far as it being a wasteland, that's kind of a different topic.
It being a leader in clean energy is a oxymoron.
Is it now?
Yes.
Okay, well, that's a thought. I
I mean,
agree with officially corrupt. China being one of the largest polluters needs to be the leader. I totally agree. You know why they're becoming the leader is worth going into, but it's kind of a different topic. They are going to be a leader, and they are opening factories in other BRICS countries, I guess they are. And you know what? What if people just decide, hey, look, you know what? China's the leader here. Let's follow their policies.
yeah, that's
And
easy.
let's see, Black says his point is that they are not going to lead anything. They will not have the manpower resources to do. That's why they're shipping their factories overseas, is my guess.
Yeah, the the Chinese position on clean energy has been, it doesn't exist for its inception, really. So I don't understand how anyone could even have the audacity to try to pen an article of such.
Well, do you think that MAGA, because there are a lot of MAGA folks who seem to fear China, like Ryan is one of them. I don't know if he's still in the chat, but you know, the left was Russia, 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 and Ryan is China, China, China. Do you think his fears of China becoming some sort of leader are unfounded?
No, I just think that China operates in a very dirty way, politically, in industry, and I think there was a lot of people who tried to cover over a lot of the things that China was doing. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, wasn't there just a report that kind of proved that the FBI knew that China was doing election interference?
Again, nice move of the goalpost.
No, I'm just saying.
You tell me.
Yeah.
China, I didn't say China had a halo hovering over it.
No,
I
I'm not
just
saying
said
that.
they're
I'm just
installing and doing a lot of clean energy stuff. That was really what I was trying to get at.
Yeah, I don't think I don't think that they're really interested in any clean energy in it or anything.
Really?
No,
Okay.
not at all.
All right. Well, let's see here. Yeah, I'm not going to go knee deep into
I think
into
that
this article.
I think decades and decades of their policy have shown
Mhm,
that, and I think anybody who has actually been boots on the ground in China and who has
mhm,
had to wear a face mask throughout cities and so forth, just
mhm,
to preserve your lungs,
mhm.
knows that that's a bunch of crock.
Okay. Well, I mean, the thing is a lot of these battery factories and stuff, they pose environmental dangers of their own.
Correct.
Anybody who's ever worked in a warehouse with electric, vehicles, electric forklifts and stuff like that, battery maintenance is incredibly hard, and the fluids, the liquids inside are incredibly corrosive. So this clean energy stuff presents hazards of its own.
I'll say this to you, Stanley. Here in Houston, there is a part of town, like an offshoot of town called Pasadena, and it has a lot of industrial manufacturing and chemical plants and all that other stuff. And and people can tell when they move over into that side of town because your breathing changes a little bit and so forth. Having experienced that, and also having experienced being in some Chinese cities where I needed to wear a mask, it was a whole nother animal. And so someone to sit up and try to say that China is interested in becoming a leader of clean air, that's a bunch of bull.
Okay. Let's see. I'm at a little crossroads here. You brought up the FBI and Trump, and I think rightly, believe it or not, keeps the FBI headquarters in DC, upending a planned move. If you keep up with this sort of stuff, they were planning on moving out to Maryland somewhere, out into the hinterlands, and Trump is basically moving them into another building in DC, which I think is a good thing. He's basically moving. He's basically moving the FBI to the Ronald Reagan building and the International Trade Center, the former home of the USAID. So USAID ain't coming back, at least in Trump's mind. By the way, it's not going away. It's just down to like 2 men or something. So I actually approve of this. If there are going to be a bunch of buildings that need to be used, no reason to go out and spend money building a new building just for the FBI. And I don't think, Trump's not a big fan of the FBI anyway. So, there's probably a little bit of a punitive plank somewhere in that platform. And then Republic Room, Tea Room, there's a video where a Chinese man tells Trump not to trust China. Funny you should mention that. I have a story, which I guess I planned for tomorrow because I don't see it up in my tabs here. China basically has been taunting they've been taunting Trump over a lot of his a lot of the stuff they are saying he is failing at. So there is a lot of a little bit of a we don't get to see a lot of what goes on in China, obviously, but there's a whole lot of roasting of Trump there. And speaking of which, I see this. Everybody, if you're new, just like Bianca did here, if you're new to the John Galt channel, please make sure you subscribe. Also, do me a favor, subscribe to the Stanley Cross channel as well. It's at Stanley Cross 6000. And a special bonus, if you want to avoid shows like Stanley versus the World and Stanley in the chats, like during roasting people in John Galt's chats or Porsche's chats, make sure you subscribe to the Urban Landlord Clips channel. I rarely go in that chat when John does a show, and I don't stream this show over there. I stream it to my channel, of course, to the John Galt channel, and then it also streams. Well, I don't stream it to the Urban Landlord Clips, so it is a safe spot for those who think Stanley's a bully, and your whoopies waiting over there for you in a bottle of warm chocolate milk today. Today is chocolate milk. And you can feel safe from Stanley over there. It's a safe from Stanley space. So make sure you support the host. This is the Washington Post. I subscribe to the Washington Post, and that's why I get, a lot of the goodies, like that Peter Thiel interview, which was a New York Times thing. So I don't even think it's on YouTube yet. It might be, but anyway, support your host by supporting the show. Please make sure that you also support Portia J, who is on vacation in Africa. I guess she'll be back soon enough. She does check in from time to time over here. I haven't seen her in the last couple days, so she's probably out on safari or something, killing some trophies. I'm just kidding about that. I don't think they let her take her guns over there, but they might. So that is that. Hold on one sec, Wale. I think you're one of. I'm sure you've been up here before, but I'm not 100% positive. So give me one sec here. Build back Becky. Yeah, that is definitely a joke. I guess. So let's put this up. And Wale, you've been up here before, right?
Yeah. How you doing?
Okay, yeah, you were up here with John one day.
Yeah, I had seen John on another panel, and
Yeah,
I
I
was just
remember.
curious about where he was coming from and stuff like that. So I came to
So
see.
well, it's good. I'm glad you decided to come up. Welcome. Just one quick point here about this this electoral map. I just put it up here as eye candy / a splash screen, just to screen the people coming up. But I bet there's some people. This is like catnip to this audience. I know Republic Room is probably rolling over and licking her paws in pleasure seeing this electoral map. It's just a joke, Republic Tea Room. So what you got on your mind there, Wale?
I was just curiously listening to what you guys were doing, and trying to get a feel for where you're at. And I heard a guy saying he spent some time in China, and I was just curious as to how many months he spent there.
SKC?
It sounded like he spent some time there, he was saying. So
I think he was just talking about dirty cities. Was it China?
Yeah, no months at all. Just a few weeks.
What, 3 or 4
cool.
weeks?
Usually the most I've done was about 2, but it's been over a few years.
Oh, you've been more than once? Is that what you're saying? You've been more than once? Yeah. Is this thing on? Okay.
Yeah, I'm curious as to why you're curious.
Because I have friends in China, and they paint a different picture. So I was just curious how long you were there to develop the country, and then how many times under the 2 or 3 week thing.
Yeah, they probably do have a different opinion. The countryside is beautiful, but in the more populated cities and industrial zones, the air quality is really bad.
Oh yeah, okay, that's what you. Okay.
Is that the same kind of thought that your friends have?
Actually, no, I don't think they live in the areas you were describing with bad air, because I never heard them talk about that. So it might, like you said, it's a big place. It's a lot of places to live, a lot of things going on. And that's why I asked how long you stayed, because I international travel myself, and I've been to places for 2 weeks and realized that wasn't enough time for me to see much.
Well, yeah, you may be correct in that. I was not there for extended months. I don't know if you spent months at a time over there. Yeah, no.
Not in China. I've not been to China.
Yeah.
I travel internationally, and I try to spend anywhere from 2 weeks to 2 months wherever I go, just for like the first trip. I'm not even trying to get deep. Just go to kind of do a reckoning, and then go back.
Oh, doing a little reconnaissance, and that's it. And
that's what I consider 2 weeks to 2 months. That's all I can get out of that. Check it out, see how the vibes are, see if they're conducive to my vibes, and then maybe I'll come back and get deep. But in 2 weeks, 2 months actually, I don't feel. I just haven't been able to feel like I can get deep into the culture of the people and stuff, like, because I went to one place for 2 weeks and I went back and I was like, damn, this not what I remember. But I was in a different location with different people. It was the same place though. I mean, the same country. I'm just dealing with people. The whole thing was different. The whole experience was totally different.
Oh yeah, obviously. But like I was stating, and I know you said you have friends there. But part of my family used to live in China. So
beautiful.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Just to address Deacon Dave's point here, look, in my life, I have traveled, I wouldn't say extensively, but a lot. And you know what? For traveling long distances, the ends do not justify the means. If I have to drive over like a couple hours, I start getting bored. It's been a while since I've taken a flight, but the last time I took a long flight, it was from Dulles. And you know what? Back in those days, my son was still like maybe 2 or 3. So it's been some years. The ends don't justify the means. If I have to go somewhere, I'm not afraid to do it. It's just inconvenient. Long plane rides. I once flew from Warwick, Rhode Island, to Bahrain with a guy. I don't even remember how long the layover was in the Philadelphia airport. I do not like long plane flights. They bore me, and there better be alcohol. And then you got to get up and pee. I just don't like long distance travel. The ends do not justify the means, unless I have to.
Now I'm curious. Why would you go to Bahrain? What caused you to?
I was in the Navy.
Oh, it was a job. Okay, I guess.
Yeah. But it was still a long plane ride. I can't imagine that I would feel any different if the trip was for pleasure.
I've taken a 13-hour, so I know what you're talking.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm a reader. I can find things to do, but you know what? You are my senior, as Dave says. I'm 60. Look, I just, if I have to, sure. Somebody said, "Hey, here's a free trip to China." I would definitely go. However, otherwise, it would have to be extenuating or extraordinary circumstances for me to consider. Like, I drive from where I live to Savannah, my hometown, which is about 4 hours, and that's about my limit.
Okay.
So
I just took a drive yesterday, a 3-hour drive.
So to the guy that joined us, I think his name is Will. Is that right?
Wale?
It's Wale.
Is that
Wale? What got you interested in international travel?
Mostly because I realized that I was being, boxed in by not going out of the box.
What box?
The U.S.
Oh, okay. And did a lot of your views change after traveling internationally?
I can't say they changed as much as I was able to see a lot of stuff that I don't think people can see inside the box.
Oh, okay.
Hey, by the way, apparently Diddy got off. John's doing a show called Diddy Beat the Case. So I saw the news flash, and I was actually going to talk about it, but John's talking about it. I don't really need to. So Anyway, go ahead. I don't mean to interrupt this conversation. I just wanted to bring up that breaking news.
Yeah, I was just interested in Wale's, experience with, I guess, the rationales of why he wanted to travel internationally. He stated to get out of the box. When did you start this field of international travel?
Or 82, 81.
Okay.
And mostly like Stan said, I was in the military. I got in the military to travel.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And then when I got out, I was like, as soon as I can get me a couple of bucks, I'm going somewhere. And I keep my passport up to date, and I go when I can, and when I can't, I'm good.
There are a couple places I'd probably like to see again. Cuba would be one of them. I've only seen Guantanamo. And
okay.
the other place I loved, Haifa, Israel. I definitely want to go back there. And then the Yorkshire Dales. That's just because I liked growing up. I liked All Creatures Great and Small, and they make the Yorkshire Dales look so beautiful. So
And here
those are
I
Go
thought,
ahead.
Stanley, that your number one place to go back to would have been Egypt.
No. You know what? No. I'll pass. I've never made it to Cairo, but from what I've seen and heard, because I've had friends who were on my ship, I had to always be near the ship because of the nature of my job. So when I was in Egypt, I didn't get to travel too far away from the ship.
What year was that, please?
Oh, this is early 90s. I call it the tail end of Desert Storm. On my first deployment, and then we did the Red Sea blockade of Iraq. I did like a year later on my second deployment. So I've been out of the Navy way longer than I was in it.
That's what it sounded like, the Navy. Okay, I get you.
Yeah, I loved it. I've got buddies who have stars on their collars, but it wasn't my destiny.
I was just curious. What was your thrill about Israel? I think you say Israel.
I loved Haifa. I was there during Christmas. I got to visit Barcelona during the Christmas season. And as you can imagine, in Spain, pretty Catholic country, they make a big deal out of it. I was also in Naples during that time. They kind of had, they make a big deal out of Christmas. Haifa, Israel. I don't know what it was being in the Holy Land during Christmas. Maybe that was it. It's a port city, and I'm from Savannah, port city. The people there were just so nice. I met Zubin Mehta there. The USO gave me, escorted me and took me to see Zubin Mehta in the Israeli Philharmonic. They took me backstage, and when I met him, I had no clue who he was until years later when he got a job directing the LA Philharmonic. He was a big deal. So I shook hands, and he asked me how I was. We talked a little bit. I knew he directed the Philharmonic, but I didn't know how big a name he was, or I'd have gotten an autograph or something.
I know my brother went there. My youngest brother went there, and he was pleased with the visit that he had there too. I think he was there for less than 2 weeks, but he was pleased, he said, with the visit.
If I recall, I was there a week. One of the other things, and I had a bad habit of doing this. I don't do package tours, and my roommate was he was married, and he'd always go out shopping for trinkets for his wife. I wasn't into that. I would just roam around Haifa just by myself, wherever my feet would take me, and just random, hey, how you doing? Now a lot of it had to do with once they discovered I was American. You get treated like royalty over there if you are American military. So that was part of why the charm, I'm sure. First time I had hummus. The first time I had hummus was an adopt-a-sailor dinner. His family adopted me for dinner, and I loved hummus. So, after that.
Did you meet any Ethiopians while you were there?
No, but I did meet a Sephardic Jew, and you know what? We I went out with her a few times. This woman was just drop dead gorgeous. She had really like dark skin, about my complexion, very brown skin. In America, people would probably think she was, had an African heritage, and I'm sure she does, being Sephardic. But we kind of pen palled it and then kind of lost touch over the year I was away. But yeah, I probably should have made more effort to stay in touch with her. But
Is that your photograph up here on the screen?
Too far to what?
I said, is this your photograph that's on the screen? I just looked at the screen. Photograph.
No, this is
something about your skin color. I said, let me look and see what your skin color is, because I don't know.
Probably with light, I'm probably a little darker than this. But the reason I bring this guy up is a 92-year-old UK man gets a life sentence for 1967 rape and murder. So,
wow. That's beautiful.
So that's why his mugshot is up there. Definitely not me.
There is no time on murder.
No, there's no statute of limitations.
Yeah, that's what my understanding is. There's no time limit on murder.
Well, let's have a look at this. It was such an odd story that I had to cover it. So this is Ryland Headley, 92, in an undated handout photo from Avon and Somerset Police. So this is just a short article, but it's definitely interesting. This dude is this is a 75, was convicted this week in the killing of 75-year-old Louisa Dunn. Apparently this happened way back, I was 2 years old in 67.
92-year-old UK man gets life sentence for 1967 rape and murder. This article is by Claire Moses and read by an automated voice. A British court on Tuesday gave a life sentence to a 92-year-old man for a crime committed in 1967 in one of the country's oldest cold cases. A jury had found the man, Ryland Headley, guilty on Monday of the murder and rape of a 75-year-old British woman, nearly 6 decades after a neighbor found her body in her home outside Bristol, England, according to Avon and Somerset Police. The judge, Derek Sweeting, said during the sentencing that Mr. Headley had shown a, quote, complete disregard for human life and dignity, according to a statement from the police after the sentencing hearing on Tuesday. He said that Mr. Headley, quote, met her screams and struggles with force sufficient to kill. Mr. Headley's sentence includes a minimum of 20 years in prison before consideration for parole. Given his age, Judge Sweeting told him, you will never be released, you will die in prison. Ms. Dunn was a vulnerable, elderly woman living alone, the judge said. She did not have many possessions in her home, Judge Sweeting continued, and she led a simple life. When Ms. Dunn's window was left open on the morning of June 28, 1967, and she had not been seen by anybody, her neighbors grew concerned, Judge Sweeting said. The police reopened the case in 2023. In May 2024, they sent items, including a blue skirt Ms. Dunn was wearing at the time of her attack, for forensic analysis, the police said. Police obtained DNA that they were able to match with Mr. Headley. Semen was found on the skirt, according to the police. Mr. Headley's DNA was placed onto the system in 2012 following an unconnected and unrelated incident, according to the police, who did not give further details. The police also matched a palm print that was left on Ms. Dunn's bedroom window to one taken from Mr. Headley after he was in custody, they said. Avon and Somerset Police arrested Mr. Headley on November 19th, and he has been in custody since, the police said. In a video released by the police, Mr. Headley can be seen answering no comment to a police officer's questions about Ms. Dunn's death. In the initial investigation into Ms. Dunn's murder, the authorities fingerprinted more than 19,000 men and took 1,300 statements. Mr. Headley had not been part of that investigation because he lived outside of the area, according to a statement by Dave Marchant, a detective with the Bristol Police. In 1977, Mr. Headley was found guilty on 2 counts of rape elsewhere in England. He attacked elderly women in Ipswich by breaking into their homes overnight and threatening them with violence, according to the police. He received a life sentence that was later reduced, the police said. I thought he would never be caught, said Mary Dainton, Ms. Dunn's granddaughter, in a video shared by the police, adding that she had given up hope that her grandmother's murder would ever be solved. Hearing the news that the police had found Mr. Headley was quite a shock, Ms. Dainton said. Ms. Dainton was 20 at the time of her grandmother's death, which deeply affected her and the rest of her family, she told reporters outside of the court on Monday. I don't think my mother ever recovered from it, she said. The anxiety clouded the rest of her life.
Well, that's that. Part of it's over in Britain. Probably nothing much to do about anything that we need to cover. But it was such an odd story that I figured. And before we get to your question, SKC, because I have a video that I definitely want your input on. Also, it's about 15 minutes, and I won't go deep into this story. But Jimmy Swaggart. I definitely remember him from my childhood. The televangelist held by sex scandal, dies at 90. Um, I don't remember the details of the scandal, but I definitely remember Jimmy Swaggart. I
Wasn't
remember.
that the Lord knows I've sinned?
Yeah, that's the guy.
May I interject before you get off too far away from the subject matter we just listened to? I was curious as I listened to the story, especially toward the end. It sounded as though the man was already in prison when they decided to try him for this next case. He had been, I think they said, two rapes, right? And he got some kind of long conviction on that. So apparently he was already. I mean, it seems no one was specific, but it seems like he was already in the system. And that's how they caught him, because once he got in the system,
DNA
backtracked him to the cold case. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So it sounds like he was already in the system as far as an inmate, and they didn't just go pick up a 92-year-old guy out of some old folks home, on a case. He was busy the whole time, because that's what I was thinking. That was 55 years. Ain't nothing else on him. And then they brought the rest.
I think the thing that stood out for me is that the length of the cold case. They were persistent, and at least the family kind of gets resolution. Something that obviously they talked about the family being pretty devastated, I guess would be the word. So there will be some closure at least.
Devastated, that's a mild word for what I would be, with a
what can I say? I'm a mild person.
I get it. So I just wanted to bring that together in my mind. So you agree he was already involved in some other stuff?
Yeah, it said he had gotten a life sentence for 2 other rapes, I think it was.
Oh, okay. So this is just, we found the rest of your
this
stuff.
is just catching up some loose ends and giving some closure to the family of that poor lady.
Sometimes I be hearing people say this too, and the guy say, "I didn't do that. I'm not guilty. I'm innocent of what they got you for." But if we look deep, it's probably something they ain't getting you for that you're getting for right now. Like this guy, he got something 55 years later.
Score one for the good guys. So this I just popped into my algorithm. This title fascinates me. It's basically called "Southern Blacks Moved North and Ruined Everything They Said." So, there is a book that I just read, The Devil You Know by Charles Blow, talks about ultimately he talks about a second mass movement of Black folks, a reverse migration back to the South. But he talks about the bifurcation of the Black community, escaping, the oppression in the South. They moved to a North that was ill-equipped to deal with this massive influx. And that massive influx brought out, some inherent racist or forced the North, places like Chicago, to deal in a very racist way with this increase in in its Black community. So this is kind of something that I recently read about, and I don't know what this video is all about, but it sounds interesting. And since the both of you are interested in Black culture, and it dovetails with SKC's question to you, Wale, about what are Wale's thoughts on Black America. Let's listen to a little bit. I'm not committed to listening to the whole thing, but this video and SKC's question, maybe we can cover that, and it'll probably be the last topic of this show, because we're at 5 hours, and I've been doing long shows, and I have no interest in doing another 12 hours or 10 hours today. So let's listen to a little bit of this.
One thing that could make a group of previously settled Blacks in the North upset, it was the influx of thousands of Southern Negroes coming into the place where they lived. Ooh-wee, they didn't like that. Why not? That's what we're going to find out in this commentary. So pay close attention, because it gets spicy. We're continuing our study from the 1945 book titled Black Metropolis by St. Clair Drake and Horace Caton. Integrity. When the Great Migration began, there were about 44,000 Negroes in Chicago. The Great Migration of Negroes moving from the South to North began in 1910, according to most historians. But the surge really got going after 1915, while World War I was taking place. So prior to this, and over many, many decades, the Negro population in Chicago grew slow until it reached 44,000. When it ceased, there were over 100,000. The point he's referring to is after the war, once the influx really slowed down. In 1920, there were around 109,000 Negroes in Chicago. So the Black population more than doubled in less than a decade. As has been seen, the impact of this influx upon the white community resulted in a race riot. How so? Because such large groups of Negroes rushing into the city was a perceived threat to white neighborhoods, jobs, and the city's social order. That threat stirred up fear and frustration, and eventually resulted in violence. Its effect on the colored old settlers, while less dramatic, was nevertheless disturbing. The Southern migrants reacted enthusiastically to the economic opportunities and the freer atmosphere of the North. But the old settlers were far from enthusiastic over the migrants, despite the fact that many of them were eventually to profit by the organization of the expanding Negro market and the Black electorate. The riot, to them, marked a turning point in the history of Chicago. Which riot? The riot in 1919, where the Negro boy at the beach swam over the segregated line into the white section and was stoned by the whites until he drowned. After that, the city turned chaotic, with both whites and Blacks engaged in an all-out race riot. The old-timers viewed this as the event that changed everything for them in Chicago. Even today, as they reconstruct the past, they look back on an era before that shattering event, when all Negroes who wanted to work had jobs, when a premium was placed on refinement and gentility, and when there was no prejudice to mar the relations between Negroes and whites. As they see it, the newcomers disturbed the balance of relationships within the Negro community and with the white community. From their point of view, the migrants were people who knew nothing of the city's traditions, were unaware of the role which Negroes had played in the political and economic life of Chicago, and did not appreciate the sacrifices of the pioneers. Old settlers still complain that the migrants
made it hard for all of us.
Uh-oh, here we go. Typical of such statements is that of a woman who came to Chicago as a child in the 90s.
There was no discrimination in Chicago during my early childhood days. But as the Negroes began coming to Chicago in numbers, it seems they brought discrimination with them.
Now, was Chicago absolutely empty of discrimination before this time? Most likely not. But in small numbers, Negro communities in the North were more tolerated, and they often didn't feel the prejudice and discrimination as much. But once the population increased to be as large as it did, in the short time it did, it was bound to present problems. And that would have happened with almost any outside group under those conditions. Another woman whose family arrived in 1906 insists that
there's just as much difference in Chicago now as to what it was then as night and day. Why, you could work anywhere. You could even demand what you wanted, but you can't do that now. The people wasn't so prejudiced then as they are now.
Which I'm inclined to believe as accurate. Less Negroes meant less perceived encroachment into white neighborhoods.
Which reminds me of the point about oh shit, you know what, this guy is projecting his Kindle. You know what, that's something. I've got Kindle on this computer, plenty of books. I never thought about doing that, so now I know. I was going to point out, that old aphorism, Southerners like individual blacks but not black culture, and Northerners Northerners like black culture, but they don't particularly like black individuals. I think this kind of goes against the second half of that aphorism, or maybe it supports it. I guess you could look at it either way.
Fewer daily interactions and less tension in general. But as the numbers grew, so did the white anxiety and open prejudice. The theme of these denunciations is usually the idea that
I don't think that they overstate Jim Crow. I think in a way they don't appreciate the extent of Jim Crow. I'm going to say that, the red line laws and the ordinances that, the restrictive covenants, that was a part of Jim Crow. So I think the exact opposite. They understate Jim Crow and are mistakenly thinking that it only happened in the South.
Migrants didn't know how to act, or that they spoiled things, rather than the mere fact of an increase in the number of Negroes. They came in with that Southern country culture, which was out of place for the city. That's what's meant by not knowing how to act. Because it's perfectly fine to be loud out in the country. I have black neighbors and white neighbors out here in the country, and at times both of them get loud. As a matter of fact, I hear the white couple get loud and bicker more frequently than the blacks. But this is the country. It's acceptable out here because we live at a good distance from each other. And it's not really much of a disturbance. But if they take that same behavior to the city where people live much closer, then for sure it's going to be a problem. People are going to be looking at them like something's going on.
Yeah, but that's a rural versus.
So it wasn't about being bad people.
Yeah, that's like a city mouse, country mouse sort of.
It was about learning to match the behavior with the setting. Occasionally, the remarks are tinged with scorn and bitterness, as in the case of a colored civil engineer who came to Chicago before the Spanish-American War.
As far as Negroes are concerned, there were very few here then, and the ones that were here had been here for years. They were just about civilized and didn't make apes out of themselves like the ones who came here during 1917 to 18.
Wow.
We all suffer for what
like
one
you would say.
fool will do.
It's getting wild. Old settlers sometimes cite specific areas of activity in which they insist little prejudice was shown. One of them paints a glowing picture of the good old days.
During that time, 1912, there wasn't any difference shown in color at all. In the Loop itself, they had Negro clerks in the leading stores. So far as professional and businessmen were concerned, the colored doctors had as many white customers as colored. During that time, people would get the first doctor they could, regardless of color. White people didn't pay any attention to your color. In fact, I went everywhere I wanted to go, and there was no difference shown me, and you can look at my color and see that nobody mistake me for any other nationality. You take the restaurants. You could go into any of them downtown that you wanted to, and you would be served courteously.
Maybe he's telling the truth about his experience.
Hey, pause real
I'm
quick.
not so sure that this was the same across the board for all blacks in early Chicago.
See,
There you go.
the issue is that because these I would say instances and histories are in print and in part of the historical they're part of history. A lot of black people and some of the liberal left they just toss all of these narratives completely out of the window as if they did not exist at all, or just state these people were lying. And I just don't think that that's a good way to cover history.
Okay.
These people existed. They recounted about what life was during a particular time. They talked about how racism and different things was not that big of a deal to them. They talked about the jobs that they held. They talked about the places that they went.
Okay, and what's your point? Are you saying that? Well, hold on. Let me see if I see where you're going. It was not a problem because there weren't many blacks to deal with. It wasn't a problem until it became a problem.
Well, one of the things that he noted, especially when he used the the statement ape.
Well, I knew that would tickle you.
Well, he was talking about there was a shift in behavior change.
Well, right. And he explained why there was a behavior change. And I am trying to figure out whether, that's a very Shelby Steele thing to say, don't worry about racism or racists if you don't encounter them day after day, which I'm kind of in that vein, but there were obvious reasons that the population swelled. I don't know which one is proper. My point here is that you got a bunch of yokels coming up from the South who don't know how to act in the city, and apparently made it hard for the blacks who were there.
Mm-hmm.
I understand your point to a degree, but just because you don't see a problem, just because something's out of sight, doesn't mean it's a problem. It was a problem that didn't get exacerbated until there were a lot of country bumpkins up there from Mississippi, and then it became a problem.
Right, but the problem that you're trying to focus in on is that you believe that it was a racial white supremacy problem when the people who were living, while the people who were living there, who are giving their account, are stating that it was not a racial problem.
It was not. No, there was a racial problem. It just didn't. It wasn't a daily occurrence. It became a daily occurrence because the population swelled, and you basically imposing some sort of covenant, saying you can't sell your house to, a certain type of person. That is textbook racism and racist behavior. So I don't buy your argument is the bottom line. It just wasn't a day-to-day problem, and it became a day-to-day problem. That's my take on it.
Right. But I'm not making a take. I'm just taking what the people who live there were stating.
Yeah. And you are conveniently not reading between the lines or kind of forming a narrative out of facts. It is a fact that these people felt this way because it's in writing. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to write a PhD thesis on this instead of a book report. The book report version is that people, kind of thought that having these blacks come up was ruined a good thing The PhD thesis version wants to ask why there was a problem with this influx. Now, I think one of the reasons is the boisterous behavior, but I think the deeper problem is, it's kind of like the Force Awakens.
So
The force was there, but there was a disturbance that caused the force to awaken.
So basically, you're stating that these people who lived there, who had these
No. You
jobs,
misunderstand me. You misunderstand me. I'm
I
not
haven't even
focusing on the
finished.
people. Okay, you don't need to finish. You're just repeating yourself.
What am I
What I'm
going to
saying,
say?
what I'm saying is the people have their take on it. I'm looking at it more systemically.
Oh,
I'm
so you're
saying
saying
it
that they
was
were too stupid
always
to know.
the racism, the systems were either there. And you know what? Let me actually help you out here.
They were too
There
stupid.
was no need. There was no need for a systemic response to the prejudice that the whites had towards the black, because the relations were peaceful. When it became not so peaceful, basically racists decided to create racism. They wanted to create a system to contain this newfound problem that blacks from the South brought up. The prejudice and the will to systematize that prejudice was there. There was no need to do so until the influx.
So why wasn't there a need to do so beforehand?
Okay, but I just
The blacks
literally
were
just
there.
told you why. Dude, you
The
need to
blacks were
listen.
there.
I literally just told you why there was a need, because of the influx of the population and a bunch of people who weren't used to living in the cities. There was a need to isolate these people into their neighborhoods or wherever it was they were going to be isolated. I just told you why.
So the people who were there beforehand, they didn't need to be isolated.
Okay, dude, you must think that I'm Deacon Dave or something.
No, I'm just wondering why the people
Okay,
who were
I
there
heard
before,
about what the
why they
people
didn't
said, and
why they didn't need to be isolated.
I've
They
explained
were black, right?
myself. Look, I'm not going to go over what I just covered. You know me better than that. If you're trying to get me to be impatient
I'm
with
not trying to
making,
get you to do
okay,
anything.
dude, let me finish, please. If you're trying to keep going over and drill down, I've already drilled down as deep as I'm going to go. There was not a problem for the few blacks that lived in Chicago. Racist behaviors, encountering racist behavior, the racist systems did not exist because there was no need for them to exist. Once there was an influx of foreigners from down south, the whites said, hey, look, this is getting out of hand. We can't be having these daily encounters with the quote apes, which tickled you so much. We need to keep them in some form of zoo.
Right, but it was the black people that called them apes.
And what's your point?
So the black people,
there are plenty of black people who are racist. John
right?
Galt.
So the black
John
people that
Galt's a
called,
racist and he's black. Are you asking me if black people can be racist against black people?
no,
Emphatically, yes.
I'm just saying the black people were the ones that
Goddamn
called
right,
apes.
dude. You know what, Deacon Dave? Of course it's a selective context. That is the very definition of context. Okay,
Right. So
I'm looking at it in one context. SKC obviously is looking at it in another context, and the contexts are not going, there may be some intersection, but probably not much. We interpret the facts differently, as we often do. So there's nothing wrong with selective context. You gotta be selective to form a context. Deacon Dave, do better.
No, I'm just giving weight to what the black people that already were there were
Okay,
saying.
I'm
I
so
believe that their
glad that
narrative
you
is
want to
valuable.
represent the black people, but you're becoming repetitive. That's my point.
Do you think they were lying?
Why would I think they were lying?
No, I'm just asking.
What made you think that I think they're lying?
I was
I've
asking
literally
a question.
covered it. Do you recall me saying that it wasn't a problem until it was a problem? The cause of the problem was the influx the increase in the black population, we'll use Chicago as an example. These people did not know how to be city dwellers. They were often young and male and away from home. They didn't have a lot of young women to pair them up because women sometimes tame these boisterous young males. There probably a myriad of reasons. They were causing a problem. Blacks probably, these blacks that you want to so ably represent, they were probably all for the restrictive covenants until they were looped in with the quote apes. Racism isn't always going to look at the content of your character. It's going to look at the color of your skin. And that's what happened. The whites didn't like go, oh, hey, here's a place for the good blacks and here's a place for the bad blacks. They just looked at the color of the skin versus content of character.
Right. And I think that the ones that moved up from the South to the North, I don't think that they understood, quote unquote, good whites from bad whites.
Okay. You know what? They knew what bad whites were. That's for sure.
Right. So they just looped them all together.
And I think when the good whites decided to do, these restrictive covenants, they started moving towards the bad white line.
Right. And I think the same thing for the influx of the Negroes that came up from the South when they moved up into the North, that they
What were they moving away from?
That they had restrictive
No.
covenants
I need
in
you.
their minds as well.
Since you're so full of questions, let's see if you can answer one of mine. Why was there an influx of people from places like Mississippi?
Because after the Civil War, the Union destroyed the South's means of industrialization.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was the reason.
Which took away a lot of jobs, and people couldn't work and support themselves to a high means, and they didn't want to go back into agriculture, so they decided to take their chances and move up north.
Now, why didn't they want to go back into agriculture?
I don't know. You tell me.
Oh, you don't?
You tell me. Maybe they were lazy. I don't know.
You know what? You have answered my question by not saying what. you answered more by not saying in your context, your selective context, and I don't need to answer any more. I don't need to ask any more questions.
Oh, okay.
Do you want to see the rest of this video, or can we move on?
No, sure.
Which would you prefer? Because I get. We might as well listen to the rest of it.
Yeah.
But it is possible that it was true for him, and maybe
I wanted to say something on this.
another old settler, a son of slave parents.
At junction, something came to my mind at that junction. Maybe, doggone. Like you said, a myriad of things came to my mind, actually. One is that the 1898. This is a few years. This commentary is just a few years after the 1898. 1898 massacre in North Carolina.
It was Wilmington. Yep, I know all about it.
Okay, so people had a reason to be getting up out of the South because they saw their lives in danger in the South because the Klan had been given carte blanche, as it's called, to run through the South like they done lost their mind, and they did. In all them cities that got the towns, all them towns that
Utah, Alabama, that place over wherever, I don't even know the name of the town that is covered by Lake Lanier. Yeah, a lot of places.
Hundreds of places. And then people say, well, why did they move? Because they lazy. But no.
No, they moved because they didn't want to go back to agriculture, and there weren't enough jobs after the Civil War.
That's not the reason. We had our own.
Oh wait, hold on. I'm just quoting a very erudite gentleman.
Oh yeah, it's very interesting that all of that is stated, because when we look at the the annals of history. When people bring up the KKK and so forth, they talk about Jim Crow, 1910 to circa 1960. You're talking about 6,500 deaths over 60 years versus 6 million people migrating north. So 6 million people migrated north because 6,000 people died. Okay, yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Sure does. That, and they couldn't find jobs and didn't want a sharecrop. So,
Oh
no.
The job
Oh,
thing and the
no. What I
sharecropping thing, that
need you
means
to do is
nothing. It's all
what I
about
need you to
the
do is,
KKK,
let
remember?
me finish. There were a myriad of reasons. There wasn't just one why people migrated, from the south to the north. And the migration in and of itself created some problems. It made the Southern culture more maternal, big mama culture, because, the kids were left with big mama while, daddy or whoever went, to make a life up in, Detroit or Chicago or wherever. Life is never as simple, in these problems in history, covering history. It's almost impossible to cover every facet, especially on a YouTube panel. So I acknowledge that I didn't say you were wrong, SKC. I'm just saying there were a myriad other factors. That's really my point.
Yeah, but I think one of the major points that people bring up is the KKK and their reign of terror. And it's like 6,000 people dying over a 60-year period is not a reign of terror that would cause 6 million people to migrate from the
Well, let
from the
me
south
let
to
me
the north.
propose this, and I think it should be very obvious. Many of those people who migrated north did not have your education or your ability to think critically. Would you agree with that?
No, I don't agree with that. I don't hold myself as some sort of
Well, you are beloved to this show. We hold you in high esteem and high regard. So you just have to deal with it. Uncle Fatty, I covered that story yesterday. I didn't realize it was Coeur d'Alene is your hometown. So I didn't know that. So if you want to hit the link and come up and talk about it, I can provide a few minutes, or we can do it tomorrow. But I actually meant to bring that up in the context that you did, but you'll never hear. Well, you know what? Actually, no, it wasn't Be Brave who made a point. It was someone else. But anyway, we'll if you want to come up, that's fine, Uncle Fatty. If not, we can do it later. I didn't realize. I thought of you, the Idaho part of it, but and then the other thing about that Idaho guy, the University of Idaho students, I think it was Idaho. He basically, has a verdict in. So lots of stuff happening in Idaho over these past couple days.
Really quickly, Stanley, the other point that in my little research of this era and so forth, that a lot of people don't mention, the
Mhm.
majority of Black people stayed in the South.
Oh, absolutely. And that's the point I said, made about, the big mama culture. I mean, there are arguments that basically say that's why, Black culture today is so maternal. The Great Migration kind of created the need for leadership of women in the families that were left behind.
Yeah, so that idea of this, and I know I'm kind of beating the horse, but the
Oh, I'm
reign,
used to it.
but the reign of terror of the KKK did not move the majority of Black Americans to move to the north. The majority stayed, and that reign of terror did not scare them away.
Or maybe in their local, I mean, if you want to point out to in your mind, low number, I think 6,000 is a lot of people. But to the statistician in your soul, It's not a reason for 6 million people to leave. Part of, wanting better jobs, higher pay, that was another reason that people would migrate. But if you just want to concentrate on the 6,000 that were dead, that's a high number, by the way. I think
over a
that
60-year period.
that's a high number,
Okay.
in my opinion. I'm not as what would the word be? I think 6,000 is a large number over 60 years. And you know what? That's the number we know. I bet there are a lot of people who went, in that penury sort of system, went in and never came out. I'm not willing to trust that it was only 6,000, to be honest. But that's another debate. There was something else I wanted to point out, and I can't remember what it was. So we'll get back to this.
Came to the city in 1887 from Missouri at the age of 19. He mentions the prevalence of miscegenation as an index to the freedom existing at the time.
In those days, Chicago was in its youth. I was a young man and soon got a job waiting table in various restaurants and working in hotels. I made $18 a month. Well, all the Negroes lived down around the Loop. Those were the good old days. There were some colored men that had white wives, and they lived good and was respectable. My aunt lived on 22nd and Cottage. I lived with her. There was a white family lived there, and we all got along fine.
I believe it. Much of this testimony must be discounted as retrospective myth, meaning romanticizing the past. Now, why do the authors suggest much of the testimony be discounted as retrospective myth? Because it's questionable when people like the woman earlier say that there was no discrimination at all in Chicago in her days. That was likely glorifying the past. But I will say that there is still a good portion of the accounts that are accurate. And I say this because this is what was experienced by the Black community in Philadelphia in the late 1800s. Dr. Du Bois documents the issue the Black migrants had upon the community and how their continued migration into Philadelphia created some of the biggest issues. So although some of the memories here were likely exaggerated, they still contain truths about the impact Black migration had on Chicago. But the fact remains that the Great Migration and the riot profoundly altered relationships between Negroes and the white residents of Chicago and changed the basic economic and social structure of the Negro community. In 1910, Negroes formed a small, almost insignificant part of the city's life. By 1920, there were enough to attract attention, and the rapidity of the influx had excited apprehension. The bulk of the migrants came to the city from the semi-folk culture of the rural South, where the daily round was timed by what one eminent anthropologist has called the great clocks of the sky, and where the yearly rhythm of life was set by the cultivation of the cotton and the cane. Their first task was to adjust themselves to a modern industrial city. You see that? Because how they functioned in the country was very different from the ways of an industrial city. Life in the city involved the substitution of the clock for the sun and the discipline of the factory for that of the
and just listening to this, and I'd really never thought of it, but in a way, the reaction of the white people, white society in places like Chicago, somewhat reminiscent of MAGA in dealing with border issues. Would you agree with that? And it's a very rough parallel. It's a bit of a stretch, but I think it's kind of similar. The North was being invaded by people south of their borders, the state borders. Do you see any sort of comparison worthy? And it's not a country to country comparison. This is American history. Any thoughts on that, SKC?
I think when you have a large influx of people who hold to a very different
a different culture,
a very different culture, a very different way of living, of interacting with one another, of different opinions of what is civil and what is not.
And a lot of males without females.
I don't really think that that is the biggest of the issues. I think even with the male
Well, no,
female
no, no, no.
issue,
I'm not saying it's the biggest of the issues. I'm saying it is an issue.
yeah, I just wrap that in with the idea of civility so far as how you're to
Let's see.
interact, between the sexes and so forth.
Mhm.
So I think whenever you have that happen, you're going to have tumultuous times.
Okay. So, yeah. So Deacon Dave agrees. So see, we can agree on things sometimes. And I'm not talking to you, SKC. I'm talking to Deacon Dave. He
Yeah.
seems to be keeping track of his victories.
Oh yeah, yeah. I just think that I think that people throwing in the racial element of it is uh I think that's when they overstate things a bit.
Mhm.
But even because when you make the comparison between the blacks that were there and the blacks that were moving there, they had two very different cultures. And the blacks that were complaining that they did not enjoy the change of culture that the new blacks brought with them, I think that that's a very important narrative to add to these conversations. And we have video footage even of blacks that have stated the same thing up in the 70s. So this idea of, oh, it's just all wrapped up under racism is like, no, 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 no. There were a lot of black people that did not like the culture that was being brought from the South.
Well, I think that's a deeper dive than our education system provides. I
But
mean,
that,
I
that
think I think
I
I
don't think
would
so.
agree with you to the extent that, looking at, race is kind of low-hanging fruit. I agree with that point, but I also agree that it's low-hanging fruit in that it is fruit and it is attached to that tree. And given that America is fundamentally a racist country and was founded on a system of racism, the economics was based on it. I don't think that I don't think it's egregious as you might think. And then if you ever go hit the political science books, right-wing populism, which MAGA nominally is, needs an other to have the rank and file folks have an enemy that they are better than. In a lot of ways, the Jim Crow South was a parallel to today's MAGA. Blacks were
Oh,
the other, and you hear it all the time in movies and books and stuff like that. Hey, I may be shit. I've heard Be Brave say it, or at least something to the effect of, "I may be a bottom feeder, but I'm better than any black." So those sort of sentiments survive and are flourishing on YouTube, even in 2025.
mm. I don't know. I agree with tropes, but I think that marginalizing the opinion
Yeah,
of
yeah, 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 yeah. You know what? Of course, you would agree with the whataboutism that Tropes is presenting us. But the left, yeah, that's knee jerk. That's low hanging fruit too, by the way.
yeah, I mean, I don't,
It's
I
on
didn't.
the tree, but it is low hanging fruit.
But if we wanted to go to the higher fruit, the idea that these blacks that came in with a different culture that needed to be,
Okay, you're
uh,
just repeating yourself,
no,
and I've
no, that,
already agreed that it's a valid point. Why do you feel the need to repeat this?
well, I wasn't repeating it just to be
Yeah,
repeated.
you're repeating it.
No, what I was saying was is
Is
that
it like constipation? You got to get it out.
no, no, there was a point of it when you tossed in education.
Yeah, I don't think our education, and it may not have time. I'm really not castigating. I'm just saying our education doesn't provide anything other than the low hanging fruit in its basket of analysis. You like that? You like
Right.
that analogy?
And that's what I'm saying is I don't think that that is the job of education. I believe that that is the job
You
of
could be
family.
right.
Family should be the one that educates the children to say, I don't care
Mhm.
if this person has the same skin color as you. Our family name does not hold to these types of behaviors. These are the principles that we live by. That's not an education system thing.
Yeah, I may get this book and read it. I kind of wonder what would there be differences, because a lot of these people migrating from the South went to live with relatives. So I wonder if I'm sure that must have had some mitigating effect, like, hey, you can't do that country ass shit up here. I'm sure some relatives have told their country mouse cousins. And I can't remember. Can you help me remember? You remember Native son Bigger Thomas? Did he go up north to stay with relatives? It's been years since I've read it.
It's been eons since I've read it, so
I'll have to go research that.
But I will state, when you made that statement of, hey, you can't bring that country junk up here and so forth, that ideal, it became like a war of two ideologies. And I think the counter to that was, oh, you just want to live like these white folk. And that has been the dominant
it's been an
idea
internecine. It's been an internecine war.
Yeah, right. And that's all the way down to this day. And that is the dominant opinion of Black America. Oh, you just want to be like them white folk.
Okay, if you say dominant. I mean, to be honest, I've heard more white people in my life say that to me than Black people have. Of course, I grew with these Black people. These people that I grew up with knew me since childhood. So, they were kind of used to me. So, anyway, but I there's nothing you said that I disagree with.
Stanley, may I offer up once again a different perspective?
Yeah, go ahead.
On this account. On the account where the man said he lived in a neighborhood, he'd say most of the colored people lived in the Loop. You've been to Chicago, right, you guys?
No,
right?
I've never been to Chicago.
Y'all know Chicago. Who knows Chicago?
Blacks Who Defy is in the audience.
I mean,
he's from Chicago.
Oh, okay. Because I know Chicago not very well, but I do know Chicago. I've been there for years. I lived around Chicago. So what I'm gonna ask you is, when the man was, what I'm gonna say to you, I mean, my perspective, when the guy was saying in such and such a date, and it sounded like he was saying in the early 1900s in Chicago. Now I'm seeing people moving around in Chicago, and I see how they move today, right? So now he's telling me what he said, what happened in some time period before that. So now I got this dot here where I saw them last. Personally, I haven't been in Chicago in 20, 30 years now, but I'm just saying at the time, in the 80s, 20, 30 years. So when at the time, I got another dot at 1919, and I connect the dots, right? The dot that I saw in Chicago and the dot that he gave me in Chicago in his time when the people were there. And I experienced the same thing when I got to Chicago. Down by certain neighborhoods and stuff like that, the people hung out, but it was what you call a Negro neighborhood. Y'all say black. He said Negro. My group said colored. So all of these things make a difference, but this is not my point right now. My point is this. When the people came into Chicago, what you're talking about is from you looking at what you think our people were doing, but I'm going to tell you what they admit the Europeans were doing. When they came into Chicago, they were not white. People came into Chicago were Germans. You can go and check. They got Germantown. They got whoever they come. They still maintain their cultural heritage. They are not white. To the colored people, okay, you might say everybody's white. That's what you do now. Even everybody's white. You don't realize that the guy that's pulling you over in a police uniform, tugging you up and all that kind of stuff, being all this stuff, he just got here 4 months ago from Ukraine, or maybe 4 years ago from Ukraine. You don't consider that. In his mind, that's how but he knows that. So I'm saying a lot of times when we're trying to disseminate and put in context different things, we're missing some points. Like, for instance, even though they say there was no prejudice or racism in Chicago at that time, there was economic prejudice. So the people that the Negroes hung around, as far as the so-called white people, as you put it, they were not at the top of the economic chain, right? So there's an economic chain for this particular group of people, and the Negroes fit in that chain. That's all that was happening. There was already a chain.
Well, by and large, you're right, but there were exceptions to the rule as far as the economic prejudice point, yeah, but there were some people who actually did well. Now, this is more in the late 60s and 70s. We went over a recently published book, I think it was Cincinnati, that a guy named CKJ3 he brought to my attention. Interesting story, and I'm not going to get into it now, but this guy basically got, kind of beat down with the economic racism, but he had achieved millionaire status buying up real estate, and he was basically ordinanced out of business. To your point, SKC, I have census data that'll counteract that. It was the census, I think, that I don't even remember. I'd have to go back and remember or look at an old show. The marriage rates in the Black community have never been as high as the white community. I don't even want to debate it because I know I'm right. So I will gladly look at your census data. But Deacon Dave can go ahead and take his premature curtsy in victory. But I have evidence to debunk that myth. It is a far right myth that Black marriage, they were higher than they are now, but they've never been as high as the white marriage rate. Maybe they were similar, but never higher. Do you have any more before I move on, Wale?
About that, I mean, there's once again, context. Okay, how many times we had what was called common law. We invested in common law instead of legal law marriages. Mm-hmm. So those,
to be honest, I don't know how the data is tabulated. I just know that funny enough, before 1950, it wasn't even a census category or a category that the census actually made up. They didn't start tracking marriage rates until 1950. So before 1950, you can trust the data, whatever's out there. But the point is that it wasn't that low. It was lower than the white marriage rate when they started tracking it in 1950. And before that, they looked at married men and married women. They didn't really tabulate the data as coupledom. So even if you look at it at an individual rate, like the number of married men or the marriage rate for men by race, Black men were below white men even then. So yes, 1950 is when it changed, because 1950 is when they started tracking marriage rates the way we do now. So therefore, Deacon Dave, you go ahead and have your Pyrrhic victory, but I know better. I'm sorry, I kind of interrupted you because Deacon Dave is being annoying in that chat. He wants to take victory laps, and he wasn't even in the race. Any more to add, Wale, before I go back to the video?
As I say, personally, I don't mind not being right. Sometimes a person just has to be.
I have a fixation with it.
Sometimes a person, according to physics, nothing can always be right. Sometimes it must be left. And
Oh,
so
I'm wrong all the time.
I'm not saying wrong. I'm saying right. The opposite of right is left. Anything else is
Oh, okay.
what that is. So I was just saying that the idea is what we're not picking up on is there were different cultural things happening. A Hungarian is not going to behave. I've been in this life a while, and I've dealt with all these different people I'm talking about necessarily. That's why I'm talking about them. An Indian is not going to behave with me the same way he behaves with, or the same way an Irishman behaves with me. An Italian is not going to be, an Italian will behave with me the same way a Chinese man will behave with me. They are not white to me. They are different nationalities with their own personal, very personal histories, ancestral histories. And their ancestral histories is where they're coming from when they approach the world. They don't be coming with, oh, I'm white, I'm this. They don't, that's not their concept. Their concept that I've experienced is they have how they got from zero to where you saw them when you first ran into them. They have that ancestry thing going on. That whole line, they weren't always, they ain't in that thing. Like you go to, what is this thing called? When people wear green, I forget the name of it. Eringo Blah, you know what I'm saying, right? What did they call it? The Irish get off and start saying Eringo Blah. You know Eringo Blah?
Eringo Bra?
Yeah, that's close enough.
Yeah, well, I grew up in Savannah. That St. Patrick's Day stuff is big in Savannah. So yes, as a matter of fact, I was educated by a lot of nuns and priests from Ireland. So yeah, I know what Eringo Bra is.
Oh, okay. So you know it means long live Ireland.
I'm sorry.
You know it means long live Ireland.
Mm-hmm.
Or something similar to that effect.
Yeah.
What I'm saying to you is they're still Irish. Most people are going to see them as just white. Most of our people, are going to just simply, but when they look at each other, they can tell an Irish from an Italian. They know that. And
your point would be your point would be what? Because as you know, the Irish weren't always considered white. They fought for their right to be white. And so if blacks see them as white, I think that's perfectly fine. Again, they fought for the right to be considered white, as did the Italians. So black people seeing them as white, they were white enough for people who called themselves white to intermarry, embrace, or whatever, what have you. So I don't see what your point is.
My point is that they are Irish first. My point is that when you go to the racism, because you have a lot of stuff you said, just a lot of racism, and it's difficult for me to function in all that racism because I know differently. I see the world differently. I see the world from their nationalities, not their race. And so,
okay, so what's the difference? I mean, if you're seeing people by their nationality, let me finish, please. If you're seeing people by their nationality instead of the content of their character, I just don't see what your point is.
The point is the content of their character is not important to me, as important to me as their nationality, because that's telling me why they have whatever character they have.
Okay, so how does that make you any better than a racist?
Who said something about I'm better than a racist?
Okay, I did. I did. My question to you, you literally stated that you tend to see people by nationality, and nationality has an effect on how they act. A racist will see people by race and think that their race affects their behavior. I'm trying to ask you, why is looking at nationality any better than race? Looking at people by race.
Mostly, then I'll answer that question because that's different. That question goes like this. Race is a social construct.
Well, so is
Really,
nationality.
not really.
Yes,
Nationality is.
it is actually a social construct. Um,
Mhm.
so I don't see the difference.
Maybe I'm using the wrong
Okay,
word.
if you are literally
Hold on now,
hold on, let me
let me say this.
clarify my statement. That way it
Go ahead.
will make it easier for you to understand where I'm coming from. If you are like third generation Irish, but you were born in America, and you still call yourself Irish, and someone like you wants to know that they're Irish so they know, the nationality, I call that a social construct. If you were third generation American and you still call yourself Irish, what is that but a construct?
Okay, okay. I'll tell you what I'm talking about, then, so that maybe you can see what I'm saying. I don't know if you'll get it or not. I'm just saying I would express what I'm saying. Uh, uh,
Oh, well, express away, and I'm critiquing what you say. That's kind of how this
okay,
show works.
this is beautiful, man. No problem. So when I look at it from the word we've been using is nationality, and so far we are in agreement with this. It follows a line of lineage. The line of lineage is a actuality. The line of lineage is a reality. The line of racism was developed and created by social laws and structures and limitations.
Okay, and let me help you out here because
Okay,
maybe you
beautiful.
don't see it from my perspective. I
Of course.
think nationality is not biological either. There will be homogeneity within a homogeneous nation. There will be similarities. But let me give you a good example.
And that
If
what
you
you
go
said.
to Africa, hold on one sec. The biological reality of Africa is that
Irish.
you will be closer genetically to a European if you're from Africa than you will be from other tribes in Africa. So I don't buy your lineage argument. I don't buy the biological argument. Nationality, maybe you're thinking of ethnicity, which isn't biological. Ethnicity is not biological. It is a social construct as well. Well, let's say a cultural construct. So I'm not buying your argument, basically.
Okay, I get you, and I understand what you just did. And may I say, let's throw that out because of the false equivalency. Let's stay
Oh,
with the
well,
Irish.
no, you say it's false.
Oh, you
I
say,
think it's a
oh,
perfect parallel.
cousin, I heard you say all your thing. Please allow me to finish the sentence.
Oh, you go right ahead.
Or Dupuy. So the I like to stay with just the example of the Irish as a definitive. We both know. I don't want to get off into no blanket thing about something that I don't know much
I agree.
about.
Let's stick with the Irish because it's going to
Yes,
make what I'm going to do easier.
okay, beautiful. And that way we can just solve a difference instead of like just you know what I mean. So thank you. Do what you want to do with that. The Irish example. I'm saying because of what I'm talking
Oh,
about now. I said, well, hold on a minute, because you did say something. You said something about nationality, and I said, you know what? I might be misusing the word nationality. That's what I was trying to say earlier. You say, no, 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 no. I said, okay. But I wanted to say I might be misusing a word which is
mhm,
nationality. What I'm talking
mhm,
about is lineage. I'm not. I say nationality because I know nationality to be from the NATO,
mhm.
which means the lineage. So that's how I understand the word nationality. But I can understand if you have a different definition or understanding or
I'm not
perception of that.
sure. It might be from natal. That might
Oh,
be a root, but
it's
just
okay.
because
Let me put that to the
just
side.
because something has a root doesn't necessarily mean that the word means what the root word means. It could be an offshoot. It could be an offspring. I've had like 3 years of Latin. I know all about root words.
Okay, that's beautiful what you just said. That's why I say let's throw out national
Okay.
nationality because we may have different and conflicting perspectives of a word. And I'm not talking about a word. I'm talking about a
Okay, well, let's
reality.
throw it out. Let's agree to throw it out then.
What I'm using the word lineage. Once I realize we might have to, then I'm saying lineage. Lineage is not a social construct. It might be an incidental construct, but it's not a social construct.
I would say it's a social construct that has, some biological foundation to it.
Lineage?
Yes.
Oh, tell me how so.
Well, are you familiar with royalty in the U.S.? I'm sorry, in Europe?
Royalty.
Okay, kings were determined by lineage. So lineage is a construct that has kind of biological roots. If you are, if you are the the firstborn son of a king, you will more than likely be king. The odds are you will probably be king. That's what I think of as lineage.
Okay, what I'm thinking of is lineage is my great grandmother.
Mm-hmm. I think that's valid.
So even everybody in the kingdom has a lineage of their own. Their lineage may not lead back to the king's ancestry. Their lineage may lead to some other ancestry within their nationality, but it's still a lineage. Everybody got a lineage, dude, is what I'm saying.
Okay, and I'm not sure how this goes back to the point about you need to know people's lineage. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm not saying you need to know. I mean,
we threw out we threw out the nationality. So if I understand you correctly, you want to substitute lineage for nationality, correct?
Yeah, because I realized I used the wrong word for our
Okay, but
conversation.
let me ask you a question. There could be two people who have an Irish heritage. I think heritage is a better word, to be honest. Who could have, two people with the same heritage could have different lineages.
Agreed. I said agreed. I agreed with that statement.
Okay.
Right away. No problem.
Okay, and but then we'll go back, we'll substitute heritage for nationality. I still think that heritage doesn't necessarily control, all behaviors. I mean, everybody has a culture, heritage and culture are kind of intertwined. But I think that, say, a third generation person with Irish heritage, I don't expect that to be a controlling factor of how they behave. I would expect them to act American. I wouldn't really pay that much attention to any Irish heritage.
What is that? America? You mean be white? Behaviors of their white. That's America.
No,
by American
no, not necessarily.
Okay.
I would kind of expect. I would expect white people to act white, I guess.
You mind if I add
However, that might be kind of racist of me.
Mind if I add in something, Wale? I don't know where your argument is going, Wale, but I will state on the lineage part, I think that is the correct term. The lineage is bloodline, it's biological descent. Heritage holds more to like values, traditions, land rights, language, beliefs, all of that stuff that can be passed down to anyone. So I think lineage is the correct statement so far because
And
you're
I
talking
would,
about
of course,
biological.
I would disagree. If you were judging people, on their lineage versus the content of their character, how is that any different than racism, or any better or worse?
Because to me, it's more accurate.
Okay, accurate. It's more accurate than racism.
Well, of course. Racism is
Okay,
too
so
broad and general.
judging someone on their lineage versus the content of their character, maybe I'll just coin a word, lineagism. It's still, I would still, I mean, I think Dr. King would prefer us to go with content of character rather than lineage.
Yeah, well,
as a side note, just really quickly, I'm really tired that people give that adage to MLK. He did not come up with content of character.
Okay, I didn't say he came up with it. He did say it though, did he not?
He didn't even write it.
Okay, my question is, did he say it?
Yeah, he said a
Okay,
speech that
so
someone wrote for
in a
him.
famous speech, he said it. Therefore, it is fresh in my mind. I really wasn't thinking about who came up with the phrase. It's the most famous instant of the phrase that my feeble, unlearned mind can come up with. SKC, please forgive me.
No, I wasn't saying it to you. I was just saying in
I
general.
still think my point holds. I would rather, I think Dr. King would prefer us not to judge people by their lineage.
Okay. Meanwhile, I find it to be more accurate.
Yeah, well, you may. I'm not telling you not to find it more accurate. I'm telling you, from my perspective, it being more accurate is irrelevant to the bigger point of how are you judging someone you don't know? Judge them by lineage, but I find that problematic and no better than using race as a judgment factor.
Okay, if that's how you see it, no problem.
Oh, it is how I see it.
Oh, I can understand that because you see no difference, as you just said. Were you able to see a difference, you can handle it. And then the content of the character is a matter of integrity. It's not a matter of race or what is this other thing, lineage. The matter of integrity is don't have nothing to do with race or lineage. So if you want to go that route, I'm just going to go right there with you because I ain't got nowhere to hide. I ain't got nothing to hide.
Well, I mean, I think you and SKC are inclined to be fascinated with lineages and race and all that stuff. I just tend to point out. I just point out the problems with judging people by anything other than the content of their character. I mean, we do recognize patterns, and I'm not saying, hey, you know what? If you go to Podunk, Georgia, be wary round about sundown. You might want to know a little bit more about Podunk, Georgia, and I'm from Georgia, so I'm going to go there.
Okay.
I'm just going to, you might want to know if you're not familiar with the town. You might want to know a little bit more, before you go. Asking, the girl at the, at the drugstore, while you're well, you might want to know the town before you're there, if it's a one-stop like sort of town.
But the girl at the
you know what? They
Wiggly
might
is
just
hot,
not like
Stanley.
strangers and they would all be black. So you just need to know the town.
But the girl at the Piggly Wiggly is hot, Stanley.
You know what? The girl at the Piggly Wiggly is probably okay. She's used to dealing with the public.
No, I actually agree with the character thing, but because I am definitely not a race man at all. And in fact, by all intents and purposes, I'm a coon, remember?
May I ask both of you, have you ever been deceived by a person that you thought, like, wow, I didn't expect you to do that. I thought your character was this, that, and the third. Has that ever occurred to you? Yes, it has, of course.
Well, I'm from Savannah, Georgia, and I'll tell you the story. I went to the University of Georgia, and one football weekend, some guys that I knew in high school, white guys, we were, doing the usual after game, after University of Georgia football game, drinking. And
Okay.
you know what? A friend of, I didn't know this girl, but she was a friend of theirs. She was from Savannah, but I didn't know her. So, I happened to be the only black person in the room. Like I said, I knew these guys, had gone through 4 years of high school with them. And she started talking about, people on at Savannah Beach, Tybee Island. And she was talking about the N words on the beach were doing something or another. And then she like remembered who was in the room and kind of like, did a oop. So you know what? I didn't react, but let me put it to you this way. My friends didn't react either. And I knew, like I said, I knew these guys from high school. So, I wasn't particularly surprised, and it wasn't like they used the word. But you know what? That girl would have kept going had I not been in the room. So yeah, and nobody reacted. I just kind of rolled my eyes, but I did not ever party with them again.
Why not?
Well, why would I? Why would I? Why should I be as tolerant of a racist, sentiment? Why should I be as tolerant as they were?
You
I'm
know,
not that. I'm not that kind of. I'm not that kind of. I act white.
oh, okay. Okay. Yeah. I guess I'm a real coon then.
Hey, I'm not going to speak for what you would have done. And you know what? I haven't run into them in a while. I mean, I still, run into these folks every now and again, like I said. But I will put it to you this way. I've never been back to a high school reunion. Not necessarily because of this incident, but I went to an all boys, like 90, my graduating class was 96, and I think there were 4 or 6 blacks. It was roughly like blacks were about 5% of the total population, 500 people when I was there. And I really had no issues other than boys will be boys and the N word would flow. But the bottom line is, it was high school. It was a good high school. I enjoyed it, but not enough to go back and, hang out with these racists. And they were kids, they were imitating what they heard from their parents. I understand that. And we was young, but I just never had the urge. But that's me. Other people, I'm sure would be, hey, let bygones be bygones. And I forgive, but I don't forget.
You said it was a Catholic school?
Yes.
Okay. Just curious. You know what a Hoosier is? A Hoosier?
Well, I know it's an Indiana thing.
Yeah, but do you know what a Hoosier is?
I actually don't.
Okay, it's got something to do with lineage. And from a Hoosier, you're going to get certain things are going to happen.
Well, I do know at one point Indiana was like the center of the Klan. I do know that.
Right next to the Hoosier state that you mentioned, Indiana, is a place called Chicago. They've joined borders to the point that there's a East Chicago, and then there's Chicago. East Chicago is not in the state of Illinois, it's in the state of Indiana. Chicago.
And your point?
My point is that the guy was saying something about the early 1900s and the way people were living and who was
did
living.
East Chicago exist back then?
You asked me a question, I'm answering the question. You're asking me another question. That's
how it works. They come rapid fire on this
panel. But that's unnerving, man.
They come
I'm
rapid
in the middle
fire
of
on
question. Yeah, but don't I get to answer one, or you just want to ask
if you can hold the 2 questions, there's no rush.
Well, I'm gonna ask you if you can hold the 2 questions.
Oh, absolutely, I can.
Okay, then beautiful.
So you were saying the Hoosiers are a lineage?
Yeah, they are like a nationality of people. You can down on how they're going to behave once you know they're a Hoosier. You can present a situation and you say to me, if this person is Chinese, how they going to behave? Then I could give you a good idea about how they're going to be. If you tell me this person is a Hoosier and how they're going to behave, I can give you a good idea about how they're going to behave. Even though they have different characters, they're different sexes and everything. They have a particular look at perspective of life. And when they see something like this is where their behavior going to move them to, because that's their reality.
So you're stating that there is like a heritage of beliefs and ideals and behaviors that's kind of passed down through these sets of people that you can make generalizations about, basically.
That's right. Through ancestry, though. It comes through ancestry.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think that there's points to that. Of course, you're going to have outliers, but outliers are outliers. You know? But yeah, that's why I don't. In certain ways, I think people kind of bastardize stereotypes in that way, because I mean, you're basically seeing a pattern of behavior and you're associating groups with patterns of behaviors.
Well, let me ask you a question. Do you think it's okay to like meet somebody and just assume their character by stereotype?
I think people do that every day.
Okay, I didn't ask you what
I think it's
people
okay?
do. Do you think it's
normal.
okay?
I think it's normal.
So it's okay.
No, I just think that it's part of human condition. It's normal.
Okay, so it's okay because it's part of the human condition.
If you
okay.
If you see
It's
a snake,
let me use a different word. Maybe this will help you. People doing that. Would you find that acceptable?
Yes.
Okay, and you and I are opposites then.
Yeah, because I just think that the majority of people are not going to come to every situation in person with a blank slate. Nor that I think that that's the safest way to go about life.
Okay, life by stereotype.
Hey,
different strokes for different folks.
I'm
you
walking
find
down.
it acceptable.
I'm walking down the street in
you're gonna tell me about crossing that street.
No, with a dude with a hoodie on. No, I'm gonna look at him with a little bit of. I need to keep my eye on this person.
Well, at least you didn't say black guy. So any guy with a hoodie, correct?
Yeah, because I'll give you
it doesn't matter. You're going to look at the content. You're going to look at the content of his hoodie, not the color of his skin.
Okay, let me give you a point in case of what I'm talking about. Take for instance, I live here in Houston, right? It's hot. It's summertime now. There are still dudes that are walking around in hoodies. I'm looking at them as though something is mentally off, because there's no point in running around in a hoodie in 90 plus high 90-degree weather.
So let me ask you a question. You judge them odd, but not necessarily dangerous?
No, I do view them as dangerous because there's a lot of people. Because there's a stereotype that I hold in my mind of a certain group of people that wear hoodies and who are violently inclined.
Well, I think depending on the neighborhood, I mean, there are a lot of factors that might justify your acceptance. But Uncle Fatty is asking a good question. Uncle Fatty asks you specifically, do you find it acceptable when others profile you based on a stereotype? I think I kind of asked that question, but
yeah, they have the ability to do that. They have the free will to do that.
So you find it acceptable? Gotcha.
Yes.
Okay. Well,
actually, that's part of it's almost part of the fun of life, of subverting expectations.
Wow.
Well, I think Republic, do you live in Houston? You're somewhere in Texas. Yeah, okay. Well, you know what? I don't come across people in hoodies downtown a lot. You know, I live in a small Georgia town. So, you know, you all may be onto something there.
Yeah.
And then again, Stanley, I mean, That's the only name I know. The other guy named K something, but it's
Yeah,
an opportunity.
SKC.
SKC.
Our resident
It's
our
always
resident scholar of the right.
it's always an opportunity to build stereotypes. That's what I
Yeah,
see. I'm
I
not
think one
against
should always avail yourself of those sorts of opportunities to build a stereotype.
because when I first came on, I put in the chat, rekindle to revive our ancestors' reputation of being committed to the truth. And that was our reputation, that we always spoke the truth.
Really?
And yeah, man, we've lost
I
worldwide.
thought the stereotype was, blacks weren't smart enough to know the truth.
I'm not talking about blacks. I'm talking about my ancestors now. And I'm talking
Oh, your
worldwide.
particular ancestors. Okay, gotcha.
No,
Not everybody, not all black people's ancestors, your particular ancestors.
not at all. I'm gonna tell you what I'm saying, please, if if the opportunity presents itself. What I'm saying is this simply, that before people were called blacks, they were called Negroes. Before they were called Negroes, they were called colored. That's where I came in the game. Because
Hey, what were they called before colored?
Niggers. And that's what I call my ancestors.
Gotcha.
Niggers. I'm a nigger.
Gotcha.
From day one to day you get it. I'm a nigger. And every day I come from a long line of very proud niggers. Ain't no doubt.
Well, you know
I
what?
just want
Now
this clip.
I knew
clip.
you and SKC would get along famously.
Oh my God! I just want this clip, man. That is awesome, man. He said, "I come from a long."
Yeah, let me note
nigga.
the time here. It's around 6:29. We will definitely clip that.
Oh man, that's wonderful, man. But yes, Stanley, as I was chatting with Republic, I just find it odd of wearing this hoodie in Houston summer weather. This the same thing I have with the guys who sag their pants, which I already hate. But let me get this right: you're going to sag your pants.
Do people even do that anymore?
Yeah, they still do it. You're gonna sag your pants in the cold with a jacket on. So let me get this right: you want your core to be warm, but you want your behind to be cold. Like, what the heck? What are you doing?
You know what? When I was a youth, the only time we saw sagging pants was what y'all call white people, because they didn't have no ass to hold up their clothes, and so their pants would always sag. And now,
Man, this conversation is becoming very, very John Galt-esque.
and I find it very interesting that our people are doing that. You know what it reminds me of? There was a poet called Don L. Lee, D-O-N. L was his middle initial, his last name was L-E-E, of the 60s. Don said in his haiku about a black hippie is an imitation of himself. And that's what I'm saying, that our people are imitating an imitation of us.
Yeah. So
okay, well
so when I
that
look at
wild
things
deep, wild deep. Who else would we imitate? History rhymes.
Ourselves. We don't. What we've been doing is imitating an imitation of ourselves instead of imitating
rhymes.
ourselves.
History rhymes.
So I mean, Stanley, when I look at those things, it's not just I see the rappers and other violently inclined people that are wearing these type of things in that fashion. I'm also looking at people that I believe are mentally disturbed, because they obviously can't make sound decisions on how to even wear clothes in a way that would be comfortable.
Well, you know what? I have a 19-year-old son, and I would say, I've questioned a lot of his sartorial choices, during his high school, wearing shorts in the wintertime just to be cool. You know what? I just kind of shake my head. So, depends on the age. It depends, I happen to know him. But if I saw somebody walking down the street in the dead of winter, in shorts, my first reaction would be, "Oh, damn, he must be cold." But I
Well,
wouldn't think much farther than that.
yeah, well, I don't know. Like I've seen some Nordic people come over, like when we go camping, and the cold isn't cold
Right.
to
Well, you know what? If they go, "Hey, I'm from Norway," well, that answers the question.
right. But when I
I
see a
happen to know.
person,
I happen to know my son is not from Norway.
right,
Wait a
but when
minute.
I
Are you saying you're going by their lineage, Stanley? There, you can. That's
No,
oh
I said if they
that's
told me if they
okay.
told me they are from Norway,
Uh-huh.
I'm not going so much by lineage as much as they're used to cold weather. There, if a
Okay.
black person told me he was from Norway, I'd go, that's kind of rare, but it would explain why he's wearing shorts in the dead of a Georgia winter.
yeah,
And what
but
explains your son wearing shorts in the dead of
He's just he was a teenager, and you know what? He needed a father to tell him to put on long pants, and luckily he had
yeah, yeah, yeah. But it's
God
different when
knows he would have caught his death of cold had he not had a father who looked at him and started questioning why you're dressed that way in fucking December.
yeah, yeah. But I think it's different when you see a grown person, well beyond teenage years, that is,
Right.
wearing a bubble jacket, maybe with a hoodie underneath that jacket due to the cold, and a beanie as well, with Timberland boots on and jeans, but the jeans are sagging, showing his underwear and his behind. That shows me that something mentally isn't there, because the
Right.
whole object of everything that you have on is to stay warm. But for someone, I don't know, are you stating that you're in red bottom baboon phase where you need to show your behind?
Let's ask Stanley.
What?
Stanley, does your son sag his pants?
No.
Then I would say, from the last exchange we just had, that's because why? He has a father.
Because I don't well, number one, his daddy
That's why
doesn't
you out here
sag his
with the
pants,
short
and I,
pants.
I am I am his only parent. There's not a lot of people in this Georgia country town. I'm sure there must be kids at school who did, but you know what? I don't know. It's just not his aesthetic, I guess.
Yeah,
It's like you
but
said when you were
but
saying about the short pants and
I
the dead
like
of winter.
if he at
Ask
college,
you
I
that.
have no
Hold up.
idea how he dresses at college.
I'm saying when I ask you about him wearing the short pants, you said that's because he has a father to tell him not to
Yeah,
do that. And I'm saying
right.
the same applies to the sagging. Your son don't sag. Why? Because he has a father to tell him
Well,
not to
I've
do
never
that.
actually he's never actually that now I don't keep up with, a 19-year-old everything my 19-year-old does cuz I'm not going to. However, I've never seen him wear them. If I had, I guess I would have commented, but he's just never done it.
yeah, and again,
That's
to what I
why.
was stating about Stanley, I'm not
I
talking
mean,
about.
like I said, we never had the conversation, so I don't know why. It's just, I'm kind of like a khakis and button down person.
I think if you should check with him, he's had that conversation with you in his head.
Well, maybe he has, but you know what? He looks at me askance a lot these days. I don't want to give him another reason to just kind of go, "Hey, you know what, Dad? I think you're going senile."
Well, I find when children, and you probably find the same thing,
Oh,
when the
that's
only
right. You know what? Ryan brings up maybe, there is something to what you say. I always made sure he had belts that fit. So maybe that's why. If you got a nice leather weaved belt, why let your pants sag? I guess you're not getting the joke, but he always had belts. That's why. Well, once again, I find the humor in something that I say that no one else does. So, Ryan, you had a comment. So, Ryan, you didn't see black people in Greenland? Were you pleasantly surprised? Is that why you're bringing it up?
Oh, Ryan's been to Greenland. That's like one of
Yeah, he
my.
took a vacation there about a month ago.
That's one of my dream trips, man. I want to go past the 16th parallel.
Yeah, I actually, I'm not going to dig him up now, but yeah, actually have a couple snapshots he sent us.
I wonder where he went. Was it like Nook?
Well, stand by. He'll tell you.
Mm.
Or I'll drop the link again if he wants to come up.
Yeah, I've been long fascinated with going to Greenland.
You want to know how long it's covered in white, correct?
Yeah, see, yes, he went to Nook. He went to Nook. So yeah.
But I think SKC wants to go somewhere where he won't run into blacks.
Hey, that may be the case. I don't know. Maybe it's a psychological thing. Yeah. But I mean, in my travels to the east, there weren't a lot of black people that I came across.
Oh, you probably didn't go to the urban areas. I know there years ago there was some issue they were having with African college students, and I don't recall what all that was about.
Oh, well, yeah, I don't really like to go to the touristy places when I travel. I like to get off the
I don't like to do that either.
And get a closer connection to the actual culture of the place, you know.
You say you were in the East. You mentioned China, right? What other place in the East you were?
Let's see. We've gone to Thailand. We've been to Singapore. We've been to Japan. That's basically it for me. My wife has traveled way more in the East than I have. Probably 5 or 6 times more.
Okay, just curious, guys.
Well, he is a curious person.
Yeah.
All right. Did I drop the link? I bet I didn't. So I am getting near the end because we just crossed, I think, the 6-hour mark.
Oh man, I wanted to
We're
hear
on.
the end of this guy.
Oh no, we'll go ahead and listen to the end. Svalbard. I've seen there's a dude. A very good-looking woman who does a YouTube show. Who lives in Svalbard. It is pretty fascinating. I would just go there to meet her, but she's got a boyfriend, or maybe she's married by now. But let's listen in again. I didn't realize you could do all this with the Kindle app. So I am definitely going to start doing more books. If you think I am annoying and you missed the start of the show, SKC, I actually did only about 10 or 15 minutes of that lady I showed you, the Oxford professor or Oxford trained literary person. She talked about Alexander Pope, and I could have watched the whole thing, but I sensed in the audience that they were getting a little, Dave asked me, what am I holding a literature class or something like that? But I will continue the quest for Alexander Pope this week.
Hey, I'll put it in the chat for you, but I enjoyed reading about a little club that he was a part of, along with Jonathan Swift and a few others, back in 1714. It only lasted for about a year or so, but yeah, the Scriblerus Club.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
You know what? I didn't even know that.
Yeah, they had like a little secret organization of.
But see, I would love to be in a room with those two. I bet it was a hoot.
Yeah, they were satirizing all sorts of things, culture, science, the whole nine. It's just, it's a cool little excursion into history.
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna look that up because I didn't know. I knew they knew each other. So let's finish up this. I'm actually going to see if I can't get a hold of Black Metropolis too. It looks fascinating.
Agricultural cycle. a change to relying on a clock instead of the sun, which included being somewhere at an exact time, not just around a certain time. And this obviously takes practice because it is a skill. Time management is most certainly a skill. And it's a skill that any human could learn and be really good at, which is why Negroes were being taught. So again, this wasn't a moral issue. It was a situation of adjusting behavior to suit the environment, the new environment. It meant, too, an adjustment to a complex world with a wide variety of associations and churches, a multitude of recreational outlets, and new opportunities in industry and politics. When the migrants first poured into the city, social agencies and community institutions made a conscious effort to adjust them to city life. But the Negro community as it exists today is not so much the product of any conscious manipulation by social agencies and old settlers, as it is a natural growth. It was the result of the mentality and worldview they brought with them, blending with the demands of city life. It was a natural evolution of the Negro. The migrants were gradually absorbed into the economic, social, and political life of the city. They have influenced and modified it. The city has, in turn, changed them in many ways, as we'll see in this book and also others afterwards.
Yeah, I'm going to mute you
The
there.
introduction of
While
over
you got an
50,000 new individuals into the Black Belt within a period of 10 years swelled the membership of all existing organizations to the bursting point. As groups of migrants found their congenial intellectual and social levels, old organizations accepted new members. Additional units of older associations and churches were formed. New types of organizations came into being. They were putting their imprint on the city and adding an additional layer of character to it. Old social patterns, too, were often modified by the migrants who brought their Southern customs. You hear that? That's the old Negro mentality meshing with the new environment. Because it's not as if Negroes just dropped everything they knew and became completely new people once they arrived in the city. Their old ways were modified by the city and created a new product. That's what happens to anyone who has a culture and moves into a completely foreign environment. The new environment marries the people's culture and thereafter produces a newborn child, a new generation of people shaped by both. Leaders sometimes had to shift their appeals and techniques to deal with the newcomers. New leaders poured up from the South to challenge and supplement or supplant the indigenous leadership. Old settlers could not isolate the newcomers. They were eventually swamped by them. Nowhere to run or hide back then. You're going with the masses of Negroes. In 1910, Chicago's Negroes were a relatively small group of servants. By 1920, they formed a large segment of the industrial proletariat, meaning working class. Between war's end in 1918 and war's beginning in 1939, over 100,000 more Negroes were absorbed by Chicago's rapidly expanding economy, and the measure of their fate was key to the crescendos and diminuendos of the American life during the 20s and 30s. So this was the response of the old Negro class to the new migrants rushing into the city of Chicago. They felt as though things got worse for them, which they arguably did. But in the grand scheme of things, this was also a benefit in disguise, okay? So we'll stop right here and we'll pick up in the next commentary with seeing how blacks were doing as they settled into their new territory. And we'll get a glimpse into some of the key events that took place in the following years. So be on the lookout for that. I thank you for your time and attention. My name is Brooklyn St. Michael. And I'll see you in the free world.
I like this guy. I'm jealous of his little setup there in his basement. But I'll definitely stay tuned for part 2 of this because it is pretty fascinating, and I'll get the book at some point. I got a stack that I'm trying to get through. Any last comments?
I was particularly edified by Wale today, especially the part
Good. Wale, don't
he,
be a stranger.
when he said that he comes from a long line of niggas. and I want to dig deeper into his understanding of that because I want to get a more profound understanding of.
Well, we can do it now. I got a little time.
Yeah. So Wale, when you made that statement, like, I'm trying to understand what does that mean.
Hold on a half a second. Oh, I'm on. I didn't realize I was unmuted sometimes. So what I'm saying is, uh, my people who referred to themselves as niggers, it's a lot of generations of us that go way back, and we are proud niggas. We were always there, even around the country that you live in America. Most of the places that have been changed to words like black or some other words like that. They used to be called nigger this and nigger river, nigger alley, nigger this and nigger that, because that's what we were. But they wanted to get rid of that in the 60s. For the most part, you'll find they what was that guy named Jimmy Carter? He did a lot of work with getting rid of the places that were called niggers all throughout America. And the importance of that is it shows how deeply and how long we've been involved in the America, the, the that continent, and that to the point and where our places were, because a lot of the places were like called by those types of names, nigger this and nigger that. It was at least over 100 that they had to change just to, facilitate this new thinking of nigger is a bad word.
So there were hundreds of places that were called
nigger this and nigger that. Yeah. Nigger road, nigger bridge,
Wow.
nigger valley, nigger this, nigger that. Man, you can look it up in Google. I did. Because, I mentioned this before. And people were like, la, 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 la. You know how people get. They just want to argue and shit. So then
Yeah, they
I
just
did,
don't like it when you use. They just don't like it when you use the N word. Yeah, I get it.
I did. Whatever. I mean, that's what I am. I'm not gonna not use it. Why would I
Oh
not
yeah,
say
you
what I?
will not use it on this panel. But go ahead. You're a first timer.
Here it is. I put it in the thing. I don't know if it'll slide through because I know what they call them.
You
YouTube.
put it in the back chat.
Oh, I'll put it in the back chat, but I wanted to see if it'll come out. I put it in the front chat actually. No, YouTube wouldn't let that pass. But I'll put it in the back chat right now, and you can see.
Oh, now I'm definitely curious to know what it is.
It's right there. I put it in the back chat.
He says,
I am a real nigga, a very proud nigga from a long line of very proud niggers and niggas. Because the female nigger is a negress, not a bitch.
A negress.
Yeah, John Galt. John Galt is an expert in using that form of the word, the female form of the word.
So there was a negress.
That's the word, niggers and niggers. Niggers
come
are
on.
the males. Niggers. My mother was a negress, a very back and all. My mom had
he's
proud picture
commenting
of
on negress being the female form of negro.
No, of nigger, not negro, nigger.
Oh, is that right? Okay. Well,
Yes,
that's a
there
new
was
one.
no negro.
So it's
came.
spelled N-I. Oh, okay. Let's see.
And you can Google these words that I'm putting in the way.
Oh, no. I have no doubt that you've Googled them. Okay. So it's N-I-G-G R-E-S-S. Gotcha. I had I had no idea.
And this is like a long lost history, Wale. I've never heard of this. Could you continue to expound?
Well,
Google it and put you can Google it and put the link in the back. Excuse me.
Oh, the Google thing.
Excuse me.
I don't know.
Both.
Yeah, I think
it's both Beef and Brock.
I did.
Beef and Brock
found it
said sober or somber, and I said both.
I found it in the Wikipedia has a lot of stuff on it. They were telling dates and times and when they stopped using it and what. In some countries, like different countries, were using it besides just America too. Canada. I'm going to be specific and say Canada. So when I say different countries, I ain't talking so far away. I'm talking about the North American continent. Canada used that. They got rid of that terminology as well because it was in. They had what they call the Negro problem. Have you ever heard of that? The Negro problem.
Are you talking about Moynihan's report?
I don't know what Moynihan is. I just know what I'm talking about as the Negro problem.
So what was the Negro problem?
The United States decided that they got too many niggas. They got to figure out what to do with them. So they started talking about Liberia and Sierra Leone. They talk about sending them somewhere. Got to get them out of here. It's too many of them. You know that, and that was wow. That was before they even was that before Mexico? I mean Texas, because you know Texas came into the Union, and then California came after Texas. I forget what years they were, but I know Texas was around 1836, around that area, when Texas became into the United States as a place. You know what I mean? It was owned by Mexico prior to that. Yes. Okay. So now, so was California, which came later because they were expanding from the east to the west. They call it Manifest Destiny. And the boy just said it yesterday or something. Stephen Miller. He said, God gave us this country. Man, you ought to see his speech. He sounds and looked just like Hitler. His movements and said was straight on.
Well, given that Stephen Miller is Jewish, that is indeed disturbing.
It's disturbing. You don't know this. They have misinformed
I know
you.
exactly who Stephen Miller is, enough to know that he's Jewish.
Ain't no doubt about it. And the connection between the Nazi and the Zionists is pathetic. Who do you think is carrying out a genocide right this day? If it ain't the Zionists. Right this day, I ain't talking about no. For 1943.
We might want to curb
we
that
are
talk.
live and looking at it. I'm just saying the reality of reality.
Well, yeah, but the reality is that there is the YouTube algorithm, and we probably don't want to dip our toe.
Not deep into reality. I understand.
So you were telling me about
YouTube is famous for not being reality. So yes, YouTube is not reality.
And about the Negro problem also, and all of
I'm sorry, SKC.
No, I think he was.
Were you talking SKC?
Yeah, I think he was talking about the Negro problem and all of the places that used to bear the name of the, I guess the nigger road and so was there ever a nigger bank?
I don't know. They put examples in the Wikipedia, so I don't know that to be one of the examples. But like I said, I went to the Wikipedia to verify what I was saying already, because I know this from my own personal life. And people doubt it, so I have to go and prove it to them with Wikipedia, wherever I can find the proof, so that they'll be like, "Oh, okay." They'd be saying, "Where's your source?" And so I got to find something written down by somebody they would appreciate, and then bringing that to them. And maybe if they don't, they might accept that. I don't know. So that's why I went to Wikipedia. I already know these things. But in order to show younger people who never seen or heard of this kind of talk, then I have to find these different reference points. I call them references that you can go to and see for yourself.
So do you believe that everybody should be able to use the N-word? What are your views on that?
Oh yeah, my dad taught me about that. My dad said they wanted to stop us from This is what he said. I'm gonna just tell you what my dad said.
Yeah.
Personally, right? I was a little boy at the time, and this is what he said. We are niggas. They call us niggas because when they come into a room and of niggas and they come in with their shotguns and stuff, because they were doing patty rollers a lot around that time. You know what a patty roller is, right?
No.
Oh yeah, it's the cops, right?
It's more like a police raid.
Yeah, I've heard the term before. My grandmother, or somebody old. That's where I term from.
Well, it depends on where you at, what you experienced at the time, because a lot of these things were 20 years here and earlier than over there, or 40 years here earlier than over there, or later than over there. I was just talking to a woman who told me I was lying about being bused to school as a desegregation process in the 1970s, but it didn't reach her until the 1990s. So she said I was lying because her experience was in the 1990s, so it couldn't have happened in the 1970s.
Yeah, well, she must not ask her. I'm curious. Do you know if she voted for Joe Biden or not?
I have no idea. I know that's what happened in her
if she voted for Joe Biden, she should know a lot more about busing.
So, and I don't want you to take you too far away from the weeds of where you were standing. I'm going back to the story. You said your dad said, "Hey," as a little boy, he said, "Hey, we are niggas." So you were
right. So when the patty rollers break in the door, because that's how they did, they still do that now. They stop and frisk, they do whatever they want, kind of attitude. Okay, so they came in with their guns and shit, and they know it ain't nothing but niggas in the room. Any niggas in here? Because what is a nigga? A nigga is one who will not submit and assimilate. Did you hear what I just said?
Yes, I did. But if you could please repeat that for the audience.
Oh, a nigga is one who will not. What did I say? I know assimilate. We ain't gonna assimilate, and we will not give up. We will continue to fight. We will never be a slave. You can enslave people, but some people will accept it. Some people will not. It don't matter what you say. You cannot enslave a nigga. He ain't gonna take that kind of. You could put chains on him. I see niggas with chains all the time on him, but you ain't gonna get him to. I have a thing for that too. I'm sorry.
So could it be said that a nigga is a breaker of chains?
So now when my dad said to me, when they bust in the room and say, "Any niggas in here?" and and everybody in there, nigga, but they say, "No, boss, ain't no niggas in here." And that's how they got people to deny being niggas. They had to trick them into deny being what they were through coercion. So what if somebody say, "I'm a nigga," and stand up? Well, they got 4 or 5 guns stretched out on them real quick. What they're gonna do? So you deny it, and it becomes a form of denial to where the children hear you denying it, everybody hear you denying it. And when they do find a nigga that, because you know about coon hunting. I heard y'all mention the word coon.
Please tell me about this coon hunting.
Oh, you don't know what a coon hunt is? Oh, but they made movies about coon hunting. This is where a bunch of crackers, because you got to deal with a certain ethnology of cracker, right? So a certain group of crackers do this kind of stuff. They'll get together, get drunk, mostly on beer and stuff, and they go coon hunting and they'll find a nigga by himself. They call that coon hunting. They find a nigga by himself, pick him up and rat him out. They might kill him, cut him up, hang him. They just this year, I was reported that they found over 4 niggas hanging to death that's been hung just this year. I ain't talking about no 19 or 18 or something. I'm talking about this year. You understand what I'm saying? This is still happening, cousin. There ain't nothing changed. They just, I don't know what you do. Anyway, this is the way it goes, and that's coon hunting. So that's when they go coon hunting, they would pick up a coon, as they call niggas, pick up a coon and have their way with it. And like I said, there's movies about this, man. I thought y'all had watched some of the movies because the movies about themselves is fairly accurate as far as I've seen, because they're showing you their attitude, their inner being, not so much what happened, but they're like okay, can you kill your father? Which one of y'all can kill your father? You'll say yes to that right now.
Who on this panel?
Yeah.
So
no,
so you
I
so
couldn't.
you said they were having a coon hunt. So it was basically like Richard Connell's Most Dangerous Game, but it was on land.
I don't know what you're
in
saying.
America. Oh,
I don't
okay.
know Richard, whatever. I don't know nothing about that. I don't even know what you're saying as a result. I have no idea what you're saying about Richard this and like that. I just told you what it is, and they still doing it today, 2025. A bunch of crackers get together. Hey man, they shot Sonia, excuse me, Macy, in the face on camera. On camera.
Can I
That's what.
interrupt this? Let me interrupt this right quick. Uncle Fatty just dropped something that kind of backs up what I said. Before the 1950s, marriage rates by couple were somehow or another there was a difference in how they measured married rates before 1950. And this says before there was a systemic. Let me read this in detail. It says, contrary to a common belief that black marriage rates have always been lower than white rates, historical data from the 19th and early 20th centuries present a more nuanced picture. Analysis of census data from 1890 to 1940 suggests that black women were, in fact, married at higher rates than their white counterparts. Right. And let me get more in depth. Number one, I'm not that enamored, with that system. The bottom line is they asked individual women versus individual men what marriage rates were. After 1950, they started looking at couples, and I guess they would. I don't know what the difference is, and I'm not going to get that much in detail. Marriage rates were never higher than whites. Okay, I understand what this is saying, but you are talking to individuals versus actual couples. What type of marriages? How do we measure marriage rates? Generally, I don't know the common law marriages. I don't know how that data is tabulated. I don't think marriage rates among blacks were ever higher than whites, and that's my interpretation. There is so much, before 1950 that's kind of, what do they say? It says the 19th and 20th centuries present a more nuanced picture. Analysis of data suggests that black women were, in fact, married at higher rates. It doesn't mention men, and if it does, it's farther down. So, if you're measuring marriage rates by asking black women without asking black men, I don't know if the data is actually, that trustworthy. So what you're missing is that as we know marriage rates now, 1950 was the start of it. I don't think you can make a accurate comparison pre-1950 as far as marriage rates. I simply do not trust the data. And that's that. You can believe what you want to believe, Dave. But there is nothing that would convince me that all of a sudden in 1950, there was a sudden drop in black marriage rates. So thank you very much for participating,
There was
sir.
a sudden drop in reporting, though. There was a sudden.
You know what? Whatever the anomaly was, I don't think there was a sudden, change from 1949 to 1950.
Well, I think Wally gave us the answer earlier. because when he
Did he? What was that answer? I missed it.
Well, he said that the niggas would never assimilate. So why would they ever assimilate to taking a census or letting them know if they were, properly married or anything? They just grabbed a woman. They called her the wife, and they had kids, and it was not necessary to assimilate.
Well, like I'm saying, I don't know how the data. Obviously, they started asking couples or something, but there was a change in 1950. If you, Deacon Dave, want to believe, that before 1950 the numbers are trustable, let's call it a win for you. If that makes you feel better, Princess.
Let me ask you something, though, Stanley, because you feel this, you have as you say, believe differently. And I would ask, have you looked at the work that Du Bois did in Philadelphia on the matter?
No, I'm aware of it. Really, the last thing I read by Du Bois was a Black Reconstruction. It's been years since I've read The Soul of Black Folk, and I actually have the books in hardback somewhere around here. So, no, I've never actually looked at the work he did in Philadelphia.
The work he did was very clinical. It has nothing to do with philosophy or none of that. It was very clinical. He went through the entire town with a group of students and undergrads and stuff, and they logged everybody, who they was, their relationship to each other, how often they did this, that, and the other, and all that.
And what did the data show that's relevant to my point about marriage rates?
I think you would find it interesting what he had to say
about marriage specifically, or just the numbers?
Yeah, because that was one of the topics right now. That was the topic right now. But I think the papers in general, because you're not knowing, you may not realize how much and how well he reported on. He was like a reckoner. He went out and surveyed the enemy, and he brought back all the enemy's information, and he turned it over to his superiors, and they decided what to do with it. There's also another thing that's called the Cambridge Report. It's a Cambridge from the Cambridge University. It's called Erasing Minds. You can Google that exactly as I said it, Erasing Minds. It'll show you right away, the Cambridge Report. Just pick on that one. I'm just using that as a reference so you'll know when you got the right report. The Cambridge Report. Erasing Minds.
Mr. Wale. Mr. Wale, was W.E.B. Du Bois a real nigger?
Not as far as I know.
Oh, okay.
Well, he kind of refused to conform, or actually he was probably the most conformed. He kind of punched all his cards, didn't he? Except he was a communist.
Communism is not bad, because communism is what we practiced before. Excuse me, I said communism. I didn't mean that. I meant communalism. Those are two different concepts and terminologies and everything. Communalism is our natural flow of culture. Communalism. So that's going into
so communalism is the natural culture of who? I think he borged out or he silenced himself. I was kind of wondering when he said.
I'd be hitting mute because the guy asked me before.
Yeah. But you were saying communalism is the natural culture of who?
Of niggas, yeah. Our natural thing is communalism. Our natural cultures, the small towns, even if you go to small towns now, today, in the South, you go to these small towns where it's mostly niggas, like 99%, because that's where I live, and everybody's communal. People got food, they give it away. People got this, they give it away. We communal because we don't have that. It's a different, like the man said, we got a different clock than city people. City niggas got a different clock because they got to pay the rent. They got to be on time. They got to go by that tick, tick, tick. You know what I mean? And they got to have this by then, and they got their only food is from the supermarket. So they got the dollar becomes supreme, not the food, the dollar, because that's how you get the food. But in the country, in the South, as it were, we go to the tree and get the food.
So,
we have a different.
There's country and there's city.
You didn't know city, country, city. It's by
No,
war.
no. I'm talking about you made it. You said the different types of niggas. You're saying there was country and there was city. Are there any other style?
Okay, yeah, I guess so. But I'm just saying, as far as the break between the two people, there's in the South, as it were, they say country. I like to say country, but in the country, people have a different heartbeat. Their heartbeat is a lot slower on the average. Now, in the countries now, in the South now, not the country, but in the South, a lot of people have raised their heartbeat because they go into the stores, they got jobs, they're imitating the city life. They got cars, they got responsibility, they got to pay rent and stuff like that. But the most of the country niggas got a house. They're not paying no rent. It's their house. They got yard with trees and animals if they want. They don't have to get it from the store. It's a whole different rhythm and pattern and thought. Everything changes. The whole perspective changes. You make your own, in a way, you make your own laws by reason of how you live among one another. And in the South, when you find a bunch of colored people living together, they're going to live communally. You know, Miss Francis down the street, round the corner. Yeah, with her grandson, everybody knows everybody. That's called communal living. That type of living. They make movies about it. You can watch them, you know, if you care to. I can mention a few so you can get an idea of what I'm talking about. But there are movies on YouTube that you can
probably
watch.
already knows.
I have never heard this in my life, Mr. Wale, and I appreciate you edifying me on this. I know that there were so many roads and institutions and places that went by these names. I didn't know that there was a difference between. I didn't know that there was a difference between a city and a country.
Hey, didn't your former governor have a property called? What was it?
I've never come across a nigger
head or something like that.
I've never come across
that. Niggerhead tobacco. Niggerhead tobacco was one. There was another one. There was a lot of niggerheads. You could find that a lot. Yeah, man. Not only that, there's a nigga. Put niggerhead in the doggone Google. I bet you get more than one hit.
No, all I have to say is I bet SKC is going to be hitting eBay to find that memorabilia.
If you go to eBay, look up nigga skin.
Oh my God! Yeah. Oh my goodness.
They were renowned for making shoes out of our skin. Oh, man. Wallets, belts as well. Go look. They selling them on eBay, man.
Oh, wow. Well,
I see
if I get over that way, I will definitely do that. I'm actually more interested in the people who would auction it or sell it. How did you come to acquire this?
Dude, I be telling like I'm doing now. I spent more energy though. I'm telling you what I know from my own experience in my life, right? And then
I see canned goods, oyster and shrimp.
Okay, and then when I mention it to people like yourself who are skeptical. And I understand that. I'm not mad about it. I have to find something to show you so that you can possibly get past.
Well, there are many people who would deny that America was ever this racist. I, for one, am not surprised. And some of this stuff I knew. I mean, you just look at the old Aunt Jemima and Uncle Ben stuff. So just growing up with that means I'm not overly surprised. So
You know what about Aunt Mama and Uncle?
All those
We were
people who want to deny the nation. The nature of American history, and this is definitely valuable information for them. It wasn't that bad.
Uncle Ben and Aunt Jemima. We were proud of Aunt Jemima and Uncle Ben. That's the only rice we. That's the only mix we bought was the one that looked
right?
like
That's what I'm talking about.
Where'd you say you grew up again, Wale?
Oh, I grew up in Florida. I didn't say it before.
Oh, okay. Because I'm from South Georgia. I don't ever remember, glorifying it.
Not glorifying.
And, I have parents. Well, you said whatever. It was not reviled. And I'm sure, we had Aunt Jemima syrup on the table on occasion, but generally my father's parents or my father's mother, she used Cairo. It was rare. I don't ever remember having log Aunt Jemima on her table, but I'm sure there had to have been. I just don't remember.
Cairo is thicker. I prefer Cairo.
Cairo is like more or less corn syrup. It's may even be high fructose, but they make a brown syrup, that's similar. But anyway, my point is that it's interesting in South Florida they did. I don't ever remember going down the grocery aisle and my mother telling me, make sure you get Aunt Jemima.
Right,
I don't ever remember.
Her favorite was Cairo. Me, I don't Aunt Jemima, none of them like that. I deal with Cairo because Cairo is thicker. I prefer thicker syrup.
Yeah, Cairo's good stuff. What's up, tough guy? Here's the N-word king right here. So it's gonna. If you think we've been using the word a lot, it's about to ratchet up.
Well, Wale has introduced me to a lot of stuff. I just found Nigger Island.
You didn't know this? Oh, come on.
Did you, Stanley?
Yes.
Did you know that?
Absolutely.
Oh, he's not from.
I'm a history buff. I know a lot of things.
He's not from that area, more or less. He'd say Texas. He's staying.
Well, I would actually say Texas is the West. At least a good. At least let's just say west of Houston. West of Houston, it's not the South.
But see, because most of this stuff was developed before Texas became a state. Texas was under the rulership of Mexico, of Spain, and stuff like that, up until 1836.
Well, a lot of people migrated to Texas from the deep South, so I would say it's the South. Especially the closer you get to Louisiana.
Hey, Stanley.
Mm-hmm. Hey, what's up, tough guy?
I am the king. I am the king, right?
I just announced you.
Yeah, I know. What's happening? What you doing, my nigga? What's going on?
Sitting up here talking to Wale about history.
What history y'all going on?
Basically, it's the history of the N-word. So you are the perfect audience for this.
Oh, yeah? Yeah, I'm about to go to my chiropractor's office in a minute. But yeah, I just had to come on and see.
You're about to have an N-word realignment, are you?
Yeah, about to get cracked up. You know what I'm saying? Crack.
Well, Wale stated that they took pride in Aunt Jemima, that would be the only brand that they would buy, and I think that's a good thing.
That's because it was good shit.
See, so why they trying to make it a racist thing now if it was a good product?
Because it's just, that's everybody's extra sensitive nowadays. That's just what they feel like they have to do. I would
call it, you know what? You say extra sensitive. I would actually say we have evolved.
Well, I mean, but it's taking away certain things that we grew up with. I mean, it's not too bad though.
Let me tell you what it's taking away.
What's the syrup? What's their name? The black lady. They took her off the.
Mrs. Butterworth.
Yep, the black lady.
Well, let me put it to you this way. I like it because it makes people maybe less inclined to get processed food. You can make pancakes from scratch.
Yeah, you can. All it takes
So
is
you
eggs,
know what?
flour, and
I
milk.
don't buy. I wasn't buying Aunt Jemima in any case because I make a lot of that stuff from scratch. So, if it hurts some feelings, mine wouldn't be one of them.
You mean you didn't get Uncle Ben?
I'm sure, like Uncle Ben's rice as a kid. No, we actually were Mahatma people.
What was that? That's not familiar.
It's a brand of rice.
Oh yeah, okay.
I
I
mean,
think
it
I got
wasn't
some
a
of that.
conscious decision. It wasn't a conscious decision that I know of, but a
I think
lot
I
of
got
what
my
you
hot
get
for this.
off the shelf
Yep.
that's Uncle Ben is like that converted or parboiled. I prefer parboiled rice, to be honest with you, but my mother did it.
That's what I got. You see that?
Yeah, right, exactly.
But it's
I
jasmine.
grew up with that. Yeah.
I use the jasmine.
Yeah. I grew up using that
Jasmine.
exact thing.
You like jasmine rice?
Oh, I love it. As a matter of fact, jasmine and basmati are my thing. I've never had aged basmati. One of these days I'll have to do that.
Yes, sir.
So yeah, you know what? There's always they say that of course it says here that Aunt Jemima's family was mad. Yeah, I heard about all that because it was her legacy. Well, you know what? They have a right to be mad. But the thing is that the company made a business decision, and they'll just have to be mad. Maybe
There was
they'll
a
do special editions.
there was a company in China that sold toothpaste. It might have been Japan. I know it was either China or Japan. Anyway, they sold toothpaste, and on the front of their toothpaste was a big face, smiling, happy, big colored guy, just fat and smiling, and all his teeth were bright white, and that was their thumbnail, as it were, for their toothpaste.
Now, was the name of that brand called Seal?
I don't recall the name. Do you recall the name?
No, I was making a Seal joke. The singer.
I don't know what that means. Okay. But anyway, I was referring to the fact I could bring it up because it was a bright. I've seen it numerous times and other places, but that was what they were using to sell their toothpaste. Was this fat colored guy with very white teeth and smiling, and that was the image that they used to sell their toothpaste. Now watch what happened. The people from the United States, along with the liberals, they call themselves, they petitioned China and forced them to take that out.
So you think white liberals or whoever the liberals were from the United States forced China to change something? That's very interesting.
It was either China or Japan. I'll look it up if it really gets deep. Like, I got to prove everything.
It's not that important, but it may be important to SKC.
Yeah, because I think there's something profound that Wale has shared with me. So, Wale, are you trying to tell me?
I think you just like good dental hygiene. I wasn't suggesting anything else.
Are you trying to tell me, Wale, that the white liberal is anti-nigger?
Yes. Is my mic on? Did I say yes? Yes.
Yeah.
So why are they anti?
Listen, I don't know if you know. That's why I
said
just
the white liberal is anti-nigger.
Yes, of course. The NAACP, the NAACP, which was founded by whoever, and they decided that they were going to.
She divorced,
Those
but one of the main benefactors was a white Jewish woman, or was she just a white woman? I can't remember now. I can't even remember her name.
That's why I don't use race, and I don't want to go into it because you say you don't want the guy that owned that place
I
to
would
get
prefer you didn't. It's really the
right. See what I'm saying?
the Zionism point. Who knows who's gonna be offended?
The woman said the
We,
embassy,
I mean, calling her
the,
Jewish would be fine.
the embassy
I don't know why I
of
couldn't hear y'all,
Israel.
but now I can.
Is this thing on? The
Yes.
embassy
Yeah.
Israel that went to Georgia, where my man is from, and I think it was in Atlanta, and gave a speech. I think that was in 1993, but it might have been since then. I don't know. I don't keep up much with these things. Dates. I'm not good with dates. Could have been in 2013. But she went there and she said the biggest threat to Israel is the young Black American male. Make that make sense.
Because if we
Well, I
really
bet SAC
knew
can.
if we know what we supposed to be doing, those little niggas is crazy. So if little niggas really got up to par with some militant shit and they really stuck together, they could really do a lot in this country. But that's why they keep us separated and uneducated so we don't revolt. Because these young little niggas, they don't care. They'll lose their life. They go ham.
Hey, I can dig it. What they call them, young braves.
Because when you're young, you don't really care about a lot of things. Like I'm 40 now, so the way I used to move when I was 21 and 25, you just don't move like that no more.
And the
You
next
got
time,
things to lose. You got things to lose. You start thinking about you got kids. You start thinking about your kids. But when you're young, you're like, man, fuck it, let's go.
well, I
You're
live
more
long
you're
enough.
more of a risk taker. Because when you're younger, you're just more of a risk taker.
Mm.
You don't agree?
Oh yeah, I agree.
I mean, think about all the stuff you used to do when you were younger to what, in the last 30 years, what you've been doing. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's totally different. It's like the total opposite.
So Wale, if I'm not mistaken, there is a younger movement now of and they call themselves YNs or young niggers. And are you
Oh,
saying that they are just going
YNs.
back to their roots?
Yes.
No, YNs don't have any guidance. They don't have any information.
Well,
Like,
no.
they're
Wale
moving off of
stated earlier.
emotions. They're moving off of emotions and whatever is going on in their immediate life. But what I'm saying is,
Wale stated that
actually,
the definitionally that the nigga will never assimilate and will always fight against. So I think that that's what he means when he said that's their natural state.
well, the natural state is primal. Black people, colored people in general, we ain't trying to like build no rocket ships and take over the world and shoot people. Like we were cool with juices and berries and gathering fish and community and village. You know what I'm saying? Like it's just a different way of life when it comes to how we look at life and sustaining it.
So
White people try to do the most
would
and
you
take
prefer
over.
things to be that way?
I think it would be a lot simpler because then you're really dealing in a village type of mindset instead of this big city, rocket ship fuel fighting type of mindset. Because,
So
but
you
it's money though. It's capital. It's capitalism. It's money. That's what keeps
so
making the
you would
world go round.
prefer
So
it that way to where everybody was
no,
just
I think it would be great to have a balance. Like go back to the bartering system, make things a little bit more simple, like that.
For instance, did you
barter.
guys know? I'm going to ask Stan.
Barter was
Stan.
never something that it usually stayed small. I listened to this short lecture, and maybe I'll show it tomorrow if I can find it. discussing monetary theory. And anyway, it's kind of fascinating. But I also want to point out, well, you know what? I won't do that. Maybe tomorrow I'll see can I find that video on the monetary theory, modern monetary theory. It addresses bartering.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. Like, some of the elements we had from back in the day, I think, should be put back into place. And some of the technology things that we have today that make things better
Well,
we
I
should put in
know
place.
when I
And I
lived
think
up
that
in
they
the
should
Blue Ridge
update things.
Mountains,
But
when I
if they
lived up in the
update things
when I
to
lived up
where,
in the Blue Ridge Mountains, people bartered all the time.
yeah, but I'm saying this. If we take some of the old school and some of the new school and then update and redo some things, I think that a lot of people it would be a little bit more beneficial. I think, as we progress, we just keep going into this progressive type of mindset when some of the things from
You
back in the
mean
day, some
I think
old
that's called
school standing,
progress?
some
Is
of
it
the
called
foundation.
progress?
Well, I mean, I'm just saying as far as like some of the old stuff, it worked. So why are we like just implementing all new things only? That's what I'm
Well,
saying.
let me give you one example though. I rarely carry cash, and it's almost liberating. So, I don't really even want to go back to cash, let alone
But
bartering.
cash is king though. But cash is king though, if you think
Right.
about it.
And I very rarely carry cash. Like I went to a vegetable stand the other day, and bought, some fresh vegetables. And it was the first time there, and the lady used Cash App. And if I had cash and I didn't happen to have cash, you know what? Who just swipe the card and be done with it. There is cash, but I'm not carrying it on me.
Yeah.
I put a link in the back, Stanley, for something that I think we would have fun discussing. It's a series. It would have to be like over several weeks that we do it, but I think it would be fun.
All right, I'll be back, Stanley. I'm about to go to my chiropractor shit.
Don't bother. I'm going to be wrapping this up pretty soon. Let's see. What's the right thing?
When you coming back? Tonight?
The moral side. Tomorrow morning.
Tomorrow?
Yeah, I usually
Okay.
start about 5 in the morning. Well, today I started because
Yeah, on the
John
East Coast.
started
That's
up the
right.
show. It's usually around 5 in the morning Eastern time. So yeah,
Okay.
this does look like fun. What is
Yeah,
it? Is it Divinity?
no,
WGBH? Let me,
yeah, it,
before I do this, let me run it through the YouTube algorithm just to make sure there are no copyright issues. See,
sure.
this is, yeah. And yeah, we may even wait till next week or maybe towards, if I do a show Friday, I'm not sure I'm going to. We may start with this, and that'll give me time to run it through an algorithm. It's probably fine.
No. Do that. I think it'll be a interesting conversation because it's basically I don't know if you've heard of Professor Michael Sandel, but he does
I
the
have. As a matter of fact, I have.
mhm.
As a matter of
And
fact, I've shown his videos before. He's an
yeah,
he's an ethical philosopher or is it moral philosopher? I can't remember, but yeah, I'm very familiar. He's written a couple books.
yeah. Well, he did this series of lectures at Harvard, and I think it'll be an interesting little thing for us to do. I've never come across any other.
If it's
Uh,
Michael Sandel, I'm on board.
yeah, yeah.
Now, he can
But
be a
yeah,
little dry, but you know what? We're doing we're doing Alexander Pope week. How much drier can it be?
yeah. And then plus there's audience participation with the students there, so you get a little bit
Okay.
of that, and I don't know. I think we could make a pretty fun go of it.
Okay, well, let's plan it for next week. We'll start Monday morning.
Sounds like a plan.
Okay.
All right, man. I'll holler at you later.
All right. Take it easy, tough guy. Have a good cracking. All right. And Wale, any last words before I wrap this up? I enjoyed you. You shouldn't be a stranger.
Okay, I appreciate an invitation like that. Thank you so much.
By the way, subscribe to at Stanley Cross 6000 because I'm going to clip parts of this show. Some folks wanted clips made, so it will star you. So just subscribe to at Stanley 6000, and we'll go from there. And while I'm at it, everybody, please make sure you hit the like button on the way out. Make sure that you subscribe to the John Gall Urban Landlord channel and Urban Landlord Clips. Make sure you subscribe to my channel, which I, by the way, simulcast this show to. It's at Stanley Cross 6000. I do have one video prepared to upload and premiere at some point, and tonight maybe, and then I've got another one. I'll clip this up. I've got 2 clips that have been requested, so I'll work on that over the next day or 2 and see if I can get those out by the end of the week. So hopefully we'll see you tomorrow.
Stanley, will you put up a link to your thing? Because I'm not finding it. I put it right away, but I didn't see it. Maybe
I'll
you
put
could,
it in the back.
Yeah, okay. I have a channel too. I'll put that in the back also.
Oh yeah, yeah. Drop it in the back, and I'll drop it.
I have to find it. the wording.
And I'll just yeah, if you put it in the back chat, I'll just drop it into the chats.
Beautiful. I'll run it through there somehow. I went right by this thing. But I appreciate you, man. I like your what they call it, your momentum. Your yeah.
Well, it's a slow climb, slow climb, but we'll get there in the end. And you know what? This is what I like to do versus the non-panel shout fest over who's worse,
Ooh.
black men or black women. Discussing some stuff that's a little dry, or as Beef and Brock says, is somber, but it's serious.
Okay. I was just wondering if y'all were aware of the Patterson Car Company.
Patterson, vaguely.
Early 1900s or 1919.
Yes, I'm vaguely aware of it.
I thought that might be interesting, that all those things, considerations you were making earlier, and Patterson was in Ohio, I'm told. So
it was Ohio.
A lot of the considerations that you were expounding on today have to be, like you said, in context with what's happening in different phases and different areas of the country itself and of the people themselves, because different things were happening in different places. It was actually, this is, we got some beautiful things going on. We are lovely, great people. I'm surprised how great we are sometimes. So I'm just saying,
you know what? I am on board with that. And the other thing I try to do on this channel is I try not to be, all what I call anti-black. This tendency that a lot of black conservatives in particular tend to like to do, demonizing, basically not just demonizing, but judging, the whole black community by, what goes on, in one geographic area. I think the black culture or black subculture, which it's part of American culture, what goes on in the black community in Los Angeles is different than, what's going on in the black community in Savannah, Georgia, or Atlanta, or Florida, or Charleston, etc. There are similarities, and maybe even more similarities than not, but there are also distinctions. And I think a lot of times people kind of forget that.
Are you familiar with the concept of test cities?
No.
This is that's why I was saying one of the things out of Erasing Minds, the Cambridge report.
Yeah, I brought that up. It was like prison research, right?
It was prison. You should look at that, man.
Yeah, I will.
was conditioning, electroshock, all kind of stuff we used in there to condition the people's minds. It was they raised that was a serious business. I met some of the people who were the victims of it. I actually that's how I knew about it. I didn't know about the Cambridge report. I didn't know it from the victims, the amount themselves. And then when I was telling somebody, and then I looked it up, I found the Cambridge did a report on the whole thing. So that didn't. Now you can get it from somebody that's educated, all that kind of stuff. Not like me. I don't keep up with dates and stuff. So when
no, go ahead. Go ahead.
So I'm just sometimes all of these things play a part in what's happening in test cities. I even mentioned I didn't mention one of the test cities. One of the test cities. This is a test city. Camden, New Jersey is a test city. Oh, Gary, Indiana is a test city. There's a place in Texas, I don't remember the name of it, but it might be Galveston. It's a test where they put, especially police, they'll do a policing situation or a governmental situation, or they'll put some product there or something like that to see how the people respond. They'll do a certain policy in that little town and see how the people respond. And then they'll take the data from the people's response and run it through all the different test cities, see how people respond. Then they put all that information together, and then they decide how they're going to put it up on a national basis, whatever that policy is. And you already know how people are going to respond because you've tested them out in different test populations. And they're all over the country. And this has been running for at least 50 years, test cities. I found out about it 45 years ago, but it's been going on for at least 50. And maybe you might want to check it out. I don't know how you get
well, no, that's between you and SKC, you've given me a few show ideas. So I am writing all this stuff down, and I may do standalones, or I may just do like lives that are kind of themed. So I will definitely be looking into test cities as well.
And I subscribe to your thing, put notifications, because if you're going to do that, I would love to hear it. That's beautiful.
Yeah, absolutely, I will. If you subscribe to John's channel and my channel, you'll get everything that I do.
Yeah. Okay, then beautiful.
All right. Well, it was good having you. And again, don't be a stranger. Just hit the link whenever you want.
Beautiful. One love.
All right. Take it easy. And with that, folks, I am going to wrap this up because we're at almost 8 hours. You all make sure that you subscribe to the channels. I dropped Wale's channel into the chat, so y'all subscribe to his channel. Please make sure that you hit the like button on the way out. I should be around here sometime around 5 in the morning. It was kind of late this morning because John had a show. So I didn't start until 5:45, but 5 to 5:15 is what I usually shoot for. So everybody have a good day, good rest of your day, and have fun. Talk to y'all later. And I think John might even be doing a stream, so check him out. He's talking about the Diddy results. So I may see you there, but we'll see. Take it easy.
If you know somebody who drive a truck, I bet you he done had a relationship with a lot lizard. All these truck drivers love these lot lizards. I promise. Lot lizard, come on baby, get inside the truck. Lot lizard, put your head down and ass up. Lot lizard, call me $40 just to fuck. Lot lizard, twerk, 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 twerk. And she at the truck stop, walking with her butt out, and she got her stomach out, and she only come out when the sun out. She's a lot lizard. She's a lot lizard. He can be your boyfriend, cousin, husband, daddy, brother. It don't even matter if he driving trucks all around the country and he making money. I bet you he fuck a lot lizard. Come on, baby, get inside the truck. Lot lizard. Put your head down and ass up. Lot lizard. Call me $40 just to fuck. Lot lizard. Twerk, 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 twerk. Twerk, 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 twerk. Twerk, 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 lot lizard. Twerk, twerk.